Gentlemen, welcome back to the best place on earth to talk about Earth, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream. And which is streamed from, obviously, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. So if you want to join the talk, if you're new to the topic or however you found us, the links in the description, and there's a link in the chat room. Go ahead and join us. All that kind of stuff. Miggy's better at it than I am. The link is also in the title of the video too, so you copy and paste it. It's always there. So you flat earthers just banned everybody. Bro, we got the freaking link up there. No, we do ban some people if you're an asshole, but no, we don't ban you. You're cool. You're cool. If you're not, you're not. What's up, Sasha? I hear you. Just open your mic.
Sorry.
How you doing, brother?
All right. Playing some shit.
It's Wednesday night here in central U.S., where I am.
It's Wednesday, my dudes.
I said Wednesday, didn't I?
Yeah, I was just saying a meme.
Okay. I was like, are you correcting me? I thought I said Wednesday.
No, it's finally Wednesday. I finally get to say that meme. Anyway.
Oh, I didn't realize there was a meme. How you doing, KJ?
Really good. I just made dinner, so eating it right now.
Nice. You don't have to talk to us while you're eating dinner. I think I played it late last night. Have you guys heard that interview with Jim Brewer and Sean Hibbler, where Jim had him on his podcast?
No.
I mean, it's like 15, 20 minutes long. I mean, there's nobody talking. I don't see any reason not to play it unless you guys got into.
When you do that, Helio, I promised Bad Boy that I'd have a 1v1 conversation with him in here tonight. I don't know if he's prepared to do that or not, but if he's got the time.
Ask him. Go ahead.
You got your ears on, Bad Boy?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go on the 1v1 channel, all right?
No, we're doing it in here, man.
Nah, there is a channel for that. I don't want to get interrupted by anyone, right?
No, they won't interrupt us. We'll have a nice little conversation in here. You guys agree to that, right? You won't bounce
Yes.
in here, right?
Yeah, if it's a requested 1v1, we'll just listen. You guys have at it, man.
Yep.
We'll
And like I
post-
said last night,
yeah,
Anybody who
we'll post-
interrupts, hold on a second. Anybody who interrupts will get muted. Helio will mute you. So yeah, just let the one.
Yeah,
What happened?
we'll post pertinent links, in the live stream voice text. So make sure you're following that. But other than that, we'll keep our mics muted.
cool. So like I said last night, I imagine you're probably going to beg the question, but I'm feeling generous. So I'll give you 3 begging the question fallacies in this conversation, but after that, it's over. Because do you know what begging the question is?
Agree on having the conversation here. It's just my point of view. You know what I mean? I agree on having that conversation in the 1v1 channel.
I don't understand why you don't want to do it here.
No, because
You're both here?
I don't want to
Both got
debate right
microphones?
now. I'm not into debating, I don't want to debate or anything. I just want to have a normal discussion. That's all.
Okay, what do you want to discuss?
Well, you approached me, so that's the question you should answer, right?
I think, let me see, I've got the screenshot right now of what you said. Do you recall the conversation? We were talking about...
No, man, I talk shit all the time. I can't memorize everything I say, but I guess you did.
You wanted to... Oh, I cut that part off. Well, anyways, you wanted to talk about the Earth being stationary and flat and proving it, or a globe, right? And spinning and proving it. So we both have positive claims at this point, correct?
What? Can you repeat it again? I never said it's flat and stationary.
No, I did.
Oh, okay.
Right. You have a claim that it is round and spinning, right?
Well, I didn't say the word claim, you do, but yeah, go ahead.
Would you agree? Because this is a conversation, right? You don't want it to be too formal or a debate or anything. So you would agree, or your stance is that the Earth is a sphere, right, with a known radius, and it is supposed to be spinning, correct?
Yeah, are we doing the honesty test?
Every time I bring up the ball, you're like, I didn't say claim, but I'm just making sure that you are on the side of the ball. I'm kind of just trying to get you to at least make some kind of positive, I don't know, join the side. I assume you're on the round side, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So, currently, the heliocentric model with the Earth being round and spinning is a positive claim, and you associate yourself with that. So I was just curious, and you were bringing up the moon last night in the text. That was about the time that I was texting back and forth with you. So I wanted to know if the moon is one of your proofs of the Earth being a sphere and spinning.
It's not one of my proofs, it's one of my evidence.
Well, proof is evidence. You can look at the definition.
But you need.
Oh, we have
What?
proof. We have proof evidence, guy.
That doesn't make any
That's
sense.
right.
What you just said.
Is it proof different than?
Who's bouncing in here? Is someone interrupting already?
I'm interrupting and I'm asking, does we have proof evidence?
Sasha. They already made the statement that anybody that bounces in here and interrupts this conversation will be muted.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Sasha. This is a 1v1 versus. It's
No, it's not 1v1. I don't consider it as a 1v1 because I already stated that I'm not having a debate over this channel.
No,
And
it's
I
just
wanted
a talk. It's a talk.
Yeah.
It's a talk between you and Says Who. Everybody else just mute yourself and just listen. Go ahead.
Okay.
I didn't know.
So you said that evidence is not proof. Is that correct?
Well, obviously, evidence is some stuff that's goes to the proof point, but evidence is evidence. It is what it is. Why do you want me to explain the word evidence to you? You know what I meant by saying that?
No,
It's
I don't
not
know
a
what you mean. We
100%
have to
proof, but
agree
it's
on
still
terms
evidence.
here. If we can't agree on terms, see, we need to understand each other, right? So if you say evidence is not proof, then what is evidence? I want you to define that for me so that we can agree on terms and then we can move forward in the conversation.
All right, so accept me defining the word evidence, whatever you see in the court of law, right? People provide evidence, and that's not 100% proof, right? It's supporting a claim. So somebody gets charged with something, and people provide evidence on both sides, right? That's what evidence is. It is what it is.
So you're saying that you want to keep this argument within the subjective? You want it to be in the public opinion realm? You don't want it to be objective? You don't want it to be known or truth? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you should understand what I mean by evidence. That's all.
Well, I guess I'll play along. If you want to use the term evidence, but you want to consider it in sort of this court of public opinion, right? Because that's essentially what it is. People get judged by a court, usually using a jury of their peers, and we could quibble about whether or not a jury trial or a trial by jury is different or the same. But anyway, so someone has to decide. It's a group of people, right? Usually 12 are going to decide if the evidence supports the defense of what you're trying to put forth. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, it depends where you live at. In my country, we don't have a jury.
Okay. So now we're off into the weeds about jury. First of all, bro, this is not tough. Just give me your association from the moon for the Earth being round. Go ahead.
But you already know what I said yesterday or whenever I said it. I just pointed something out, and I am under the impression right now that you're entering a debate, and all I asked was a simple question. Actually, I didn't ask a question. I responded to a question to some fellow flat earther who asked me the question, why do I think the Earth is spinning, and why do I consider it a globe, right? So I answered the question, and that was about it. I didn't want to go anywhere further than that, but after I brought up what I said, people started changing the subjects or strawmanning and everything. And all I said was the stuff about the moon. That's all.
Just remind me, because I don't have it in front of me, right? What you said about the moon. Was it the fact that it would flip upside down depending on what side of the equator where you were on? I don't really remember. So don't run away from what you said. Tell me what you said so that we can get on that particular topic. That's one of your evidences, apparently, right?
Yeah, sure. But at the same time, I want to hear your guys' evidence, because this is not a one-way conversation. It goes the both ways, right? We can't just have an interview of you asking me questions. We have to ask question, respond, and then the other party asks a question and repeat. You know what I mean? So
I just asked you a question, and you have yet to respond. You've been gift galloping and going all over the place. I'm asking you to tell me about your moon evidence.
I'm gonna respond to that question. I'm just making a statement.
How long is it going to take?
As long as it takes.
How long is it going to take?
Don't rush. As long as it takes, man. So
it's been 5 minutes, bro.
So what?
Okay, tell me.
Well, what I said the other night was that we all see the same face of the moon, and it doesn't change from night to night, and it doesn't change throughout the night. That's all. So it doesn't work on a flat surface the way you describe, the way you guys propose it is, right?
Who proposed it? And what did they propose? I don't know. Are you strawmanning me already?
Am I?
Yeah. I'm asking you the question. You say we propose that the moon should look a certain way. I'm asking you what we say.
You say Earth is flat.
And what does that have to do with the face of the moon? Who makes a claim about the face of the moon on flat Earth that you're trying to strawman?
Earth is flat and stationary. So
Right now we're talking about the moon, bro.
yeah,
What are you saying that flat earthers say about the moon? Because I haven't given you any claim about the moon.
I'm saying
Why are
that
you
flat
strawmanning me
Earth
already?
people are saying Earth is flat and stationary. So by my,
So
my
you're avoiding
statement
the
about
moon
the moon,
completely.
what?
You're avoiding the moon already completely. You're talking about one face of the moon. What does that have to do with what flat earthers say about the flat Earth? What is the straw man that you're building? I don't get it.
I already explained that to you, but you just continue to interrupt and you don't listen.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I think you had like a convo about the moon, and then you say like some flat earthers say X, but nobody actually asked like anything about what some flat earthers say. Like your discussion is with him, right? Not with flat earthers in general or whatever.
Absolutely, but you guys agree on two specific
No,
stuff.
like
All of you,
not
all
right.
of you. No, all of you agree that it's flat and stationary. Let's be honest, okay?
That wasn't what the
Now you
conversation
use
was about. Like we also agree that 1 + 1 is 2, but if you bring it up in a conversation, it's just derailing. Right?
You've used two fallacies. You've used the stereotype fallacy, and you've also used the strawman fallacy. You strawman me with something about the flat Earth and tried to associate that with seeing one face of the moon, and I didn't make a claim about the face of the moon. That was the topic that we were on. Can you stay on the moon for a minute?
Yeah,
You've
hold on.
already used two
Everybody else
fallacies.
stay muted until says who's going to control when this conversation stops. Nobody else interject, please.
Okay, I'm gonna repeat it one more time. And if you keep on not understanding what I'm saying, I'm just gonna stop this conversation, okay? So let me repeat again. Helio was talking something. I was just listening to the VC like always. And you approached me and you wanted to talk about something I said the other night or whenever I said it. I don't recall exactly when it was. But apparently you memorized that. So you approached me and you proposed that we go one-on-one. And I declined. I said, I don't want to debate in here because that's not my purpose. I like to have normal conversation and listen to you guys. And when I'm being approached, I told you that we should go to another channel because we shouldn't disrupt the conversation in here, just the two of us, right? Because it's an open forum, like Migi and everybody says. So I proposed that to you. But anyways, I agreed to have, because I was under the impression you wanted to have a normal conversation, not debating on it or anything. So I answered that question about what I said the other night. And I said it again. And then you say that I'm strawmanning, that I'm making claims that it wasn't the discussion. And I explained that I say this because you guys, most of you, I haven't come into any single one that didn't say it. To be honest, like everybody says it's flat and stationary. So I repeated my claim, my statement from the other night. And I added after that statement that this should not be possible on a flat and stationary surface. And that's it. Then you started saying that I'm strawmanning and going into fallacies and all. So that's what I said.
Objectively, that's true. Objectively, you are strawmanning and you've used a stereotype fallacy. At 7:27 minutes after the hour, I posted a screenshot of what I said to you, and you agreed. This is your thing, isn't it? You've been wasting time in here already. So I'm going to bed soon, but I will be happy to debate you in here tomorrow. If you beg the question, you lose. So you agreed to that, right? Because right below you said, I'm taking tomorrow then. Talk to you tomorrow then. That's what you said. TTY. So your own words show that you were ready to come in here and have a conversation or a debate.
I never said.
And so here I am.
I never said it's gonna be on the VC chat in the live stream because
we were on the live stream voice text. I said in here. I said in here, and you said talk to you tomorrow. Then you agreed. Here I am. Why don't you want to have this conversation? Why have you used two fallacies already? What are you doing here? Are you going to give us some evidence to go ahead and show us that the Earth is a globe instead of just saying things like we all see one face of the moon? Obviously, we all see one face of the moon. That's not in contention. I totally agree. What does that have to do with it being a globe? Dude, please don't step in here.
Don't do it, Ocean.
So what are we doing? How does seeing one face of the moon prove the globe? Go ahead. To give evidence for whatever you want to describe it. Evidence.
Listen. You said, "What am I doing here?" What's that supposed to mean? Am I not allowed here just because I don't have? I'm not providing evidence or whatever. I'm not talking about the spherical Earth or what? This is.
I'm asking you, what are you doing here talking about one face of the moon? One face of the moon. What do you mean by that? What are you doing here with that particular evidence? One face of the moon. What does that have to do with the Earth being a ball? I want to know.
I already explained. You're just.
You didn't explain anything. You didn't explain anything. You said we all see one face of the moon. Duh. What does that have to do with the Earth being a ball? Explain that.
It's pointless, my friend. You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
No, Tony.
You haven't said anything.
Tony, he's
You
right.
have said nothing.
Sorry, only to say he's right, Tony. He asked you a question. Why you want to? Would you want to go with that face of the moon?
Well, I already gave you the story on when I made the statement, so he's just picking up on my statement.
Look at. You don't know what did you say? You said this, for example, we can say.
I got this, bro. Doctor, I got it, bro. It's good. You talked about tonight. We all see the same face of the moon. I figure you would be happy to tell me what that has to do with the Earth being a ball. You should be happy to give me this evidence. What does it mean?
What
are you saying when you say?
It has to do with Earth being not flat and stationary, and obviously it's rotating. Can't you see that? That's what it has to do with it.
What does one face of the moon have to do with the rotation? I need you to explain the mechanics of that to me.
No,
Are you
I don't.
saying
No, I
words
don't
and
need to
expecting that
explain
to
you
be an
anything beside
explanation?
that.
So you don't actually want to give evidence for the globe. You just want to say words and then call it evidence. Is that right?
No, that's not correct. It's what you're
That's what's
interpreting.
happening right now.
No.
That's what's happening right now. You just said we all see the same face of the moon, therefore the Earth is spinning in a ball. But you make no connection between those two things. Why are you not giving the evidence? Why are you not explaining the mechanics, the rotation? Whatever it is that you're trying to get a point as far as get across as the point, where does the two of those things connect? You're just saying we all see one face of the moon. Great. Then what?
Look. Let me remind you that this is a dialogue, right? So dialogues go both ways. So
I'm waiting for you to give me the other side. I'm asking questions. You're not answering them.
No, listen. I already answered your question. Now it's time for you to answer mine. Because I already answered your question. Your initial question was, what did you say the other night? So I've done that, okay? So now you answer my question. If Earth is flat and stationary, how is that possible, okay? Now you have the words. Explain us, please.
I'll play your game, even though you actually haven't supported your point at all. Okay? And I guarantee you everybody in this room would totally agree. Even the ballers on live stream would be like, you didn't make no connection at all, but sure, no problem. How is the Earth stationary and flat? Well, we observe no curvature, we measure no curvature, we navigate by the celestial bodies across a plane thousands of miles that can only be determined by using a flat baseline and an angle for thousands of miles, and we experience no rotation. The only thing that would give us the idea that we're rotating is the fact that the heavens rotate. Everything else does not experience any kind of deviation according to the reference frame that they're in. Do you have any problem with that?
All right, just to remind you that I didn't interrupt you, so don't do the same.
Nobody cares. Hurry up. Do you have any problem with that?
Yes, I do have a problem with that because you didn't respond to my question. Don't interrupt, please. Let me finish. Okay? So you answered, why do you think and you consider Earth being flat and stationary, which is fine. I'm not going to get into that, but that was not my question. I said, according to my statement the other night, which you asked me like 10 times already about my statement, how is that possible on a flat surface, flat and stationary surface? That was my question, which you dodged, and you were actually the one who was strawmanning and going into fallacies. Okay, so answer the question, please. How is it possible on a flat surface?
I look up and I see the moon. There, it's possible. What's the problem?
What?
It's that simple, dude. You look up, you look up and you see the moon. There you go. I'm standing on a flat surface right now. I can see the moon. I see the same face that you do. What does that have to do with it being a ball or flat? I see it. There it is. Same face every time.
I said flat and stationary in the same sentence. So if it's stationary, non-rotating, you're obviously not going to see the same side of the same face of the moon each and every day for your entire life. Everybody experienced that. That's all I said, and that's my question. You're not answering. Okay?
We will allow other people to come into this conversation. Now, does anybody get what this guy is saying? Is he just making stuff up and kind of like avoiding everything? Because I'm
He's
totally
avoiding
lost.
everything, and here's what he's trying to do. He's trying to diminish the argument by diminishing your ability to even have a conversation with him. He's just distracting, dilly-dallying. He's not even talking about the shit.
Yes,
Call him Joe
he's
Biden.
He's not even talking about the same thing that we talk about. You know, it's just like if you know the Earth is a globe, we know more about the globe than this guy does. And so, you know, we're
No
just
doubt.
listening. And so, and says, who knows this? You know, it's all good. Hey, bro, if you want to go on and just willy-nilly just skip across your globe and like sunshine and rainbows, it just doesn't make any sense what you're saying, bro. You're not even talking about the same thing that says who was talking about.
But he
Yeah,
And you just pretty much you're just wasting his time when you said, "Hey, I want to talk to you 1v1, but I don't want to do it on live stream." It would have went the same way, right? Says who?
Yeah, highly frustrating is what that's how it would have gone, because I have no idea what he's talking about. He's not making any sense. He's just galloping between like 3 or 4 different things, saying that he's giving a claim, supporting the claim, and then asking a question at the same time. Like, it's really weird. It's one of the most weird Glober tactics I've ever experienced. You, my friend, have got some serious issues. If you're a Glober and this is the best that you have for evidence as far as the Earth being a globe, or saying that it's impossible for it to be flat because you see the same face of the moon, that's ridiculous. Okay? Ridiculous. I have no idea what you're trying to say. Maybe it's a language barrier. I don't know. But this is insane,
that's not what
and I am not going to continue this.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. So anyway, it's just he's embarrassed for the globe, but he doesn't want to admit it. That's what it seems like to me.
says who? I can tell you what.
Hey, Helio. The only thing I can agree upon is
on,
that you
Sasha.
guys know more about the globe than me. I agree on that part. I'm sure you do.
Hey, check this out, man. If you look into it as much as we have, you'll find the same. I won't say you will come to the same conclusion, but at least you'll know both sides, and you can, make up your mind about it.
Yeah, and Bad Boy, it wasn't a choice when the flat Earth became the reality that we understood, or at least that I understood. It wasn't like, oh, there's all this information, but I'm going to choose that this information is going to lead me to the flat Earth instead of the globe Earth, right? It wasn't a choice. The Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed, and now it's up to us to move forward from those facts, using those facts. So again, it's not a choice that I'm making to be a flat earther. The Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed, objectively, factually, empirically, in reality. So, like I said, now it's up to us to accept that. No, really, put your big boy and big girl pants on. You've been lied to. That's okay. And now we can move forward with some other things.
Yeah, and that's what's so great about this server. We introduce new people to the topic every single day. They do come in and ask the same questions Bad Boy's asking, maybe confusing, because they're confused why we think the Earth is flat. And they're just like, well, I got, this little bit of evidence about the globe. And this is why I think it's a globe. Well, you don't know the whole. You can't see the whole picture, but once you research it yourself and see both sides of the argument, it doesn't matter what
I
conclusion you
can't see
come to.
the whole picture, because we're not moving from that specific question. If I have an answer to that question for myself, I don't care about what other people say or what
You
other
talking about
Globers
the
say.
moon? Wait,
Yeah.
the moon
If
question?
somebody explains this to me, I'm gonna move forward, of course. But nobody has given me any single answer so far.
Tony,
Well,
can you
let me
explain
ask
to
you
me
this.
can you explain how they?
Hey,
how
says
they-
what said he ended that. Let me ask him this really quick.
Helio, what's that
What
mean? That you can and I cannot.
you can ask him another question after I ask him this question.
Why? Can I do
What
that
in the
before you
in the
interrupting me or after you
Jesus
interrupt?
Christ? Yes,
Can
after I ask him this question, he answers.
you
Then you
interrupting
can
me, I
ask him
can-
the next one.
After you interrupting me, I can ask me.
Shit. Hey, so when you were talking about the phases and why we see one side of one face of the moon, right? It's supposed to be a sphere in the sky. Why do we see one phase of it? Now, do you know the globe explanation for that? Bad boy, do you know that one?
Are you talking about phases or face? I didn't hear that one.
Both. But anyway, do you know the explanation why in the heliocentric model why we see one side of the moon and we don't see the other side from Earth?
It's just a common sense. It's not about going into the whole model or
No,
anything.
it's not. It's not
It's
just
just
common
something.
sense.
It's
No.
just something I observe, right? And you
All right.
observe at the
So
same
the
time.
answer is no. So the answer is no. You don't know why they claim that the reason we see one face of the moon because it's a sphere spinning around another sphere, right? But it's. I'm not going to give you the answer. How about you Google it? Just Google why do we see the same side of the moon? Do it real quick and tell us what you find. Why do we see one side of the moon all the time? Really easy. And this is really easy to figure out. I'm not going to give you the answer. Yeah, Sasha, I don't know who muted you, but I was just trying to say, hey, let me ask him that.
Oh, nobody muted.
Are you Googling it, bad boy?
But I wanted to ask the same.
No, I'm not. I'm just waiting for you to continue because I thought you were going to
No,
say
I
something
wanted
else.
you to Google why you only see one side of the moon in the heliocentric model from Earth. You're not going to do it? If you're not going to do it, then you're just wasting everybody's time here.
Well, if you insist on me doing it, I'll do it. Okay.
Do it now, or yes. I mean, why wouldn't you? Aren't you curious about what they say about what in the heliocentric model? Why we only see
All right.
one
Listen.
side of the Earth?
It's
of the
because
moon?
the moon spins on its axis once in precisely the same amount of time that it takes to orbit the Earth once that we only ever see on
All
one
right.
side of it.
Well, do you know what it's called?
Are we going to keep on asking me questions and not answering
Yes.
mine?
Yeah, because you were the one that brought up the initial argument or saying the moon had something to do with shape of Earth. Now, do you even know why you would see one side of the moon? I'm trying to not give you the answer, but all you have to do is just type in Google. Why do we see everyone on Earth see the same side of the moon? Just type it in Google, man, and it'll tell you. And give me the terms that it's called. Somebody's going to post it in the chat before. They're going to spoil this.
Oh, I'm sure as hell not.
What do they
This young
call
man
it?
has an attitude about the truth. He's going to get.
What do they
have to
call
recognize.
it? What do they call it?
They call it Goldilocks convenience. Oh, moon happens to be the same size in the sky. No. It's because it's exactly 400 times smaller than the sun. Really? Yeah, exactly 400, not 401 or 399. Yeah, exactly.
They say the
400.
moon is
Really? That's convenient. Not only that, we're going to see the same side of the moon all the time. Why is that? Oh, because of the way it's spinning. Wait, if it were spinning, we probably wouldn't see the same side. No. Don't worry about that. It's spinning just Goldilocks perfectly conveniently so that the story works. Yes.
and there's a term that they use to explain that. I'm just wondering if Bad Boy has guts enough to actually look it up and find out why they say it happens. Come
That's
on,
ridiculous.
Bad Boy, man. It's
They're
really,
just buying it hook, line, and sinker.
I could do it in 3 seconds, but I want you to do it. I want you to Google it.
It does. Okay, whatever. Let him learn.
Well, have you done it yet, Bad Boy? I can find it in 3 seconds on Google.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. Bad
All
Boy,
right.
you still there, partner?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Hold on. I got it. I got 5 seconds. I said 3 seconds, but I can, since he's not going to answer it because he's scared.
Can I say something?
Yeah, say something because this is
Grandpa
ridiculous.
Google's not going to save the day today, no, is it?
I spoke with Tony about 1 hour privately. The guy is cool, clever, from Bulgaria. He knows how to make software.
Sasha, you're quiet, buddy.
He knows. Hello?
That's better. Go ahead.
Go ahead, brother.
He knows, everything. He wants to save me from this flat earth thing. But the thing is, what I need to quote him. I don't want to speak about our private conversation, but the things what was how to say was I was like, oh my God, how you can even believe this? He said something like this. All these things, even if they are lying, that means if they are lying to us, if this is a lie, they are doing that for our goodness.
Because all the people that are in NASA and the government they have the public's best interests at heart.
Yeah,
always.
Of course they do.
Yeah, so when they're taking our money, they're doing it for our interest.
Yeah, that's also because that money, it's, I don't know for what is that money, but
Hey.
all aim it's to good for all people in general.
Real quick, what gets more research every year? Epilepsy or NASA?
For NASA taking more than video games and music together.
Yeah. So check this one out. What gets more research and money? Is it cancer or outer space? I could just go on and on and on, couldn't I?
All right, yeah. We before we move on, I gave him.
Oh yeah, look at the
another point.
Sorry, real quick. Yeah, look at the
Sure.
voice text, Helio. Helio's right. Look at the voice text, guys.
I want to hear Bad Boy's response since I gave him the answer since he didn't know it. What do you think about what I posted there?
That popcorn
What
ready.
do you think about that, Bad Boy? What do you think about this title locking? I gave the answer. It was very easy to find. What do you think about that, Bad Boy? Time for CB to go. Do, 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 do.
Looks like you just did it for us, partner. Doesn't that sound kind of like "Tip Me Over and Pour Me Out" at the end of?
It does. It does.
It's very similar.
I'm a little teapot. Yeah. Yeah, but it's not the same.
Tip me over and pour me out.
Yeah, the ending
So it's
is
like the same. Yeah.
Yeah, it is the same at the end. Yeah.
See, this is what we got, Globers. Y'all run away when we start holding you to task, and then we got to start singing about nursery rhymes and shit.
You know, you remember that was it Weird Al or somebody made a parody of Jeopardy? I Jeopardy, baby.
I don't know. That was choppy. Something happened with your mic.
No, I mean, it's the lyrics are, I lost on Jeopardy. I lost on Jeopardy, baby. Well, I mean, the original is, our love's in jeopardy. Our love is in jeopardy.
Oh,
Anyway.
got it.
Oh, yeah.
That's clever. He's such a clever old man.
Yeah, I think it's, dude, Weird Al's the shit. There's a documentary coming out with Weird Al, about Weird Al pretty soon. So I think I saw something about it.
Yeah, I saw that something about that too.
Yeah, I love Weird Al, man. He's
You know what's funny? Before I heard Michael Jackson's song "Bad," I heard "Fat." I heard "Fat" before I heard "Bad."
You know I'm fat. I'm fat.
Yeah.
Well, I can totally hear that.
It's so funny. I was like, this song rocks. And then my mom's like, it's actually a joke song. I'm like, no, this is a badass song. She's like, do you know what he's saying? I was like, not really. She's like, he's saying I'm fat. And I'm like, what does that mean? Why is he saying he's fat? And then she's like, well, because it sounds like this song. And then she played me Michael Jackson "Bad," and I was like, what? This song's even better. So I forgot the curly hair.
And then you listened to all of that whole fucking album, didn't you?
Dude, I listened to the whole. Yeah, both. Well, I didn't listen to all of Michael's. I didn't listen to all of Michael's as a kid. I just listened to that song over and over and over and over and over.
Thriller,
and danced to the video downstairs in the basement. Yes.
Thriller was the shit when it came out, bro.
Because this is Thriller. Sorry.
Everything about Thriller was awesome. And I didn't even find out about Jackson 5 until a little way after that. And dude, that little kid, and he wasn't the same person on Thriller or any subsequent albums, but bro, nobody could. How could a freaking 7-8-year-old sing like that? It's he's a prodigy, man. It's weird.
I couldn't tell you, man. Yeah, he was one of a kind.
I actually think like Michael Jackson was like the last prodigy kind of guy, in music or whatever.
Yeah.
I really enjoy like trance music, like from the 90s, from the 2000s, but like Michael Jackson's where it kind of ends, right?
Dude, go back and watch some of the Jackson 5 videos on YouTube, man. It will blow your freaking mind, bro.
I mean, as a proper zoomer, I have to listen to Night Court Michael Jackson, but it's seriously pretty good though. Some of his songs like sped up, a bit more high pitched. It's pretty good.
No, that's his real voice when he's a little kid, man.
Yeah, he's weird though. Like I'm gonna say that it's also like, yeah, he's a weird figure. Anyways, Helio, you mind if I ask Bad Boy one more question? Because like I'm gonna go.
Sure, but he hasn't been responding to our anything.
He's in the live stream voice text now.
Nah, he's like he's been a bit too formal, right? Like so it's like he's beating about the bush a little bit. Anyways, Bad Boy, would you mind clarifying why, like, since the moon landing ever happened, why would you say that the only thing that improved in space travel is really like how fancy ships look from the outside? But when we look at computers, that like went from one computer being as big as a room, as to like iPhones being better than all computers in the past combined. So like, why are there leaps in computers, but space travel is virtually stood still? And I'm not talking about like that we can shoot fancier rockets. No, it's like about the facts, like we just haven't been to the moon, So why is it that like space travel peaked back at the moon landing while computers peaked in 2022? How can you explain that?
What? Computers peaked at 2022? Who said that?
Well, I mean, they kind of did, right? Like, because each year's computers are a bit better than the previous years.
Computers are not even at peak yet.
No, I mean, like, up to now, historically speaking.
I wonder how you even know that, kid. Sorry, go ahead.
How do I know this? Because I'm a computer engineer, software engineer.
Oh, you misunderstood my question, Bad Boy.
Go ahead.
I meant that, like, up to now, computers, like, they get better every and every year. So, like, every year it's, like, the best year, so to speak. Up to now. I'm not saying they can't get better. Don't get me wrong. But how would you explain the discrepancy between like computers getting better and better every day, and yet the most important and I would say the simplest milestones in space travel, like going to the nearest body, which is the moon, that's like the simplest thing there is to do. It doesn't get more simpler. It doesn't have weird weather conditions. It's just a simple, globe, a simple rock to land on. Why has that stagnated?
You're asking why it hadn't happened since the Apollo missions? Is that right?
Yeah, just in general, why has space travel stagnated while pretty much all other fields of science have,
Well, I have my own reasoning about it. I don't know what they say, but
Okay.
the way I explain it is because during the time we went to the moon, there was the space race, right? So they were measuring dicks with Russia. So they wanted to prove to each
Measuring
other
what?
who's better, right? So my point is, I think there is nothing left to do on the moon. So that's the reason that they didn't go back to the moon, right? Because why would you want to explore further? It costs money. Do you know how much money it costs? So that's
I don't think
that's
it
the
costs
reason I
that
think.
much. I don't think it costs that much compared to other things, but that aside, let me just ask you this, right? Are you being honest with yourself? Like, is that the genuine answer? Like, that, comes straight out of your heart? Or is it more that you so hard believe in this globe model that you have to justify it?
This is 100% honesty, man. And before you interrupt, I want to add something else. I also ask myself another question which correlates to your question when you brought up computers. Like, technology for sure is advancing very fast, and we have a good peak of technology advancements. And I ask myself the question, why hasn't medicine advanced as much as computers, right? So it's basically the same question, right?
I wouldn't say. I would say that's wrong too, because 2022 is also like the peak medicine year up to now. I mean, I don't really remember any medicine things being lost, so to speak. However, when we look at space travel, then the technology for making a proper moon landing has definitely been lost. So I would say that medicine can go in the same bunch as computer science. It's progressing every year, but of course every field has a slower, rate. And also what Platter has been sent in there, you know that the processing power of the computer used to do the Apollo mission is actually like roughly the same as one Nintendo Game Boy, like those old school gray boxes. It's actually more powerful, than the computer they used back then. So it's a bit like comical, It's so incredibly bad that they cannot land at the moon. It's not, you cannot, okay, measuring dicks with the Russians, sure. That can explain stagnation for like 3 years, maybe 10 years.
Are you talking
But for 70, 80 years, bro?
Fuck.
And not
Are
only
you saying
that, they
measuring
said
dicks, bro? Hold on. Are you saying measuring dicks?
Yeah, that's what he said, that, like there was a contest
yeah,
with the
he
Russians.
said that.
Huh. Okay, I just want to make sure you said the word dicks. Alright, keep going, guys.
Damn, okay. Well, yeah.
Sorry.
So Bad Boy, do you think it's really like that we cannot recover technology which is guided or operated on a Game Boy? You think we cannot do that? Like that's something that's outside of the reach of NASA. And they get a bigger budget now, by the way, before you interrupt me. They get a bigger budget than any Russian space agency, you know that? Because NASA gets more in terms of like GDP or goods exported or whatever than Russia does. So if it was a contest or any kind of measuring, the Russians would have lost hands down right now. Like they wouldn't stand a chance, And still somehow neither party just cares to do it. So why?
Well, you should ask them, not me. I can only answer for myself, and I get what you're getting at with the computing power being very much old and ancient, comparing it to a Game Boy. And I'm pretty sure there are other explanations behind it. Just because I don't understand how exactly they did the Apollo missions, that doesn't mean it didn't happen, right? It's just because it's not on my field. Like it's just the same thing. Me talking to a football player. I don't know about this stuff. Sure, I can research, but still, that doesn't mean I'm gonna understand it or I'm gonna be able to play football, right? So I'm just expressing my opinion here, and I get where you're getting at. One more time with the technology being old and slow enough than current and modern computers, and it's fascinating to me, to be honest.
Yeah, and Bad Boy, just to continue on that note, suppose like money's on the line, because I think that you would act a bit different or reason differently if money were on the line, right? Like if I have 5 companies and they all show roughly the same, let's say, earnings to cost percentage, right? Like maybe some of them make like 110%, others make 90, whatever. And then there is this one company that reports like 70 trillion. Like the ratio is 70 trillion. Now, if you were to put your money, would you put your money on the company that reports the 70 trillion number? Because that's what we get here, right? If we put all the areas of science in one line, then they all report roughly the same constant, but still steady rate of progress, right? We've seen it with computers, we've seen it with medicine, and I bet if you were to name some other fields, we would also see this rate of progress, except space travel. This is like the odd one out. So if you were to bet money on whether it's real or not, right? Would you place your money on that field actually being legitimate or not? Would you do it?
Me personally, no.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll use my money for something else, but that doesn't mean like it's my money, right? So I decide where to put it. I'm sure
Sure.
somebody else will put their money to it, so it doesn't mean I have to.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying, right? It's just if you look at the facts as they're presented, it's a little bit, not so trustworthy. So it doesn't really help for the globe model that pretty much the only thing which is claimed to be like, we actually went to outer space and stuff, the only actual confirmation that anyone in the world could have gotten of outer space is riddled with these weird inconsistencies, right? If your model or your understanding of the world was correct, we would at least expect that whenever we look into it, that we find some consistent stuff, actually, like, well, you get what I'm saying, right? Like, life is not like video games. I mean, if I want to colonize space, it's easier for me to do so in a video game than in reality. Like, it's 2022, man, and there are no starships. We ain't a galaxy-spanning empire, right? There's no trade with the aliens going on, buddy. It's all not there, you feel me? So,
Absolutely, I know where you're getting at.
yeah.
I know what you mean.
And if you have to be honest, right, just make a call, okay? Just make a call right now. By 2050, do you expect the Earth to be like a space traveling, maybe like somewhere in a solar system? Do you expect it to be a space traveling civilization? Do you expect your kids to go into space, so to speak?
I'm not sure, to be honest. It's just speculation. My kids personally, I don't know, but other people with money and cash, I think by the end of 2050, we would be able to go. We would be able to go pretty much to the moon frequently if we wish to. That's my opinion. By the end of 2050.
You have to be realistic, right? In 28 years. Do you really feel like that? So the last 28 years, there has been zero progress in space travel, and you basically expect them to like crank it up many notches. But the last time that happened, there was like a conflict, right, between Russia and America. So would you then say that you also expect a very big, thing to like put America or some other superpower, on, like on the line? What do
No,
you expect will drive this gigantic change in attitude towards space travel?
demand. That's what's gonna be the reason for it. Demand. You
So
know.
why isn't it driving it right now? We have companies like SpaceX, we have agencies like NASA. So why do you think that not a single company, like let's say Shell or some fossil fuel company, is lobbying? Why isn't that going on? Why is no one pushing right now for space travel?
Because it's not a real place that you can go to.
I mean, that's what I was about to get to, because yeah. But what I want to hear it from Bad Boy. Bad Boy, why is there why are no space stocks? I mean, 28 years ahead, you know, if we knew right now that there was a company which was about to go and do, let's say, moon mining for this demand, as you say, right? Wouldn't you try to find this company? It's going to be like Bitcoin, but times 10,000 right now, right? What would you say, Bad Boy? Would you be willing to, like, you know, go out there tomorrow and check if there is any promising company which is gonna mine the moon or whatever? Fuck, I'm tired.
I'm not sure exactly if your question is for the public, for the people to actually go out there by the end of 2050, or in general, like people who have that type of jobs, like astronauts and etc.
No,
Right?
actually, I think
Are you
made it
talking
more
about the
general.
public?
You made it more general. You said rich people, so I think you like mean high class. You know, like what is it, like above 200K a year or something? That's what you're getting at. That they would be able to go to the moon if they wanted to. That's kind of what you hinted at, right? Or I'm not sure what you mean by rich. Maybe you can clarify.
I mean, it's not going to be for the public, obviously, for certain sets of reason. At this point of time, at least, in my opinion. You know, just think about it and consider it the way they describe it is. It's hard and complicated, right? You have to. Sometimes even rockets collapse. It's a rocket science, and it's you know what I mean. But my point is, I'm pretty sure not for the public, but by the end of 2050, perhaps we're gonna have a leap in terms of technology, and we're gonna be able to explore further and easier, if I can express
Wait,
myself that way.
How old are you going to be in 2050? How old are you going to be in 2050?
Well, somewhere around, I don't know, 60.
Yeah, in your 60s, right? Or
Okay.
if not, you know, damn near your 70s.
Sure.
So if you're damn near your 70s, so you're in your 70s, let's say 60 years. In other words, you're going to be an old man. So, like, what I'm trying to say is, you know, don't you think it would be in your best interest to figure out if the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space with some other method before you get to that age?
I don't want to figure out the shape of the Earth by that age via this method. No, I don't want to do that. I was talking about exploration,
with
not
another
confirming the shape of the Earth.
Well, yeah, but my point is since you're not going to go to the vacuum of space, you're not anticipating that you're going to go to the vacuum of space, wouldn't you say that you should go about another method to determine the surface of the Earth, whether it's curving or not?
I don't want to determine it. I know it for myself, you know.
How do you know it?
The only
Okay,
reason
so you're saying you know it's a ball, right? You're trying to say you know it's a ball, the Earth?
I haven't seen it from space, so...
Bad boy, don't say that, because I know the Earth is a triangle. It's a triangular prism, and I know that. So why would you call it a sphere?
You see, it sounds silly
Why not?
if you don't have anything to back it up with, bad boy.
And you don't need it.
It's a potato.
Bad boy.
By the way,
Wait, Orion, can I go really quick, because like I'm seriously gonna go after this one. Like, I really will. Bad boy, just one last thing, just to consider this, right? You're telling me, like, by 2050 you expect a leap in technology for unknown reasons, but sure, if that's what you expect, then I'm okay with it. But the last time we had a leap in technology, let's say around the internet age, right? Or maybe the smartphone age, I think those are two pretty big points in time, right? And neither of them had anything to do with space travel. Because we didn't go to the moon when we got internet, and we also didn't visit it again when we got smartphones. So I think that even like the metaverse became a thing by 2050, and we all were like in virtual reality or had some crazy reality altering powers, I still don't think it would correlate to anything space travel related. That's at least what I make up of what we've seen in history so far. So I wouldn't be so quick to say technology leads to space travel, because it doesn't. It has never led to that in science. The only thing, according to you, is conflict between superpowers. So we also have that right now, wouldn't you say? Like a bit with Ukraine and America going on in Russia, and space travel. Nope, nobody cares. Nobody cares to stick it to the Russians. We didn't go to space in the past few years. Like to the moon. So that's a pretty big problem, man. I'd reconsider your standpoint, because I don't think you make a very strong impression in with the current defending the globe, right?
I'm not defending the globe. That's not my point. And I understand what you're saying, but to me, it's obvious why.
It sounds a bit weak, man. I think there is honor in accepting that you were wrong and just coming to the right side. So I would just say, like, listen a bit more to what people say here, but you're not, let's say, convincing anyone. That's not because it's an echo chamber. It's because the more we look into these details, into space travel, into the globe model itself, there are all kinds of inconsistencies, bro. I'm telling you, bro. It's riddled with holes. So try to keep an open mind, okay? And don't stick to a model. That's never good, eh? You gotta try out different things, different solutions, and discard what doesn't work, right? Have a good night, anyways. Thanks for the convo, bad boy.
Take care, man.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Thank you too, guys, for listening. Yo, good night.
Hey, so bad boy, if you were to want to know the dimensions of your dining room table, would you take a yardstick and press it directly up against the table and directly measure it? Or would you suspend yourself from the ceiling above it and just kind of hold the yardstick out in front of your eye and just kind of guess with the yardstick holding it in front of you and the table far below you? Would you just guess what the dimensions of the table are? Which one would you do? Which one is more sensible to you?
Hey, Ryan, don't take this the wrong way, but I heard you talk like recently, the previous days. You were pretty active in the VC, and I'm under the impression that you like to talk when there are globers here, and you like not to debate. I think you like to argue with people for some reason. It's just my impression. You do this. I don't know for what reasons, but you seem to like arguing, and you seem to like debating.
Well, okay, that's lovely and all, but do you have any answer to my question? Do you think my question's unreasonable? If you do, say why.
Because I don't think it's an important question, to be honest.
Well, yeah, but it has to do with what you were just talking about a minute ago. I was going to go and show you the connection after you answer the question.
No, if I'm allowed to, and I'm not jumped at by people, I would gladly explain my point of view because it's mine. You don't have to accept it, of course, but I can just express my opinion on it, on why stuff is happening, and I could explain the questions the guy recently who left asked, with why haven't we gone to the moon for that time, and all of the things he said. I have pretty good explanation about everything, and if you go
And
back
how'd you
in
get
history,
that? Did you work for him?
Wait,
during the
hold on,
time,
dude.
or-
Before you go on to whatever tangent you're talking about that has nothing to do with what I asked, can you answer my question? It was a pretty simple question. So, would you hold a yardstick directly up against your dining room table, or would you hold it away from the table and just look at the yardstick and then look at the table and guess what the dimensions of the table are? How would you determine the dimensions of your table? Which one?
If I want to determine the dimensions of my table, to be honest, and I'm lazy as fuck, I'm just gonna take my iPhone, which has this pretty neat sensor on the back of it, and it has measure tool, and it's pretty accurate. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's fine enough for me. And if I want to go and take the real
All
dimensions
right,
of that
here,
table,
buddy, can you
no,
answer
don't
within the
interrupt. Don't
dichotomy?
interrupt. Listen, if I want to
Yeah,
take
but I didn't
the
give you a
actual,
third option.
no, I
I'm
don't
not,
care
I'm not
about the
including a
options.
third
You're
option.
asking me. No, you're asking me how I'm gonna measure my table. So I'm not considering your options. I'm gonna do it myself, right? So I'm telling you how I'm gonna do it. Or if I want to be accurate, if I want to know the exact measurements of my table, I'm gonna use a ruler. That's all.
Okay, yeah. So is a ruler the most accurate way?
The only thing I can think of right now, perhaps there are some tools that are based off rulers, and you can get the exact measurements. But I'm gonna use a ruler myself.
Okay. Yeah, so you would use it because it's, again, my question still stands. Is a ruler the most accurate way, yes or no? Question mark.
I don't know.
Really? That's weak. That is really weak. The answer is yes. You shouldn't be afraid to say yes to that. The answer is fuck yes. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make with this is that if you want to measure the Earth, it would make more sense to do it directly as opposed to going really far away from it and then looking at it.
Great. Have you measured Earth so far?
No, but the Globers say they have.
No, as a matter of fact, I have not. But you know what? I have no reason to doubt that it's flat. Can you tell me any reason at all to doubt that it's flat? A good reason?
I'm not here for the argument, my friend.
You're not here for the argument. So in other words, no,
Wow.
you cannot give me any reason at all to doubt that the Earth is flat. Well, thank you very much.
You're just projecting your thoughts, but go ahead. It amuses me, so that's fine.
Projecting my thoughts? Are you retarded? What's wrong with you?
I'm gonna have to say that you mind your language, okay?
Yeah, whatever, dude. As long as you're going to say things that are nonsensical, I'm going to point out that you're saying things that are nonsensical. Those last two sentences that you just said were nonsensical.
Look. I'm gonna give you a photograph, okay? I'm gonna give you a reason for yourself since you call me retarded, right? 1 sec.
I didn't call you retarded. I asked you if you were retarded.
Either way, okay. Everybody's retarded in their own way, man. Retarded just means slow. We don't have to throw names and stuff around. So, Bad Boy, why do you want to believe this? Why do you want us to keep believing the globe narrative and the lies and stuff? Why do you want to do that?
Check the VC voice text, Orion. You see that photo?
Okay.
Are you the most? What is this supposed to be?
It's
Well,
your photo, Orion.
well, it doesn't measure completely flat, to be honest. You should take a better picture.
So quick question, Bad Boy, quick yes or no question. Is this a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, yes or no? No. The answer is no. And you are demonstrating yourself to be, I think, something worse than retarded by doing this.
Speak for yourself, man.
Yeah, sure.
Bad boy, you talked about this being a two-way conversation. When are you going to start asking us some questions?
Well, that's a pretty good question, by the way. The problem is, it's not exactly an open forum here, and people attack me all the fucking time. So, even if I ask a question, this guy Ryan, he just gets off by by arguing with people and debating.
It's,
You know, I can't
life's
answer.
tough.
I can ask any question because this is not a genuine conversation in my eyes. I have had conversations with people in here, even people from this. Who are currently in the VC. We were talking in private, and to be honest, the conversation was much better than being in the VC because I think it was genuine. We had a really nice conversation, and we weren't debating or anything. We were just talking, expressing our view, and that's it. But in here, for some reason, I don't think I can ask any questions without getting mocked at or without getting into an argument. Even if I wanted to know for real, and I wanted to ask some questions to you guys, that's the reason I'm not asking anything, even though I want to.
It's kind of
What
funny
you just
language
said
coming
was
from someone
weird.
calling himself bad boy, right? It's kind of ironic. Bad boy.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
funny
you
because
should
you're
see me in
focusing on
real
feelings,
life.
bad
I'm
boy.
really bad, man.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. So listen, how can we help you then? Because if you're not here to learn from us, what are you here to do?
I'm here to hang out with you and meet new people. Simple as it is.
Okay, well, but you're gonna stay on the wrong side of information. Then you're gonna still believe in the globe narrative and all that.
Just because you think it's the wrong side, that doesn't
No,
mean
it's a yes or no.
it isn't.
It was a yes or no question. So you are or you're not going to stay on the wrong side of things, i.e., the globe narrative. Yes
Yeah.
or no? Okay, good. See, there you go. That was honest and that was easy. See, I say wrong side of things because I've looked into it more than you, and I found out that the Earth does not reflect the globe narrative. I found that out, man. I know it. It's knowledge. You can know that too. That's all I'm trying to say. But you got to be honest with yourself.
There's a lot of places to make friends, have conversation about all kinds of things. But here, I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, some people are going to ask you questions about the things that you believe, and if you're not going to, decently attempt to support what it is that you believe or what you think, then it's going to go rough for you. We're not attacking you. We're asking you what you think, how you think, what you believe, and how that all works. And you don't want to do that. You just kind of want to turn around and, throw a dart in our direction with really no reason, I guess. So until you can find a way to kind of properly explain your position, we're going to have a hard time communicating with you about this particular topic. I mean, you can go to your favorite color server. I'm sure plenty of friends over there. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. Because you guys have this conversation with many people who are on the globe side, so you're not doing anything new. So this is according to you, right? And when there are no globers in here, you should, guys, in my opinion, talk about your these beliefs. I mean, because you don't agree with each other on a lot of stuff. Some of you guys believe there is a dome. Some of you guys don't. And a lot of many examples. So you should, guys, be talking to each other about those problems and figure out.
Wait. What makes you think we don't? Bad boy. What makes you think we don't do what you just described? Because to the best of my knowledge,
it's okay to disagree.
We do that. Like bad boy, we do what you just described.
It's based on my participation in here, and for weeks I haven't heard anyone talking about it. Okay.
Once again, vague. I don't know.
Critical of each other, bad boy.
Yeah, listen. Humans don't all agree on everything all the time when they sit around and talk about a subject that they happen to agree on, okay? Just because we agree that it's flat, stationary, and enclosed, let's just say flat. Let's just say it measures flat against the globe math, right? It's not a globe. I believe that's why most of us are here. It's not a globe. Now, we don't have to agree on religion. We don't have to agree on anything, even gravity and shit like that, right? Because if we all agree on the one thing, that's why we come together and talk. And I'll leave it here. It's very unhealthy if everybody agrees with everybody all the time. That's a scary moment to be in. Thanks.
So bad boy, this is called having a conversation about the conversation, and it's not what we like to do around here for any more than like 1 or 2 minutes at a time, if at all. Like we try to avoid it. So let's go back to the conversation and try to avoid having a conversation about the conversation. So the conversation is the Earth being flat. Like, what's up with that? Is there any curvature to be measured?
Sure. Well, I actually want to back up a little bit, if I may, just because I was listening to what you guys were saying and talking to Bad Boy. He's still here. Now, Bad Boy disagrees with us. He doesn't necessarily know why, because, we've talked about information that I don't know, he probably could comprehend it if he took enough time. But it's like, how many people hang out with people that disagree with them and in a room where it's just like, I just wanted to get to know, that's what he said. I just want to hang out and get to know people. And
this is the place on Earth to talk about Earth, right?
It is
low people and Earth people are welcomed here, right? So
sure, yes. I get that, but I just wonder, the psychology of someone that was just like, I disagree with you and I want to learn, but the conversation that Bad Boy had so far, he's totally just like obfuscating every single point we make and not saying something that's coherent, as far as I can tell.
Again, let's not try to have a conversation about the conversation. Let's try to have a conversation, not a conversation about a conversation. Those are boring.
Yeah, let's have a coherent talk. Bad Boy, if you're truly curious about why people think the Earth is flat, listen to the conversation and then respond in kind. When we post information about it, on globe or flat side, look at the information, say, oh, that's really interesting, instead of just be like, it seems like he's saying, well, you guys can't be right about this because everybody already knows it's a globe.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's up, Talos?
The sky. A physical barrier of some kind.
Sky's up, the ground is down.
All right. I actually learned something new, a few days ago, about the globe and Earth. I don't know how to I don't know how to say it, but I don't know.
So what did you learn if you don't know how to explain what you learned?
So I will try to explain it. So my physics teacher, he said, I asked him if he thought the Earth was flat, like flat or a globe. And he said it was a globe. So I was like, okay, it's why do you think it's a globe? So he said that there are two things that humans can do while being on the ground to prove it's a globe. And he said that if people were go to a different area on the planet, if one person could go to, let's say, California, one person went to Kenya, one person went to France, they all put down a stick, and that stick was in the ground, facing the sky. The sun would and the sun could cast a shadow in a different angle for all the sticks. So let's say the stick in France could be facing, let's say, right, and the stick in Kenya could be facing left. That is how he said that we could prove the Earth is a globe, because in certain areas the sun's facing a different way, while in other areas other areas it's facing a different way. But that's not in my words, it's in his words.
Yeah, so did he say that a guy, did he tell you that a guy named Eratosthenes
was tested?
You can do
That's the
something very similar, like in a room. You can put a stick on one side of the room and a stick on the other side of the room and a stick on the other side of the room, and you can get shadows and measure the angles. Yeah.
Hey, you know,
Yeah, you
know,
can
my
do that
living
with
room,
like on your ceiling.
my living room has different length shadows. Is it a ball?
What? Oh my God! There's so much. There's so much going on. Just
Yeah,
like one person at a time.
yeah. Okay, I'll just say my living room has different length shadows. Is it a ball?
So like no, like not length, like angles. Like
no, that's what I. This is
angles.
why I was trying to. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I've got different shadow angles in my room too.
Okay, cool.
Different directions.
Is it a ball?
But
Totally low.
yo, bro, do you hear me trying to get in?
Yeah, I hear you.
Barely. You're coming through real quiet.
Yeah, man, you're like.
Okay, now that you've acknowledged that you hear me, chill out.
Okay.
So my response is everyone else gave their 2 cents, right? I'm trying to do that too. You talked about direction. Everybody else is worried about Eratosthenes and all this shit you didn't say. But what you did talk about was direction. Well, azimuth is not a. Azimuth doesn't tell you the shape of something.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the answer to the guy. What do you mean by the azimuth? Different azimuths determining the shape of the earth.
Dude, you're like
He's
really
talking about,
brother.
he's talking about the direction of the sun, right? 3 different locations.
Yep.
So yeah, that's an azimuth. But how the hell would that prove that observing the sun is at whatever azimuth that you do observe it? How does that prove it's a sphere? Did he tell you?
It's hard for me to like hear you, bro. Like you're like
Yeah.
very tough to me. Like if someone could like ask me in like the chat or like someone who has like a more clearer mic could ask me in VC like what he's trying to say.
He's
That's
asking
my best.
how does that exactly how does the fact that these create different angled shadows prove that the earth is a ball? Because you can put 3 sticks on a flat desk, put a light above the desk, and create 3 different angled shadows on a flat desk. Is that flat desk a ball? No, it is not.
No. It's like I think here's why. Because like on a
But it
flat
can work on a flat desk, so how do you know it works on a so how does that make it a ball? Period.
show me like picture of like 3 sticks on a flat desk and like have like shine a light over it. Because just want to see
But did he show you with the actual like where we live on did he show you with the planet? Or did he just tell you?
He told me.
So he didn't actually do an experiment. He just told you.
Here, I'll ask him like where he found it off, and I'll like.
Oh, so he didn't even do an experiment. He just told you.
Yes, he just told me.
Oh, so okay.
Now, Now, so here's the thing: he can be right or wrong. Like he can either be right, like or wrong.
That's right. Everybody can be right or wrong all the time.
It's not like it's not until you go like it's not until like go and like go look it up for yourself until you find out.
No, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you
my
mean.
goal for the rest of this week is to find out where he found that. And like if there's like a site I could go on, I'll look it up. I'll try my best, and I'll come back with you guys with an answer. Okay.
Yeah,
Dude,
just
awesome.
look up Eratosthenes, and you'll find out where they came up with that. Yeah, Eratosthenes.
No,
or just some people. Eratosthenes. Well, I mean, is that how Neil says it?
He won't find it if he spells it wrong. He'll find it anyway. But yeah.
Eratosthenes.
I just posted a video where Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a renowned astrophysicist, he explains how it's possible on globe and flat in that video I just posted.
Mm-hmm. All right, I got you, brother. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. I'm just like bringing up like a new argument for you guys to talk about, but I'll look up for some sources when I ask him because I do want to go into more like go into more like depth about it.
Well, you definitely have a better attitude than the last guy we were talking to.
Yeah, I'm a bit new. Like I don't really have an opinion because I'm young, but I just come here to just hear you guys talk.
Cool.
How did you find out the server?
I literally just went on the internet, hooked up Flat Earth, like like Flat Earth on like for like servers, and I joined it. And I joined this one because it was like the most popular one, like 20K members, like crazy.
Yeah. We've been here for, this server for like 4 years, and we had another server for a couple years before that. It's pretty much the same server. So, yeah, we've been here for a long time.
I don't know when I joined, but I joined like a few days ago, I think. Like, was it? I don't know. Not gonna lie.
That doesn't matter.
I'm still considered new, I think.
Yeah, if you've only been here for a few days, that's new.
Yeah, I remember you, man. You had a pretty in-depth talk with Helio. I can't imagine that he doesn't remember you.
Yeah, no surprise. I mean, when you talk to hundreds of people, it's hard to remember.
But I'll ask him to go into more depth about it because, like,
that's a really good thing. I mean, because that's a lot of times when you come into this discussion, that's the first one that you're going to have is about the sticks and shadows and wells and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, just look into that. Right at first, and if your teacher told you that that's proof of a globe, it's something maybe you should look into.
I will look into it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yep. Like, I trust my teacher that he says that, but I trust him to tell him where he found the where he found the information.
I bet he can't tell you, but I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to say I don't know the man, or woman, whoever said it. But
I live in like New Jersey, so we have some competent teachers here, I guess.
I'm not saying teachers are incompetent, but they're as much influenced by indoctrination as we all are. So,
like, New Jersey's like the top state in education in the country, like top 3, and like Massachusetts,
awesome.
Like Pennsylvania.
That's where you live?
Yeah, New Jersey.
Well, that makes sense. You're a smart guy.
Oh no, bro, I'm not. I'm an idiot.
Nope, not at all.
Don't let anybody tell you that.
Chemistry. Like, I'm the worst at geometry and chemistry, bro. I'm awful.
So what?
Like the periodic table? Nah.
Right, exactly. Who cares, though? Do you really want to know about all that stuff?
Helium makes your helium all.
Okay, so learn a lot about helium because helium is interesting. Heliocentric helium. What's that?
All that helium doesn't is make your voice high pitched. Okay, that's all.
I love it. See, you are smart, man. You're smart. So don't let anybody tell you you're not.
I'm going to tell you you're dumb or anything like that. No. You actually proved you're smart by coming in here and asking these questions. So it's all good.
Yep.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, man.
People thought I was a troll, like when I joined the server, because they saw me as like a Glober, and I came in and I was like the only one speaking.
No, we get so many trolls, you can imagine. So everyone here is, kind of, yeah.
We do our best. At least I do my best to try to give people the benefit of a doubt. But it's like we've had so many trolls, so many nasty trolls, that it's like I don't want to do guilty until proven innocent. But a lot of times it's just like a natural instinct to do that anyway.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to be a certain way, but it's just we've had people threaten people's lives. We've had people lose jobs because the Globers went after them for no reason. Like, it's bad. So hopefully that sheds a light on a little bit of it. Some of these people really come after us in our whole lives, not just disagree with us and call us names online.
Well, I can imagine someone getting like swatted over this. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised about that. Like,
well, it's just like if someone doesn't like you because you're a flat earther, they're gonna try to find out who you are and then try to get some dirt on you, and that's bullshit. Like, what flat earther would ever do that to a glober? Like, you got to be fucking kidding me. So that's the kind of stuff we've had to put up with in the past. Yeah.
Like,
hey, Thanos, or Thalos, I have a suggestion for you. You should ask your teacher if he knows of any time that anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
It's a good idea.
To demonstrate that it's a ball.
I'll ask him. Yeah, I'll ask him. Yeah, like he does. I don't like. So he's a freshman teacher, bum and sophomore. But like every lunch period, he usually like would like guard the exits. That way, kids won't go upstairs because that's where all the classes are. I'll just like talk to him by there, and that's why I found out about the whole like stick and shadow thing. So I'll ask him if he's there tomorrow, because today he was not here today. Because usually I go over to talk about hockey and stuff over there, because we're both hockey fans. So usually I'll ask him.
Hey, when you talk to him when he's guarding the entrance or exit or whatever, don't tell him you've been talking to flat earthers. Just ask him some of these questions that we're asking you to ask him.
Yeah,
if you say flat Earth, he's gonna shut down.
Yeah, I won't.
I have a slightly different suggestion.
Maybe
feel free to say the words flat Earth to him, but ask him 3 questions first. Ask him the first question I told you. Ask him if he has a direct measurement of curvature to demonstrate the Earth is a ball. Then ask him if he has a direct measurement of axial rotation to demonstrate the Earth is spinning. And then ask him if he has a demonstration of gas pressure without a container to demonstrate that gas pressure without a container can exist, due to gravity.
Yeah, you don't have to say flat Earth to ask those questions. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
If he thinks I'm going to ask those complex questions, then he's going to think I'm either on drugs or I've been speaking to higher people.
That might be true, but
yeah, but just keep in mind, Thalos, that they are perfectly reasonable questions. They're making the positive claim. Your teachers in school are making the positive claim and telling you as a fact that the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. They're telling you it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and they say that gas pressure is caused here on Earth due to gravity. So asking them those 3 questions it's more than reasonable. In fact, it's actually unreasonable to not ask those questions.
I'll try my best to find an answer. If you can, DM me your questions, because I will forget.
Hey, just listen.
Yeah, I can do that.
Listen here long enough, you'll know. You'll know what to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't if there was one person who I would trust with talking about the flat Earth, it's the physics teacher, because they talk about gravity, they they talk about all that stuff. Physics teachers are the number 2 source of asking about all that stuff, because they know all the equations, they know all the gravity stuff.
We've talked to many physicists in this server, and other flat earthers have talked to physicists from all across the world.
Yeah, man,
on different platforms. So the information's out there. So it's not.
Do you think that just because they're physicists and they got these letters behind their name that they are telling you the truth all the time? Is that what you think?
I would hope so.
Well, you're going to be very surprised to find out different.
Well, once I look into it, then I'll be surprised then.
You'll be surprised if you do ask those 3 questions to your physics teacher that Orion brought up. He's not really going to have his answer is going to be gravity, of course. But
well, time will tell.
We'll see. We'll see. And I appreciate you being here, Dallas. And you sound like a smart kid, and there's all kinds of stuff to learn.
Yeah, man.
And nobody here is trying to convince anyone of a truth, or convince people the Earth is flat. We're here having a conversation. We'll give our opinion on how we came to our conclusions, and so then you just run with it, however you do it.
Yeah.
We just want everybody to understand, both sides of the argument, or maybe there's 3 or 4 sides to the argument. You just come to your conclusion after you learn the information. It's not nobody here's trying to convince or convert anyone. So good stuff.
Yeah. Whew. I'm getting some water right now. I'm thirsty, bro.
Don't drink flat water.
Don't drink flat water. Somebody said.
Distilled water?
Yeah, distilled water is okay to drink.
Still, it's alright, but flat, no.
I'm drinking ice water because ice and water is the best thing ever created.
Wait, ice water, would that be just melted water? Or melted ice turns into water?
Well, I like cold water. Best water.
All right, you put ice in a glass and then pour the water over top of it, and then you
Yes.
drink it. So it's not ice water, it's just water.
I also like to chew on the ice afterwards because, it's like the long-term effect of being satisfied.
Yeah, I like to crunch on the ice, while I'm drinking the water or tea or whatever I'm drinking.
Yeah, I like crushed ice. Like I will crush up ice and I'll put it in a glass and I'll make a drink. Yeah, like making a drink.
Yeah, I do too. I enjoy that as well. It's refreshing.
So what contains the oceans? Water.
Water doesn't. Who said that?
Shorelines. The shoreline contains it.
Oh, yeah. My bad. What keeps it in? What keeps it
No,
staying?
somebody said water as the answer. No, water doesn't.
I thought I heard what does the ocean contain? That's how I heard it. That's how I read it.
Well, the water contains fish, and whales, and sharks, and plankton, and all that kind of stuff. If you're talking about the ocean, that's what's in the water.
He said what contains the oceans. And then I heard someone say water.
That was me.
Water contain the oceans. Oh, it was you. You said that, which is kind of redundant. How can water contain itself? I don't even know what that means.
I told him the shorelines contain it.
There you go. All right.
The Earth itself. Earth.
It's just like some people claim that gas can contain itself.
Do you guys think that the moon affects tides, or do you guys don't think that?
It's been proven that it doesn't, because
it doesn't.
No,
nobody knows.
Well, I can't say it hasn't been.
Well, it's pretty much
been proven that it doesn't. I'm just saying there's no correlation that's been proven.
What causes the waves then? What causes waves? Momentum of the water moving? How is it
If I told you that it was the Earth breathing, would you believe that?
No way.
Why not?
I think that the Earth breathing would be like something in like the core that's like maybe like a volcano or something like the Earth trying to relieve something.
Okay.
Because puddles are too small.
What causes the oceans to move is currents, storm surges. There's storms, always wind blowing, all that kind of stuff. And there's ocean currents. So the oceans are constantly moving because there's ice cold water in the northern regions and in the southern region. And in the middle, it's warm. And anytime you mix cold and warm water, when they come together, the water starts to move and mix, causes the currents to start flowing around because they want to mix and exchange with one another.
And so not to mention what happens, with the sun, the effect of the sun. So, yes, it's the earth breathing. I mean, that's what I call it, but because earth is alive.
It's alive?
Yes.
Yeah. Somehow. You put the seed and it's growing.
Yeah, the Earth's a big boy.
Where do you think we came from?
No one knows. No one was alive to see us be created.
The water
so I don't.
Big.
No, sure, we don't know for a fact how it all started, but we can extrapolate from what we observe here on Earth. Some really cool
globe Earth logic to make an idea, but I can't be for sure as to how anything happened.
Nobody else can either, so that's where religion comes from.
Because exactly, exactly.
And but a lot of people think science, they say like Big Bang theory, all that kind of stuff. They think that's not religion. That's the origin of the universe. But that's really atheism. They're trying to explain how everything that we experience as intellectual human beings, that's their explanation of creation. Yeah. So it's still another creation story. I just don't think it's true.
I always trust science because science, they all focus on the same thing. Like if you were to read, follow Christianity, they follow and do so many things that like half of their thing don't even look at how it was created. Like I trust science because they there's a field of scientists that research that specific topic, and that's
that field of science, they literally create particles to account for inconsistencies in their equations.
Yes.
That's literally how they do their research. They create particles out of thin air, and then when there's more inconsistencies, they create more particles to account for their inconsistencies. That's how they do it. I went to university for this shit. I studied it. Also, all this quantum mechanics and string theory stuff, it comes from the not from the Kabbalah. It's like the Tamar or something like that. It's not atheism. It's some Zionist shit.
I don't follow. Yeah, I don't.
Zohar?
Something like that.
Yeah, I think it's the Zohar.
Isn't that the Talmud?
Yeah. The Talmud. That's it. The Talmud.
Mm-hmm. That's what they say, at least. I don't know.
Oh,
yeah, I don't really follow.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really follow.
As far as the Talmud saying that, go ahead. But I'm not going to get into that. Go ahead.
Do you know what the term pseudoscience means?
Me?
Yeah.
Like fake science, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How much do you think there's any of that going around?
Yeah, definitely.
You're damn right there is. One heck of a lot of it.
I don't know exactly what kind of fact pseudoscience, but
like the Big Bang is pseudoscience because there's no evidence. Nobody witnessed it. Nobody, it's just they just made stuff up to account for the Big Bang. They say that we formed from a single speck and it blew up, created everything in the universe from a
God rocking, they have math that backs it up, though, right?
Yeah, well, not necessarily for the Big Bang. I don't think they do. They don't have math for that.
I don't think so either. But I was just making, saying this is why they think it's true, because
Right.
they have the math to back it up.
They don't have math for the Big Bang. All that.
Yeah, they do. I mean, where do you think freaking relativity, Einstein's theory of relativity, comes from? It only exists on a chalkboard.
Exactly.
Keep in mind, it's not to say that everything that people say that's incorrect falls under the category of pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is when somebody says something that's incorrect and doesn't follow. Well, actually, to be more specific, doesn't follow the scientific method, but is presenting it as if it does follow the scientific method. That's pseudoscience, which would be astronomy and a lot of different things that they may refer to as sciences, but when they don't follow the scientific method, but they refer to it as science or present it to you and call it science, then that makes it pseudoscience. So the fact that they actually call it science when in fact it's not, that's what by definition makes it pseudoscience.
And the reason that it is pseudoscience is because you can't physically test it
or verify it anyway.
Yeah, physically meaning, you can touch it, you can measure it from on Earth. I mean, you can make all kinds of stories about the heavens. I mean, and people have for thousands of years. I mean, look at how many different religions there are based on, what we observe in the heavens. Now, and they had, these master masons, which we're not going to get into that. But I mean, all magicians, there's different names for people that are supposed to be the wise people that are, to all the kings and everything, it's still happening. We just call it something else now. No, with all the advisors to the president, all that kind of stuff. All the advisors, it's like, hey, Mr. President, or Madam President, or whatever, this way. That's really more. It's always been more political than factual, because it's based on religion, and it's really a method of mind control. And I'm done with my spiel. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. You guys have at it.
I think I'm just going to stay out of this one.
Yeah, maybe I dumped too hard on the teenager. My bad.
I didn't even hear anything because I was talking in live stream voice chat. How do you play ice hockey if the world is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour? Well, because we're moving with the Earth. It's like being on a jump.
I'm glad he didn't hear what I said.
So how do helicopters stay floating in the air for hours in the same spot?
Ladder. If you're on a train and you jump, you don't go flying and kill yourself because you travel with the train. So if you jump on Earth, then you will jump with the Earth, and not you won't be the Earth will not catch you. You travel with the Earth.
Yeah, but how come if you're in a helicopter and you're just hovering over the air and the Earth's rotating, then how come you don't rotate with the Earth if the Earth is rotating?
Because you're with the Earth.
Yeah, but my question is, if you're in a helicopter,
I know what you're saying.
You're hovering over, and the Earth is rotating. Then how can you possibly be in the same spot if the Earth is rotating?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah.
And on a flat, non-rotating Earth, what happens What happens when you jump? Nothing, because you're not like rotating.
That's what happens when you jump anyway, isn't it? You go outside and jump. What happens? Nothing.
Also, Platter, you want to know something funny? I actually play ice hockey. And I had a practice today. I just got home from my ice hockey practice. Yeah, I love hockey. I live, breathe, and eat hockey, bro. Like, I love hockey.
Hey, so if you jumped on a flat, non-rotating surface, what would happen then?
On a flat, non-rotating surface.
Yeah, what would happen?
Nothing.
Exactly. So what happens when you jump on a spinning ball now?
On
Nothing?
a spinning now? Well,
yeah.
It depends.
You're spinning, you jump, nothing happens?
Yeah, well, keep jumping all day. How many times do you have to jump until you see yourself move if the Earth is really rotating?
It doesn't make any sense.
So even no matter how big the Earth is, there's a certain amount of times you can jump in the air to a point where you could see yourself move if the Earth is rotating.
We're moving at the same speed of the rotating Earth.
Yeah, but when you're in the air, you're not rotating with the Earth because you're not on the reference frame. So what I'm saying is, if you jump repeatedly in the same spot, you will notice yourself being in a different spot on the ball because you're, as the ballers say, it is rotating.
That's a good point. But
yeah,
the only
it's not moving. Or it's not moving.
Logical reasoning I can say is you have to reach a certain speed to manipulate where you are on the rotating Earth. That's my idea. Because
so what is this magical speed, and how did you find this magical speed that you have to go at?
Like to orbit the Earth like at a free pace. That's my guess. Like I don't know. It's a really good.
We're not talking about orbit though.
I don't know, man. Like that's a really good point. You're also going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, and you're chasing the sun to Milky Way. Well, Platter, we're also moving with the Milky Way. Like, we're also moving with the sun. Like, the sun is what keeps the solar system intact in the globe Earth society because the sun has the most mass, and it keeps us like where it sits.
Are you sure it's not the sky that's just rotating?
Well, if the clouds didn't move, then I don't.
I mean the heavens.
The heavens? Oh, I wish heavens really existed, bro. Dude, do you feel real?
The heavens, not heaven. The heavens, like this up in space, dude.
Are the clouds spinning with the Earth too? Yeah.
Never mind.
Like if it does spin, Platter. So, in the Global Society, they explain why the molten iron core is magnetic sense, the beyond Curie point.
Why don't you just have a conversation with people who are actually in the VC instead of talking to the voice text?
Well, they're all.
Or I should do the opposite.
Well, they are in the VC. We're on the VC, but they're just like they're like not speaking.
Yeah, but that's just the peanut gallery, basically. Like you can just carry on a conversation in here with the people talking and just kind of ignore that.
I don't want to ignore them because, like...
Carlos, tell me, how much stuff is going through your mind right now?
I mean, I'm trying to get to sleep soon.
No, but generally, is there a lot of stuff that goes through your head?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot.
All right. I'm just wondering.
Like every counter-argument, I rethink myself. Like every contradiction. Who told you that? Who told me what, Helio?
All right.
He was speaking. He's smoking right now.
Yeah, he's smoking a ciggy right now.
He's smoking his ciggy. Who told me what, Helio? So here's the thing. When I was young, at 8 years old, before I moved to my new home here where I live now, I got my first iPod. It was like an iPod Touch. It was like an Apple phone. and I looked up so many things. Like, I had gotten so in touch with the internet. Like, I looked up stuff about the Andromeda Galaxy, like, all about, like, because I love space. Like, everything about me was, like, space. Like, I loved it. Like, I love to, like, look up into the sky and, like, point out which stars are which. Because, like, and, like, there's just, like, one one star that I knew about. It was, like, in the Orion Galaxy. But the Orion constellation. That's like my favorite it's my favorite like thing of stars. So I would like always type in that like my internet thingy. And like when I found out the darker side of the internet, like about space and stuff, that's when I got like a bit scarred. You know, like, because I was like, oh shit, like, we're fucked. Because, like, they say that the sun's gonna, like, it's like, the sun will eventually produce iron in its core, and it won't have enough room, and it's gonna, like, grow larger and larger until it's gonna weigh so much, it's gonna, like, collapse in on itself and then explode and go nova. Then, like, potentially swallow Earth. That's what I heard. But of course, that can always be fake. That's the Project Monarch fear-mongering. Yeah, exactly, bro.
Hey, actually, if you want to know, because I can remember this part of the fairy tale story.
Yeah?
They say that the sun that is the center of our solar system would eventually grow to be larger and become much hotter, and that the Earth would eventually turn into a desert that'd be too hot for life to exist. But they don't, in their model, the sun that they say is in the center of our solar system is not large enough to turn into a black hole. It's only the super large blue stars that do that. But it's just a bunch of fairy tale nonsense.
Coolest stars. Blue stars are the coolest stars. Like, I love blue stars. Cause like those are the hottest stars in the universe. Because you know, like blue fire, there's like red hot. That's like when you like heat something up, it's so hot that it turns red. That's like
yeah, but it's a fairy tale, dude. It's just a fairy tale.
Well, like I
I know it very well, but it's still a fairy tale. I know it very, very well, but it's still just a bunch of stupid stories.
How do you know they're hot? Do you touch them?
Wait, man, hot? No, I'm not making any claims. Like, you gotta understand, the sun, moon, and stars are all just unverified lights in the sky. People say stories about them all the time. People 100, 200, 300 years ago used to believe that the stars in the sky were the souls of our ancestors. You know, like, you see, the thing is, you might think, oh, souls of our ancestors, why, that's such a silly thing to say. And I would agree with that. But the thing is, making the claim that the stars are the souls of our ancestors is at this moment equally valid as the claim that they're balls of gas with nuclear fusion holding their shape in a vacuum. You see, that's an equally valid and equally ridiculous claim, especially with no evidence. Because it's an extraordinary claim, but there's no extraordinary evidence to back it up.
But Platter, do you think our sun's hot? Or do you think our sun's hot? Or no?
I think Earth is warm because the sun gives off heat. I've never been there to see how it does it.
Well,
I don't
if
know.
the sun isn't warm, then why would we get like sunburns if we like stay out in the sun for too long?
Say that again.
You know?
Say it again? I missed the start of it.
Like, why do we get like sunburn if sunburns are like made by like pounding on us for like hours.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's
And like,
hey man, why does the
Earth what's up?
Why does the steak start to fry when you have it in a pan?
Because the heat, like under it, like the pan has like a metal thing that absorbs the heat and it like spreads it out from the bottom of the pan.
So the heat is interacting with the protein, right, and makes it harder, and then with some other stuff within the meat. Yeah. So just the sun produces heat, right? So it's pretty simple. So because the sun produces heat, you can get a sunburn if you are too long in the heat, because too much heat is being exposed onto your skin. I don't know what's so complicated about it.
How far away is the sun, Talos? Do you know how far they say the sun is?
Well, so this is where I use globe Earth logic. I think it's very far away because I don't know, because you guys think it's a bit smaller, but I think it's way larger than the Earth. I think the sun is large,
because it's so small in the sky, right?
Let's face it. Let's face it. The only reason you think that is because that's what you were told. You never would have thought that if you weren't told that.
You would never.
Yeah, man. It's just like I was saying earlier with ancient cultures. They all observe the same thing that we do. They built calendars, and time basically is built off of it. And why do you think it's whatever time it is right now, 9:09 p.m. in Central Time? It's based off the path of the sun. Now what is the sun? It's
no idea.
Everything.
Why is someone saying, "Oh my goodness"? But this is, sunburn, dude. We get sunburns if you spend too much time in the sun.
I hate sunburn.
Prove the globe.
It doesn't prove anything about where the sun is or what size it is.
Okay.
You got sunburn. The Earth is a globe.
I love to watch the sun go behind a cloud. I hate to stare at the sun, but like the best time to see the sun's shape is to see it when it goes behind a cloud, because
you can actually look at it then.
I love to see how it is so satisfying.
Yeah,
I love love that.
Yeah. So when the sun goes behind a cloud and that changes what it's like on Earth, shadows and everything, do you not think that if it's a way out there in space that asteroids or anything never go in front of the sun and then change the amount of light on Earth? Nothing else seems to go in front of the sun.
I think clouds are just molecules packed close together.
No asteroids go in front of the sun, or nothing in the 93 million miles that it is from the sun to us. Nothing else goes in front of the sun and all those asteroids and whatever else and blocks the sun's light, the Earth. We have uninterrupted light, and even though it's 93 million miles away, how come nothing ever seems to interrupt the sun's light if it's if there's all that space stuff flying around? In that 93 million miles, nothing blocks it.
That's a cool picture, T-Wad. That's a pretty nice picture. That's sexy.
On that point, if there's thousands of satellites in space, why don't we ever witness them transiting the sun? That would be another question too. But
I mean, why don't we see them go into the sun, burn up?
Is space hot or cold, fellas?
I think. Well, you guys don't think space is real, so I couldn't really.
But from your perspective, is it hot or cold?
Selective about what I say and how I say it and when I say it.
Cold.
So the sun's heat gets through the cold. Is that right?
Space is so vast, the sun can only control a certain amount of it, and there's nothing in space to heat it up because it's space.
There's the sun, right? No, but hey, Helio, I just want to point out to you, even if we were to see something go in front of the sun, how would we know it's in the vacuum of space?
You'd have to. Well, no, you wouldn't. But I was bringing up a point. I mean, same for the moon. If there were all these thousands of satellites in space, or whatever,
T-Wad,
you would see these transits, at least every once in a while. But anyway, but as far as the heat in space, Their claim is that the only reason you feel the heat from the sun is because of the atmosphere. And I totally think that's bullshit.
Yeah, you don't. If you were in the way of the sun out in space somewhere, you wouldn't feel the sun's heat because it doesn't make any difference to the cold vacuum of space. But suddenly, the sun's heat starts working again on Earth.
Hey, it's kind of a funny thing that
what's really cool though?
Effect.
He knew that. He said space is cold, right? So he knows. I mean, he's a young kid and he knows that's their claim. So anyway, go ahead.
I think it's funny that they talk about greenhouse gases on planet Earth, and they talk about the greenhouse effect, which I'm not even saying isn't necessarily a fact. I mean, I guess it probably is the way they describe that particular thing. But I just think it's funny. The idea of talking about a globe and using the term greenhouse effect, because a greenhouse is a closed system. And the globe Earth would be an open system.
I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm back. Yo, you guys there?
So heat doesn't transmit through the vacuum of space. Is that what they're teaching?
Huh? What?
Heat doesn't transmit through the vacuum of space. Is that correct?
No. Well, it probably does, but I don't know because I think vacuum is a really odd word because the first thing I think of when I hear vacuum is something sucking things up. But in this case, a vacuum is where there's nothing, like no oxygen, no like nothing that can sustain life. It's just cold and dark and empty. It can most definitely have heat. Like there are some parts in the supposed like universe where it's like hotter than others.
Hey, let me ask you this, Alice. Is there do you know the definition of vacuum? I mean, not the one you sweep your floor with,
I know, yeah. I have an understanding of it, yeah.
Air moving in one direction and flowing in the back. But the, in scientific terms, vacuum means zero, like zero pressure.
Yeah. There's nothing to reflect light off of.
Okay, so now what they claim about space, I mean, do you know what they claim about outer space outside of...
It's a vacuum, yes. It's a vacuum, yeah.
Yeah, well, they call it a vacuum, but really what they mean is it's because they don't claim it's zero pressure. They claim...
There are obviously some places where it has more pressure than others.
Sure, depending on where they are in the space-time continuum.
Yeah, exactly.
What about that? Yeah, so I mean, because space-time is flat, and there's a mass, and then it warps space-time, according to Einstein's stuff, right?
Yep, exactly. Yep.
So they teach you this in high school?
No, I saw videos explaining it.
Wow. All right, cool. Well, tell me more about it.
Okay. So the sun is the reason why I say the sun's larger is because if you were to put the entire solar system on a grid, the sun would have the largest warping of space-time, giving it a larger sphere of influence. And because it has the most mass, and planets like Jupiter and Saturn, like those gas giants, they're all failed stars. So they're they're large, and that's why and like they have higher masses than other planets, and that's why Voyager 1 used Jupiter like to use a slingshot because they use its gravity to gain more speed to exit the solar system. Because Jupiter's huge. It's huge.
I love it, man. Yeah, I love this.
Hey, can I ask him a question? Hey, so do you think that the lights in the sky have anything to do with the ground, the surface, and what it's conforming to, whether it's a ball or flat?
Can you ask again?
So do you think that the sun, moon, or stars have anything to do with, the Earth being a ball or flat?
The sun, moon, or stars do I think have anything to do with the Earth being a ball?
Or flat.
Or
Either
flat.
one.
So, okay. Hear me out. Like, actually read me on this. I don't know if it's true. This is a major hypothesis. But a really long time ago, during the supposed making of the Earth, it was about the same size as Mars. And I don't know lie, but like a Mars-sized planet collided with the Earth and peeled off a portion of the Earth, and that excess formed the moon. And I think that's what tilted the Earth a bit, because it went off of its orbit like a tad bit, because it collided with something else. But if it were like a head-on collision, I think the Earth could have been fucked up. But I don't know if that's real. Like, do not quote me on that. I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the story too.
If maybe probably that's the whole globe Earth idea. If maybe probably, and I throw enough math at it, then if maybe probably the Earth could be this and that, and then probably it could be the third rock from the sun, and it could be spinning around the Milky Way galaxy. Yes, I mean this is all if maybe probably all of it.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with that story myself. I used to even believe it myself, amazingly enough. But I don't believe that story anymore. And the thing is that that's just a story. So I mean, I'll refer you back to my question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you because I'm guessing, going by what you've been saying, you might. Do you think that the lights in the sky, the sun, moon, stars, or planets we see in the sky, do you think that the lights in the sky have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is flat or a ball or not? Yeah.
I've never really been I don't know, because I've only been confined to a certain part of the Earth. I don't really travel across the globe, so I don't really know. Because maybe somewhere else they see other kind of stars. Because here I see the same stars every night, but maybe somewhere else they see other stars. Because if we look back into globe, it's the Earth surrounds everything. The universe expands in all so it spans everywhere. So people in China could see other stars that I can't see because they're on other sides of the planet, which I don't know of because I don't live there. But I don't know.
Oh, hold on. Can I just pause you right there? Would they have to be on another side of a planet, or could they just be thousands of miles further away from you on a flat Earth? I mean, wouldn't that work just as well? It's not, after all, it's not like light can travel forever through the medium of air.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm just saying, they could be looking up at stars that are above their heads, and they're just thousands of miles away from you, and you're looking up at stars that are above your head. And yeah, sure, they're different stars, and you're both standing on a flat Earth. So it's that wouldn't prove the Earth to be a ball either, just seeing different stars in different places. That wouldn't prove it to be a ball.
And also, so during the winter times, I can name out one I can name out one star in the sky, and that's it. That's Betelgeuse, and I know it's part of the it's part of the constellation of Orion. And like I noticed that like every few weeks or like every few months, like it gets lower, like lower and lower into the sky. Like at first, it's high in the sky, but like as the winter season comes to an end, it gets lower. Like it, like
Hey, check
it's like
this out. The reason you observe that is because of where the sun is, or wherever, whatever you're observing. It's not because you're moving. You know, you're not spinning around backwards, watching the sunset when you see the sunset.
Theoretically, if these stars are moving, it will take years for us to notice that they're moving. If I know you guys don't think that stars are real, but if they're
hold on, wait, stop. We know perfectly well that stars are real. We just don't believe that they're large balls of gas holding their shape in a vacuum.
Okay, all right. So theoretically, if we aren't moving and we aren't spinning or like rotating, or we're like, then like every night the sun is not on us and we see the sky, I should see the same stars every night, right?
No, not necessarily. The stars are moving. Why would you see the same stars every night? They're obviously moving. So is the moon. So is the sun.
Time for us to see that because they're so far away.
Are you familiar?
Well, you don't know how far away they are. You have no idea how far away they are. Neither do I.
Yeah, I don't either. Are you familiar with the zodiac?
Well, like,
I mean, it doesn't matter which culture, whatever, the different zodiac signs. Are you familiar with that?
It's easier for me to notice things that are moving that are closer to me than farther away.
Sure, I mean, then that's, because we live in America, right?
No, we live on Earth. But like, I don't know. Like,
well, I'm talking about. I mean, you sound like you live in America, so
America's not on Earth to him.
It is.
I'm just saying, locally, what we see, for the patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, we have this, the same zodiac signs move above our head every single year, and they actually do go through other cycles, and it actually sometimes it adds up to 26,000 years if you really want to get into it. But anyway, it's not it's not a big deal, bro. So where is the argument is when you see the sunset or you see these stars approach the horizon, is it because you're moving? Or are the sun, moon, and stars moving? Because ancient cultures, they obviously were ignorant and they were dumb and they thought the Earth was flat, and now we're smarter than ever, and now we know the Earth is a globe, and that's why we see that shit happening.
We're stationary, so like we are moving, like we're only. Do you guys think that the galaxy we're in is moving? Do you guys think
no, there's no galaxy. No. You see, there's no galaxy.
Okay. Fair enough. So if
there's some really cool images from like the Midwest where there's not a lot of light pollution, even Hawaii and different parts of the world where you can capture where there's not a light pollution, that what they call the Milky Way galaxy, that doesn't mean that we're third rock from the sun in a portion of the Milky Way galaxy, just like traveling around the big black hole at the Milky Way galaxy. You heard that story, right?
Sagittarius A.
Say it again.
Yeah, the black hole.
Yeah, that's the black hole at the middle of the Milky Way galaxy.
Cool black hole, bro.
Yeah, I've heard that story too.
Yeah, it's called Sagittarius A. Sagittarius A.
Well, they had to give it a cool name, otherwise.
Otherwise, it won't be hit, bro.
No, otherwise it would be harder to keep people interested in the heliocentric nonsense religion.
You guys want to
I don't know
address
why they
Bad
named
Boy and what he said? Because he's still in here. You see what he just...
I mean, come on. They have to give cool names to everything. The Apollo 11, the Orion spacecraft,
so
Sagittarius
pretty,
A,
so
Alpha
amazing.
Centauri.
You know how they like name stars? Like it seems like they like slam their keyboards to name stars.
No,
Like,
it goes deeper. Do you
weird
have
ass
a name? Hold on. How do they name the planets? Do you know that?
I think for the distant planets, I think they name it based off
the local planets. Do you know how they name those?
Off gods of like Roman gods and Greek gods.
Okay. So
like Mars.
All right. So don't you think that would from these observations that they use through radio telescopes, vast arrays of radio telescopes that don't actually capture images, and then they have a room full of people in front of computers making all the bullshit that they put anyway.
Platter, you know that gods all like meant something. Like those gods were like the god of something. Yeah, Mary, I'm new here. I joined like I don't know last week. I joined like
cool. I'm trying to cheat and trying to help you out with kid gloves, but since you're a kid, but bro, kind of like get with the program. As far as all that.
Yeah, but I think for the distant planets, I think they name it off the star system they're in. I think at least. Like,
okay, well, you don't know about religion then.
I want to find an example. The closest, hold on.
They name them off of religious freaking
like the closest star system to Earth is Alpha Centauri, and they
that's religious.
The planet Proxima Centauri B. So the planet. It's like named after the star.
Where do you think they came up with that name?
They named it because of the star system.
Alpha means one. The first one, right? Alpha.
Well, I think that star system has 2 stars in it. It's like a duo star thing. It's like 2 suns.
A binary star system. Yes, that's a good part of the fairy tale as well.
Yeah.
That's Adam and Eve, or freaking. Actually, I think that was after Adam and Eve. That's Cain and Abel.
Hey Helio, can I interrupt for a second?
Yes, I'm being a dick. You guys continue.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna change the subject for a second. It's just because when I typed in the voice text chat, I got auto punished for swearing because I said the word pussy, and I don't think it's a swear word. Isn't it just a cat? Can you remove me out of detention, please? Yeah, please. If you could do that, I'll know for the future not to use that word. But I thought it's not a swear word,
Hey, check this out. In the live stream vortex, if you get like timed out, it's just a timeout. It lasts for 5 minutes. Nobody has to release you or anything.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think they name it off of the star system it's in. Like the common occurrence, like at the end is the Centauri. Like at the end of the star system, like Alpha Centauri, Proxima Centauri, like it's all at the end. Like they associate it with the star that it like orbits. It's like these near planets. They just named it because like they were unique in the sky at that time, so they named it after gods. I think like Mars is Roman, Jupiter is also Roman, Venus is also Roman, Mercury, I don't know what that one is. I think that Neptune is also Greek, or is it Uranus? I don't know, but I know that Mars, Jupiter, and Venus are all for Romans. I know that. Mars is the Roman god of war, I think.
Can I just say that I like you, man?
Wait, which god is Uranus?
I like you.
Thank you, brother.
You're the first Glober in here where I can actually listen to.
Which
you,
god
man.
is Uranus?
And like, I don't know why the Greeks didn't name a god Ares, because Ares is like the god of war, or Athena. Like that's also like a really famous goddess. Like I would love to see planets named like that. Would be like
Ares planet is the Ares planet is Mars, but what god is Uranus?
mine because it's my anus. I'm kidding.
The god of defecation.
Exactly.
By the way, a German has found Uranus. Like, for real. It was a German.
Tar. Ooh.
Hey, I'm wondering on the ISS, do they ever consider like taking that thing and swinging by Uranus to fill up their coffee reserves?
Hey Timbo.
They can't even. To be honest, they can't even figure out how to make the ISS stay in orbit.
Timbo.
They just they have to make green screen stuff.
Timbo. Maybe they named that star system because like they make like a like the constellation it makes. Is that like picture? It's actually lit. Actually, like I've seen that picture, like I've seen that picture, like of like the guy on the horse. Like I just never knew like what the name of it. It's so cool.
You didn't know what a centaur was until now?
Until now.
Wow.
I was today. Well, yeah, I was today.
You need to read some fantasy fiction then. Holy crap!
I love history. I like Greek history, but I like army stuff, not like God stuff. I like army stuff.
Well, I mean,
Helio,
did you
are you
watch
trying to be
Lord
funny?
of the Rings? No, I'm being funny and also being serious. I'm just like, if you really want to kind of get the overall game, it's like if you watch Lord of the Rings, you'll see kind of what's happening to us. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of it's like
I'm not really into the fantasy now. I know that the Greeks.
You don't have to get it, It's all.
Like the Greeks.
But Helio, we're trying to get him to understand the difference between fantasy fiction and objective reality. Like telling him to go read fantasy fiction, I'm not sure that's a good idea.
No, well, I think it's related, but whatever.
Well, I don't really. That's not what I'm reading right now in my English class. I'm reading like the Kite Runner right now.
See, in my English class, I had to read William Shakespeare. Is that reality?
We're reading like books that are like banned right now, like The Bluest Eye, like Kite Runner, all those books. That's our topic right now.
If they're banned, how are you reading them?
Because they're not banned like in our state, but they were known for being challenged by school districts, by parents of other states or countries.
And you know why they put the Kite Runner in there? I'm not going to say it on here, but anyway, I'm not going to.
Taliban and like some swear words.
No, it has nothing to do with swear words.
That's like the Taliban and like heavy topics, like
I know.
Suicide.
We don't talk about that shit on here because I'm just not going to say it on here.
I'm reading Kite Runner right now, so.
Well, I saw the movie. I didn't read the book, but I got the general idea.
Yeah.
But have you ever read any William Shakespeare?
No, I haven't.
How about Charles Dickens? Have you ever read any of that?
Of them actually.
Well, then they failed you by
was really. I'm not really I don't really read. Okay, like I know that's shocking to you. I don't really read.
I'm not either. But I mean, there's some good William Shakespeare and some good. Especially Charles Dickens. I mean, you should really read at least a few Charles Dickens novels, man. It's
okay. It's like
it will benefit you.
I believe like I know that you guys say that oh, that's what they say. Like when you like if I were to bring up a point about explorers, like you guys can say, oh well, that's what they tell you. Like how what do you believe in history like that goes back before they?
You might have to put your mind into the mind of the explorer. It was like what did they discover? How did they interpret it? Just like I mean, when you read a fictional novel or you read a documentary, you're putting yourself in the mind of the person.
Columbus found the Caribbean. Do you guys think that Columbus was the first one who found the Caribbean?
Columbus never set foot in North America.
Yeah, well, I know that, but do you think he found the Caribbean, the first European to find the Caribbean?
No, of course not. No.
Who do you think it was? Or do you not know?
Well, I mean, in as far as we know in modern history, the Vikings were over, in North America
Leif Erikson,
parts of the Caribbean. Yeah.
Leif Erikson, he went to Canada. He actually did step foot in North America, but I'm talking about the Caribbean, like south of Florida,
Do you think?
Puerto Rico,
Are you under the impression that even when Leif Erikson came to North America, that they didn't know about the Caribbean and they missed it? And even before that, that the Europeans didn't. I mean, it's just everybody knew about the lands everywhere. They're just like, who's got balls enough to go over there? You know what I'm saying?
No. It's like okay. Here's the thing: no one knew what was over there, and even if there was things over there, no one had the balls to go find out. I bet they knew there was something over there, but they didn't know what or what happened. That's when Columbus tried to find a new route to China. Many people say he was going to India, but he was going to China because Columbus, he actually
cool story.
He was inspired by Marco Polo. Many of the explorers were inspired by Marco Polo.
I don't disagree with that. That people were inspired by Marco and what was the other guy? Captain Cook. He was another really.
And you know how Marco Polo, he went on foot and he could only bring back so many spices. So Columbus, he wanted to find.
Marco Polo went the other way, didn't he?
He went on the Silk Road. He went on foot.
Yeah,
now Columbus tried to find a way to go on ship. So he tried to go west. So he tried to go west, and he thought that he arrived in China, but he really found.
No, it's India. That's why they call them Indians here in North America now. He thought he was going to go around the globe. That's
Marco Polo.
Dude, they already know. The Spaniards and the Englishmen already knew exactly where everything was. They didn't send Christopher Columbus to discover the new world.
Yeah.
And that's all bullshit. They already knew where it was.
Here's the thing: Columbus was born in Genoa, Italy. He tried to find so many countries to sponsor his exploration. He was saying to every king and queen that he was trying to find a new route, and he found Spain finally, or Portugal. No, it was Spain. Yes, Spain. And they finally trusted him, and he promised them he'd come home with spices and all these cool things that China had, because he was trying to go to China because China had all the cool stuff.
I got you, but all that's.
But can I ask you a question about this?
If you want to believe that, that's on you. That's not the real story.
I believe that.
So Talos, are you trying to say that Columbus proved the Earth as a ball? Is that what you're telling us? The story?
No. I'm saying that Columbus was one of the first people to discover that the New World was something like more, like that there's another way to, like that there's new places to go to. That he kind of kick-started the discovery and age of exploration. That's me.
Well, there were people already where he was going, so he's not exactly the first one to discover that land.
Maybe. Well, I don't know. That was so long ago, and it's all hidden, like in some scroll that's probably like hundreds of feet below ground. But
so why are you giving us this history lesson, though? Is what I'm asking.
Because like him and I, because me and Helio, we're talking about who was the first one to set foot in the Caribbean.
Probably be the natives there if there were any.
What? Say again?
But I mean, if there were natives that lived there, then it would be them.
The first European. Sorry, my bad.
I don't understand. You said that everything's hidden, but you just gave us a lesson on it.
What?
You just said all the information's hidden, yet you just gave us a lesson on it.
Hidden? Well, not all of it's hidden. Not all of it. A large amount of it.
So how do you know any of this to be true?
Because we use what we do know, and we apply it.
Well, okay. So moving on, Talos.
Yes.
So do you know of any, like, let's, like, I told you that question to ask your teacher, but more importantly, you should ask it to yourself. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured the Earth and detected curvature? I mean, it's kind of redundant even asking this question because we have observations that falsify the radius.
Okay, so I think his point that he was trying to get across was saying that there's a way to measure the Earth. There's a way to prove it's a globe without having to measure it, and that was his example that he said with the sticks and the shadows. That's what he said. Now I will find out more information tomorrow. I need to leave soon because I have to go to bed. But I will keep all that like in mind. Platter, what do you mean? My example is something I can't do. What can't we do?
The teacher's example, he gave something, if you were here and your friend was 500 miles away and somebody else was 500 miles away, you think if it was so obviously a globe, you wouldn't have to do something like that, to prove that it's a spinning globe. It could be something more local you could do.
Not spinning, but just to prove it's
curving or whatever, whichever one you want.
Exactly, yes.
Well, actually, with modern cell phones, he can do it. He's got to have a friend 500 miles away with a cell phone. He's got a cell phone. You can do it. But the thing is, it doesn't prove the Earth to be a ball or flat. That's the problem with it.
Well, I'll ask him all that tomorrow, okay?
Just ask him, would it work on a flat Earth as well, with a local sun?
I got you, yes. I'll ask him all of that, and I'll report you guys to that tomorrow. Alright, guys? Good man. Thank you. Yeah, man. I always love talking to you guys because it's so much fun, Like a waste time. Good time is wasted. Thank you, Platter. I really appreciate it. Really do. I remember when I first joined, y'all were like flaming me, like making fun of me. But now you guys are like chilling with me, I love it. It would be funny if it wasn't so sad, bro. Helio, that Columbus, he was jailed by the royalty because he was bringing back slaves and shit. Like he brought back slaves and stuff. Like he brought slaves to, I think when the slave trade became popular, slaves got to Europe and they converted to Christianity, and that's how they learned like other languages and stuff. You'd think just seeing this historic episode would be hidden. I don't know. But like, that's crazy though. Like, yeah, I mean, he was a prick though. He was really bad. History's a lie. I mean, if there's one thing in history that I will argue to the death, is the Second World War, like the World Wars. I will argue to the death. That is all real.
Okay, that's not the topic of this room.
I know. Like I saw that someone said that history's a lie, but it's not all a lie. There's some things that are real, some things that aren't. But yeah, like he was a prick though. He was a really bad man.
Yeah, you can't throw the baby with the bathwater. You can't just say all of history, everything is fake. That's just ridiculous.
Wait, nah, bro. Let's not talk about that right now. I'm Kovac. Let's talk about that.
Wait, are you gonna moderate me or something?
Platter. Can we go into VC?
History happened on a flat Earth.
Can we go into like a DM call so you can talk about that? Because I can't. Because I don't really want to talk.
It's too big it's 11 o'clock here. It's too big a subject. Also, I am interested in it, but it's too big a subject.
Bring another subject. What are we talking about then?
I researched that so much. Like I know both sides.
So what else are we talking about besides that?
I don't know. Anything else? I'm Kovac. Flat water. Talk water.
Are waves flat?
Are waves flat? No, because waves are higher than other waves, so they're not flat because they go in the air and they crash down on you. So not flat.
Oh, there you go.
Like I've seen those cool like drone shots of like going like inside of a wave where it, like curls down. It's like the coolest picture ever. Like the coolest shot ever. It's like going like inside of a wave, like curves down like on you. It's so cool. I love that. It's like a really cool shot. I've never just like seen it firsthand, but like I've seen like the videos on it. It's like it's really neat. It's really neat. Like it's really hard to say like if the water's flat because like the water's always like moving up and down. It's like always like bobbing back and forth because like the fish moving and stuff. It's always making waves in the water. But
always making ripples.
How does the horizon look? Flat, bro. Like
horizontal.
Angle you're at. Like for me, I live in a very like populated. Like for me, I can't see the horizon sadly because I live like the houses block my view of the horizon. Like I have to go high in the air for me to see the horizon because I can't really see it. I live close to New York City, so I can never see it.
You just gotta go to the coast, to the shore, right?
How about a pool? Well, I've only been to the beach, and all the time there's like ships out at sea, like other islands, so I can't see all of it. How about like an indoor pool? No, because it's not large enough.
How large would it have to be? What about two pools, Thomas?
What, like two pools, like the flat water?
Length. So if you doubled the length of the swimming pool and made it twice its length, would it start to curve? Would the water start to curve then?
No, because it's not long enough.
What about three pools? If you made it 3 pool lengths?
No, that's not. It's still not long enough.
Well, how about 4 or 5 or 100? How many before the water starts to curve?
What about a lake that is 30 miles across or 50 miles across?
How many pools before the water starts to bend but not spill down the other side?
Okay, Platter. I get I know what you're trying to say. I know it. But like, if we have to go into depth, like we have to think about it some way. Like, we can't see 100 pools with our bare eye. We can't. Like, we just can't. Like, there's no way we can put 100 pools side by side and go on like one side and see it all. Because at some point, the horizon is going to obstruct our view.
And true, but according to the globe, curvature rate, after 2 or 3 pool lengths, it should start to bend. Even after just 2 or 3 pool lengths,
it should start.
Like, do you think it does? Do you think at 3 swimming pools or pool lengths?
I personally don't think the Earth is a full, like, it's like a perfect globe. I think the Earth is like. It's kind of like an egg on its side.
Okay.
Like, because if I think about it, it's been hit by so many things in the past that it's not like perfect. It's never perfect. There's no such thing as a perfect circle. And I don't think Earth is a perfect circle.
Do you mean sphere?
Sphere, yeah.
It's not a sphere at all, let alone a perfect one. There's no curvature to it. There's nothing spherical about it. There's no curvature to it, and there's nothing spherical about it.
Okay. So
isn't the sphere supposed to be like spinning or something?
Spinning? I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Well, the sphere requires curvature and movement, right? But there is no curvature and no movement. So how can it be a moving sphere?
The magnetic field? Like the magnetic field?
The magnetic field? Yeah, we have a magnetic field, sure.
And you know what that blocks? Like the sun's rays. So I think it starts by now, I don't know why the Earth spins. I don't know if it spins at all, because I don't know. But like,
base it on your experience. Do you feel any spinning of the ground that you're standing on?
No, because I move with the Earth. Like, even like, if anything, like in the end, I move with the Earth. I move with the Earth. I move at the same speed as the Earth.
You move with the Earth. Is that something that you just? Is that something that someone told you, or do you have like a test or an experiment that can show that you are moving with the Earth?
I can jump, and if I don't die, then I can just say that I passed the experiment.
Okay, so when you say you're moving with the Earth, where do you got that from?
What?
How do you came to the conclusion that you are moving with the Earth?
Well, just by simply being by staying alive. Because if you don't move with the Earth, then any slight of imperfection of movement will kill you. Because if you don't move with the Earth, then you're gonna be caught by the Earth somewhere else. So you can either jump and land somewhere else on the Earth, which could be fatal for you, or you could just land.
So you're saying that the ground that you're standing on, it's moving.
I don't know. Is it?
Oh, you don't know. Okay, you don't know then. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good answer.
I can't speak for myself.
Base it on your senses, like your vestibular system, right?
Like, if the Earth is moving, I can't see because I'm moving, like I'm gonna move alongside with it. So I can't really say if it's moving because.
But for you to move with the Earth in the first place, the Earth will have to be moving in the first place. Can you
and
start with
I have
that?
to move with it, so I can't really do anything.
No, but if it's not moving in the first place, you're not moving with it. If it's not moving, you're not moving because you're standing on it, right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Exactly. So if the ground you're standing on it's motionless, that means when you're standing on it, you're not moving unless you start walking or get in a car or an airplane and you start moving, right?
Yeah.
But when you're just, let's say you're laying down on the ground or you're standing there without making any steps, you're not moving. The Earth is not moving.
On Earth, you're not moving. But if you account for like moving like on the Earth, you're at a default speed of like whatever the speeds that the Earth it's like moving at, because
Okay, get in the car and you know the
that's a fixed speed that you're always at. You're gonna be forever at that same speed forever. Now, like we can easily cancel all. We can cancel all of that out. No, hold on, hear me out. We can cancel all of that out. What?
It changes speed. It's on an elliptical orbit.
No, that's just the imaginary claim. The Earth doesn't do that. That's just a claim.
Yeah, of course.
It's like
but he's saying
if
constant.
the speed that we're moving on Earth is fixed, and we can cancel out all of the other things. Like when we move, we're just moving at a slow speed because we're canceling out the speed of the true Earth that's moving at. Because like if we're on the Earth, then it's like we're fixed on the Earth. It's like we can't really get out of the Earth. It's like
I'm interested on this movement of the Earth. Do you have any like tests or experiment that anybody has done that detects the axial rotation of the Earth? Can you point me out to that direction, like the test for the?
I personally can't. I personally can't. Not me personally.
So how do you?
I wouldn't even know where to begin. I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Where to begin? What?
I don't even know where to begin to like start that experiment. You know?
Exactly, because it can be done. You know why it can be done? Because the Earth is motionless.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, we can always say that. We can always say that. You can always say that.
No, it's not. We can say it, but it's not based on my opinion or your opinion. It's just an axiom of reality.
So, Platter, I just like to think more. Like, the flat Earth world sounds like it doesn't sound fun because they don't believe in other galaxies. I like to think in other things, like more cool things, you know?
Like imaginary things, like things that you can make in your mind but have nothing to do with reality.
Like y'all think other things for me, so I like to think my own things, you know? And I think that it's hard for me to change my own mind. It's hard to like make me think other things because, you know, I like to think what I think, and it's almost like teaching a guy who worships the Quran how to worship the Bible, like instead. You know?
Yeah, but
not exactly, because we're trying to get you to drop beliefs. We're not encouraging you to adopt beliefs. We're just encouraging you to drop belief.
To drop my beliefs?
Yeah. So you were just comparing some religious person trying to convert a religious person to another religion, but those just involve mere beliefs, not facts or knowledge, demonstrable things, and or you know, base axiom knowledge. So we're just simply telling you to not believe lies that you were told, and we're not presenting to you any mere beliefs or blind beliefs. We're not encouraging you to blindly believe anything. We're doing the exact opposite.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to head out. It's late for me. I'm like EST,
Bye-bye.
so I have to head out. You know, guys, it's always nice talking to you guys. I really do love to talk to you guys. I love it. I'll be back tomorrow with hopefully Orion. I'll come back with some answers for you. just like GM me like the questions you have. I'll try my best to find him, and if he's not there, I'll try my best to find it on Friday or something. You know, but I'll be back tomorrow. Like nonetheless.
It's been a pleasure, fellas. Look
Likewise,
into
brother.
it a bit more, mate. All
I
the
love
best.
it, bro. Thank you, man. It's really nice being here. I love it.
Yeah, good talking with you, man.
All right, guys, take care. See you.
Hey, Timbo. You there, Timbo?
I love when the normie tries to school us.
Yeah, mate.
Anybody get schooled?
Yeah. Hey, Timbo. So I've met like a lot of Australians that are flat earthers, but it doesn't seem like anybody's like actually done like a number research on flat Earth. I saw an article today that said Americans between the age of 18 and 24, 1/3 of them believe in flat Earth.
Or question the globe. I think it was,
Right.
Not believe in flat Earth. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. They don't talk about it as much here. Everyone's kept so busy
crazy.
as well. I think there's one guy does it. What's his name? He's got the Flat Earth University. Mitchell from Australia. There's heaps. There's a lot, but it's pretty underground. You know, like it's not as out in the open. What's that?
It's crazy though.
Yeah,
because that's
it's one of the flattest countries in the world.
Right, and
Well, it is.
not only that, but it's like people are like, oh, nobody in the southern hemisphere believes in flat Earth. I'm like, let's see, there's 11 million Brazilians. I know a whole shitload of Australians and New Zealanders.
It's pretty conservative here, so you know you kind of speak out about things, you get shunned. So,
right,
I've got a business to run, yeah. So I've got to stay.
No, I understand.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I've noticed the
lunatic, and then you don't get any work.
I've noticed the Aussies are pretty outspoken.
We
Every
get
single
kept
Australian
down a
I've
bit.
met-
So when we want to
Are
talk
there
about
any-
it, we get a bit mad.
Are there any Australians that aren't just going to say what's on their mind? I haven't met one yet.
You know, it's the same as every country, but most
I
people
guess,
just say what they think.
Hello.
Yeah, it's more of
I
a.
meet them all
it's
on
like
here. So if you come here, you're just gonna say what?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tim.
Well, it's just like it's more of a blunt way of talking. Yeah.
Yeah,
You just say it as it is. There's not that many. You know, you don't have to be as polite. You just say it.
I love the style, man. I love it. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. And it sounds sometimes it sounds like we're being rude, but we're not. You know?
Yeah, I love the Aussies, man. Good stuff.
I mean, it just like everybody in general, like in the southern hemisphere, it seems like there's way more like globe, like people that don't believe in the globe, more in the southern hemisphere than in the north.
Hey, Gizbo, are you like 5 feet away from your microphone, or is there something going on?
No, I got my headset on.
Oh, it sounds like you're across the room or something. You like pull it up near your mouth, because it's just we just kind of like hear echo. We can understand what you're saying, but it just sounds like an echo. Sounded good earlier. I don't know if you did anything different.
I heard that Australians were all criminals and outcasts.
Yeah, that's what. That's one story. Hey, what do you think about that, Timbo? You think that once the England conquered Australia, that's where they sent all the prisoners, right? It was just like this prison island. Is that what you think? As far as the real story goes, because that's what we were told
story,
about.
mate.
I know.
It's got to be a cover story, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a bit of noise, mate.
I mean, you guys have the Aborigines there. I mean, there were people already there. I mean, they just sent a bunch of white people there going.
Slave trade, right?
Yeah, it's just like all the white people that exist now are
I believe they sent
criminals
prisoners here
and thieves.
and they built all these beautiful buildings. I just can't believe that. It's very unrealistic.
Nonsense, bro. Such nonsense.
The Maori, they built it all, dude.
But see, what reason do we have to not trust the narrative?
Merkel. Yeah, you have to say it right. Merkel. Why don't we trust
and
Merkel?
the Maori aren't even Australian or New Zealand, but they built everything in Australia.
All the white people built everything that exists in Australia. I mean, but you talk about all the Aborigines were like they're pretty close to apes, right?
White people took it all over. We waited for everybody else to build it, and we just took it over.
Yeah, you don't know how close to right you are about that. But no, but it's not about white, black, brown, yellow, red and yellow, black and white. They are precious in His sight. Jesus loves all children of the world. No, it's just like a cool story. Wow, I mean, even with just like flat globe, that's easy for us to prove. We do it all day long. But as far as the true history of Earth, that's the difficult question, right? And that bears on everyone's spirituality and their psyche. And that's the hardest thing for them to get through. That's why, shape of Earth, as if Earth had a shape anyway. That's the hardest part. The spirituality and their psyche, really, that's the hardest part to break through. Now, shape can actually give you an introduction to, the lies and stuff. But even amongst ourselves, we argue about religion and history and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot more to it than just flat globe, And a lot of people don't necessarily see that right up front. But I think that's why, this room exists where we have the live stream. We say, hey, what they told you about this Earth cannot possibly be true. That's why we have this room, so that new people can join us. And then the discussion starts. Then it starts to touch your heart. It starts to touch your mind. It starts to touch your psyche. It will change. It's like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna have to go to work anyway. Well, bitch, that's why you have to go to work every day. Not like work is a bad thing. It means that you're working for somebody else.
Working for the man.
And you're using their money that they lied to you about how it came about. and with inflation and all the banking system, and this is an introduction to the plan, But anyway, it's not like you can just convert. It takes a long time to figure out a lot of this stuff, so you're not gonna freaking figure it out. It's like, oh, I see what you guys are saying. Okay, yes, Earth is flat. Now I got it all figured out. No, you ain't seen shit yet. Because, bro, I figured out most of the other stuff long before I figured out flat Earth. So how about the freaking monetary system, bro? That's a system. You know what a system is? Yeah, I mean, it's just like you're under a system. Think you're making money? What do you think money is?
Money is happiness.
Is it? Well, it is for some people.
You can buy happiness
that have
with
it.
money.
Yeah, well, some people. Well, I don't think it does. I mean, a lot of people that have a lot of money are even more miserable than the poor people. So, they can't buy it. Money, money can corrupt. Doesn't always. I mean, if you have access to money, or however you've, come across whatever your fortune is, or your disparity or prosperity, it depends on how you utilize it. And if you have a lot of money, you can help a lot of people. I mean, it just depends on the person and how it's utilized. Money is a very powerful thing, and that I think that's what Jesus was saying. Money is the root of all kinds of evil, but it's
but it's essential.
Evil. Yeah. Well, that's why in the story, when Jesus chased all the money changers out of the temple, it's like, what they were doing at the temple. The reason he did that, the people at the temple, like, people wanted to come make sacrifices for forgiveness of their sins, all that kind of stuff, and they wouldn't be allowed to do that until they exchanged money from the Roman money to the Jewish money, so they could pay their fee to go sacrifice. Holy shit. That's why Jesus whipped all those motherfuckers out of the temple, man. This is like, what, money? It's like, I have to pay money to give a sacrifice? No. Or at least, that's the way I understand why he whipped the money changers out. Well, I mean, it's even more than that, but I'm not going to get into a lot of details about it, but whatever. Yeah, it's essentially that. You had to exchange money with the priests so that you could go in there and sacrifice. So you had to donate to the priests so that you could sacrifice in the temple. All right. And they would take a percentage of it, for the good of the religion and humanity and everything, all that kind of stuff.
Well, what if you were in control? What would you do?
I would never ask to be in control. I don't know.
Yeah, but if you were in that position, you had to make a decision.
What's the difference? Today we don't tithe and donate to the church. We want to be a part of the church. So what's the difference?
Well, if I go to a church and I enjoy, what they're doing, I don't have to give them a dive at all. No, but I can also participate in a lot of the programs and different events. Or so it's like I went to a church for a very long time, and I have almost my entire life, as an American, Christian or whatever. I I was on. I don't even want to bring up the music part of it because there was a lot more than just me being on the worship team and all that kind of stuff. And, I was good at that. But, just the time I spent there, I did benefit from it. But, hey, as far as tied like my donation, and it would be, I would just give if I thought what I was going through was beneficial to me, and I would give accordingly. It's not a rule. Nobody has to give to the church as a rule, or at least the churches I went to. So anyway, I'm not sure how it works in some churches. It's like, well, you can't come to church if you don't tithe. I've never experienced it that way in any church. But that's not what was going. That's not what was going on when Jesus whipped the money changers.
But you can't become a member, though. Remember that.
Right. I was just about to say some of them are like clubs, and you can attend their services, but they have this special little club set up where you can actually give them money and.
Well, I'm wondering if maybe that was the case because I didn't have to, like, do you just put your bank account in there and they're just gonna take it out, every week or once a month or something? Because I never experienced that, but I was in the club in a pretty big Pentecostal church, and I was never required to donate. But I did spend a lot of time there, so my time, I guess, was my money. I don't know. But I don't think that they had that set up. It was like you can't be part of the club, but it wasn't like that. I mean, I met a lot of really cool people. I got to know, so many really cool people in that church, and so it wasn't like that, as far as I know. But I know, I mean, when you have a big church like that, and there's a few $1 million running through it, there's got to be something.
Yeah, my mother and I attended a Pentecostal church years ago, and we've been to a few services, and then one day they announced some event thing on or something, and we approached the pastor afterwards, and said, "Yeah, we're interested in that." "Oh, sorry, that's for members only." We're like, "Oh, okay, well, how do we become a member?" "Oh, well, it costs money." And we're like, "Oh, okay, how much?" And they said it, and like, "Oh, well, okay, we could try and figure out that." And they're like, "Oh, it has to be approved, but through the committee and all this crap." And we're just like, "Forget it." We walked out.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it wasn't like this. I mean, this was. I mean, when I say a fairly large church, I mean the building was big, but the dedicated members were like 1,300, and dude, there was not, as far as like if you needed something, like I was on the worship team, playing music, playing guitar or whatever. If I needed something, all I'd do is ask the pastor or whoever's, in the finance things. Like, oh, yeah, this is.
You played the guitar for the church here?
Yeah, I played guitar and sang. Yeah.
So they have like music during the mass session?
It's not called a mass at a Pentecostal church, no. But dude, yeah, I did it all. I did it every, at least a few times a week. Yeah, it was. I had a really good time, and I learned a lot about the gospel, and I also learned a lot about society, and how this type of thing works, because I was really close with the pastor, and And it was a pretty big church, as far as my community goes. I mean, there were, over 1,000 members at that church. We had a lot of we'd practice for the worship. We'd do it every week. On Tuesday nights we'd have practice where it was like, we're gonna do this song, and sometimes I would be in control of it. We had a pastor that was they called him music pastor, was the guy that had the music. And dude, there was one guy that was music pastor for a while, and he was a composer. He wrote a lot of his own stuff, and then we do some of that, and it was really good. But as far as all that goes, I mean, in that church, it wasn't necessary, as far as I know. Even though I knew a lot of the higher ups in the church or whatever staff, I don't know if it was required for them to pay their 10%, pay their tithe. But as far as I know, that wasn't necessary. It was just kind of a given. But from where I was, as much as that I benefited them, they benefited me. I donated as much as I could when I could, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I was a pretty active member and pretty prominent in the church, but not part of the elders, or whatever they call it. But I knew all the elders, or they didn't even call them the elders, in this church. It was assembly of God. Yeah, I mean, it's like, to be honest, I think that church that I was going to, even though we had all our own issues and all that stuff, I think that even the pastor had his own issues or whatever. I think everybody was trying to do the right thing, it was a moment in time where we were all just like trying to do the right thing, and we're all kind of we're all men and women, so it's just like,
if you played the guitar and sang in your church or whatever you call that, Pentecostal, if it's a different name, then that's you're providing your time and effort, so you don't have to really donate if you don't want to. But everybody has to donate something, whether it's their effort, time, or money. Otherwise, the church is not going to run.
Sure, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just you just donate as you feel it's necessary. It's just like you're gonna pay $20 to go see a Hollywood movie, or you're gonna go, or you can go to church for free, and it's not a Hollywood movie. It's what's so great about learning the Bible is one of the most awesome tones that you will ever discover. Even if you don't believe it, it's necessary for everyone in cultures all across the world to understand what the Bible says and what the purpose of it was, at least, in a portion of what you understand. And I learned a lot when I was in that church. So I donated a lot, and I also received a lot from that church. So it's not. I'm not gonna. They're not. That church specifically wasn't stealing from me, and actually I got as much as I gave there. So that's all I'm going to say about it.
So, Julio, what do you do if you have a friend, let's say a neighbor that, let's say, confides in you, and let's say they're single and they get older, and then you hear that they're going to give their house to the church because they don't need it, and that's their donation. It's the whole thing.
First question: what are you going to do after you give your house? You're not going to live with me.
Let's say that the church said I could live here till I die, and then they get it after that.
After they die, they just want to go ahead and donate their house to the church. Well, why the fuck not? Go ahead.
Okay.
Just if you've been going to church for 30 years or whatever, and you want to give the house to the church, I mean, that's up to them. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I mean, unless they have kids, and if their kids are like, "Dad, I want that house," it's like I already gave you a house. It's in Florida or whatever. I mean, that might be a different story, but if there's nobody that's waiting for it and they're having a good time, just like, man, let a man die in peace. Just like, man, I love going to this church. I love the pastor. I love the people. I want to give my whatever they can get from my house to the church. Go ahead. Why wouldn't you let them do that? And it's funny, if their kids were assholes, it's like, "Dad, I hate the church. What you do? I can't believe you're doing that." If they're gonna fight over it, I would be the dickhead to be like, "You know what? Fuck you. I'm giving the house to the church." Freaking, you selfish bastards. I'm just playing. Well, I mean, it depends on how the kids were throughout life or whatever. So it's like, why wouldn't I give the house to the church if that's what I want to do? It's like, I'm a man. Choose what I want to do, even after death. Especially if the kids are all set up. Now, if my kid needed the house to live in, and he or she, needed the house, then, obviously I'd just go ahead and give the house to my kid. But
is that like a boomerang child?
What'd you say?
Hear about the boomerang children?
Boomerang? No, I haven't heard of that. What's
boomerang
that?
child is where you have a parent, you have a proper family, and we all grow up, and the kids move out, they get married, whatever, and then they boomerang back. They lost their mortgage, too expensive. They refied it or whatever, and then they have to come back and live with the parents in the basement.
It's pretty much kind of
it's a thing.
I know that, but I'm just saying it's.
What a nightmare!
It just depends on the situation. I mean, if it's like if their kids are okay and the person that's dying is like, "I want to donate my property to the church," boom. I mean, I don't see why anyone would have a problem with that. If they're already set up, if their kids are already set up, I don't really see what the deal is. I didn't know. It's like if you're already set up, you're a selfish bastard if your mom wants to fucking donate her house to the church when she's been religious or whatever. She gave birth to you and raised your ass. He's like, "Mom, you're doing the wrong thing because I want your money. Even though I have my own money and I don't need you. I want your money."
Generally, the parents will, bequeath everything they own to the children, but sometimes the parents are like, "No, it's in your house."
Man, but a lot of times, a parent would be like, I don't have much, but what I want to do at the end of my life is I want to help people spread the gospel of Jesus Christ. And, their children are set. They got freaking yachts and take vacations to fucking Bahamas every year. And mama's just like, at the end of my life, what I want to do is donate my house and my property to the church and, just sell it for a good amount of money. And because the church's been good to me. Why not? If the kids are trying to fight over, $50,000 when, or $100,000 when they're already set, it's just, you should be embarrassed if you try to do something like that. If that's your your parents' last will and testament. It's just like, hey, I would be like, if I'm already set up, I'd be like, hey, let me just go through the house, get all the shit that I want, take the property, get all the pictures and family heirlooms and all that kind of stuff. Other than that, I mean, the property is. Dude, if your mom on her deathbed said, I want to donate the property to the church, and you're already set up, and you're like, Mama, I think that's a bad idea. And she's like, I don't care what you think. I want to do it anyway. And you said, okay, Mom. And then you got a lawyer and said, she wasn't in her right mind. I want that property. You're an asshole.
I agree. So let's say you're a billionaire. How much of that billion lead to your children, and what would you do with the rest? Or if you have any plans for it, would just give them everything.
It's a different scenario.
Right.
I was talking about somebody like the kids are rich, but the mom ain't. She's just like the old country farmhouse that that you were raised on. She's living by herself, and dad already died or whatever. Like, I want to give it to the church, and she's like, and you're like, no, I want it. Even though it's like $100,000 or 200,000 or whatever, but you're already rich. It's like, and you live in fucking New York City or fucking San Francisco or wherever the fuck you live. No, Mama, you can't do that. And I'm just like, dude, I mean, like, bitch, I can. I want to give it to the church. I don't even understand why that would be an issue for somebody that already is set up, Unless, you have grandkids, it's like, hey, leave the house to your grandson or your granddaughter, and they can live there. And like, oh, that'd be wonderful. Boom. Like, I don't know if that you might be faking them out because grandson or granddaughter might be living on yachts and shit. I don't want to live in that country townhouse. I mean, god damn. Because they're spoiled as fuck because they were raised rich. I don't know. I'm just making up scenarios here. Because I'm not a rich guy or anything. I've never been. I'm just going off of what I see on TV shows, whatever. But I'm pretty sure it kind of works that way with the elite and the rich folks. You may be right. I may be crazy. But it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Turn out the lights. Don't try to save me. Oh, I know. Shit, I can't remember the lyrics now. Dang it.
Do you do rapping, Helio?
Probably could if I practiced it enough, but no, I don't do rap. It's coming back to me. I'm gonna come back to it. In the way that it's like it's in my brain, but it won't come out of my mouth. There's like two different functions there. You may be wrong. Oh, I know, but you may be right. There it is. You may be wrong. Oh, I know, but you may be right. Dun, 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 dun. You guys know that song.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Cool.
Yeah, hey, Mary.
Hey. What about the flat Earth map that you guys are talking about? I think it's called Dave's app or something like that.
A projection? Are you talking about the A projection map?
No.
Go ahead. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Well, you got to know what I'm talking about this way. Well, anyway, so on there, it shows you can like message people. Like it shows you, it has like a locator, and somebody once said that people have like posted events on there and stuff. So I didn't know if you guys knew about that.
You're talking about Dave Wise's app, the app on the Android phone or iPhone. There's an app for it too. Yeah, I have that. I have that app.
Does it work well?
Talking about the Flat Earth Friend Finder on Dave Wise's app.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know who was
does it work?
but is that what you're talking about, Mary?
Yeah.
Do you have the app on your phone?
I do. I paid for it. Like whatever.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I have it too. So, let's see,
well, find me.
Well,
yeah,
I don't use it very often because I'm always on here. You know, it's just like, hey, do you live close to where I am?
I'm in New Hampshire.
Oh no, you definitely don't live close to where I am. I'm in Arkansas.
A lot.
Damn it, because I've had several flat Earth meetups here. We do it at least a couple times a year. We haven't had one in a while. I'll probably, matter of fact, now that I'm thinking about it, we'll probably do one before Christmas. I'm gonna freaking set up another one. Damn, New Hampshire.
I have another question.
A long way. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to be in the main, away from people and at the red state, so I don't have to get the vaccine. Originally from Connecticut, so my family's all nearby, just close to home. But I did travel for a while, and I could travel again. Just getting some more experience.
Yeah, go to Arkansas for a flat Earth meetup. That's a long way.
To be stuck here because we have family land in Maine, so yeah, cold, but it's got a lot of fucking bodies of water and hunting and all that. So I don't know how soon it will all go to shit, but I'm well aware of it. So yeah, I used to follow Richie.
You have family land. Have you looked and see if your land curves anywhere?
No, and I can see the moon like it looks like the freaking sun. It's so bright. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's like a light bulb in the sky, right? The moon looks like a light bulb in the sky on a full moon, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, people could just start with, thinking about a man actually walking on the moon, and why are they not blinded? Like, the moon's bright. It's just so obvious to me.
Right. Do you see it? Do you see it because the sun is reflecting its light from the moon?
That's unbelievable. And no, I don't see a curve. I don't feel myself moving. I don't feel myself going over a curve or what. I don't know. Like, yeah, people have been high up, and the whole gravity thing. Like, that the gravity is strong enough to hold oceans down, but like a feather is, I don't know, like just anything. It's called density.
Maybe we should put out a gravity challenge on TikTok. You're like, show us gravity. It's like people dumping water on their head, freaking ice, or dropping a brick on their fucking head or some shit. It's like, oh, gravity challenge. I mean, here's gravity. Look, I dropped a brick on my head. It's like, look at you, dumbass. What gravity are you talking about? There is no such thing as gravity. Sorry.
Yeah, there's really no proof.
I'm being a little crazy right now, but
I just hear you. A lot of it just go by what they've been told and history, and just no observable proof, though.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we don't talk about gravity. We just talk about, what we observe in reality. When they say gravity, we know what they mean because we were taught sort of the same thing, but we weren't taught why everyone thinks it exists that way, except for like, oh, you're on a ball and the balls are spinning around the universe, and balls just attract balls, and everything on Earth is just attract the center of the Earth, right? But as far as what we experience in reality, then they'll say, hey, well, I can show you gravity right now. They'll pick up a pen, drop it on their desk. Gravity? What? Do you even know what gravity is? You know how they described it? How they claim to have discovered it? And they're like, nah. But I still believe it because everyone else believes it. That's good enough for me.
The biggest lie in the world.
Mm-hmm. It's a tough one, man. It's tough for people to get past it, right, Mary? It's like, well, if it's not gravity, then what is it? It's density and buoyancy, which is already established through the same physics, not the same physics, but the same idea of physics. It's already established. Density and buoyancy. It's already established.
I feel like people should wake up because they are realizing now that they are being lied to. So, like, maybe there's more that's lied about.
Sure, and I think that's why we get new people jumping in here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have new people coming in here every single day. So, yeah. It is. People are hearing about it, and they're curious, and that's why they come in here. So, good stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, that's good to hear. Yeah, I'm gonna check out Ladies' Night again.
That's tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Next day.
Hey, check out Ladies' Night, but also participate. Why not participate? And
yeah, I mean, you don't have to do Ladies' Night. You're doing it right now.
Yeah.
I know. Most of the time, it's a stag party. It's hard to, get a dude. We have to fight each other to get a word in edgewise. But at least when I'm in here, I try to defer. Even though I'm opinionated and everyone else is. Yeah, I mean, Ladies' Night is only for ladies, but you already know how it works here. You've been listening for a little bit.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of Discord, and I found out about Flat Earth in 2019, and I've only been on this for like a week. I don't know why. News travels slowly in my world.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's just like when you listen to the live stream or you're in the Discord, it's mostly men in here. So we have a special time allotted for ladies where the men can't, they have to shut up. And so, but the ladies can talk anytime, and we should defer to them anyway. Because you know
It
how
helps for
men
me to
do. We'll just like spit and freaking claw at each other all night long. But if there's a lady in here, I always try to defer. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I want to be able to get to the point where I can teach others. So I think this is good for me to be able to listen, you know,
Awesome.
not explain things. It has to be with somebody who really wants to know about it, because I'm not going to, you know, it's an investment. And I kind of like feel people out.
How long have you been involved or looking into this?
Since 2019.
Oh, cool. So that's
going to be 3 years.
3 years. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I got sober, so I was like clear-headed, and I called an old friend who'd been sober like 13 years, and she's like, "Man, there's a completely different understanding of like what you think of God." And I was totally open to it. and it was an awesome experience. They talked about it in the Bible study. I was like, wait, what? And like at the same time, I was like questioning it myself. And then I just, right from there, like they told me to look up Rob Skiba. And yeah, I mean, it just blew off from there. Really. It was. It's been awesome. But it's frustrating because I can't just talk to anyone.
No, because even if, you know, I mean, there's a certain, you have to pick and choose your battles when it comes to this, you know, so it's not, you can't just say it everywhere and everybody's like gonna, you know, they already respect you, so, you know, yeah, go ahead.
Like I said, there's so much to it, so it's like, you can't just explain it to somebody, but if somebody was, you know, like my parents, for example, I want to be able to, my mom knows, I told my mom and dad, I told them in public actually, and they, oh my gosh, they freaked out. They did not take it well.
But I get it. Yeah,
I'm not changing, but I'd like to be able to date her.
All my family and friends, you know, like my local friend. I'm trying to think of anybody in my family and friends that I grew up with and stuff that is a flat earther. Let me think. One. I can't think of one. But they know all about what I'm about. But they haven't looked at it, and they won't listen to me. You know, not that I haven't tried. Whatever.
What do you think population are flat earthers?
Population across Earth?
Yes, yeah.
I think this idea, as far as popularity, you know, about flat Earth, it's more of kind of like a Western thing now. Even though when I say Western tradition or Western thing, you know, it includes Australians, even though they're way the fuck over there. You know, it's I've talked to some Russian people about it, but as far as like most of Europe, there's a lot of people that talk about flat Earth. We don't get a lot of French people in here, Spaniards, but you know, South America has their own flat Earth shit going on. So there's a lot of people in South America that are flat earthers. I mean, talking about millions of flat earthers in South America, but they don't speak English, so they don't talk to us. But Irulan Ducci he's kind of got that covered, you know, in that area. So I mean, it's really hard to tell. We have South Africans that come in here that are flat earthers. So yeah. It's really hard to tell numbers, but yeah, there's millions.
So I have to pay for a membership to be able to like share pictures and videos and stuff.
Oh, let me hold on. I'm gonna give you There's a role called link embed. I'm going to give you that role so you'll be able to show GIFs and pictures. Check it. Try it now. In live stream voice text. I just gave you the link embed role.
How do people explain like in the sky we see right now? Do they just think those are like natural clouds?
How do people explain what?
Like the clouds in the sky are like linear and like go different directions. I don't know if that like has a lot to do with flat Earth, but
Are you saying that works on a globe Earth or flat Earth?
well, I'm just saying like kind of talking about Earth, or it has to do with our like. Do you guys know if they're spraying the skies or? It's just like I wish I could get a picture of it. Show you. I saw it this morning, and it was like this weird symbol. It was like a Freemason symbol. It was freaking creepy.
Well, if you have a photo, you can post it. I gave you the role where you can post the image. If you have it, you can post it now. I gave you the role in live stream voice text. Talking about chemtrails.
Taboo, bro. We can't talk about that on here. Come on, bro.
Bullshit. We can talk.
You conspiracy theorist, man. I tell you. Damn it, man.
Oh.
I'm saying though.
Why do they like
No,
try to censor you guys?
There's some subjects we can't talk about, but chemtrails we can talk about.
Hey, you know how like on a really cold day you can see your breath, you know? When you blow out, you can see your breath on a cold day. Imagine walking from one end of the block to the other and seeing the trail your breath left all the way down the block. That's condensation. Okay?
Well, what are you smoking, man? I don't know if you can see it that far.
No, those are what they call condensation trails. Those are condensation trails.
Condensation trails. Oh man, Flatter Day, bro. That's funny.
What I think is that they're just trying to normalize it because they put it in like movies and stuff.
I mean, sometimes you just like it normally would be a clear day, but it's just like you can watch the freaking airplanes go across the sky and fill it full of. Those aren't condensation. That's not water vapor coming from the jet engines. That's no. Especially, well, I've seen airplanes at lower altitude because I have eyes and I know whether a plane's closer to me or further away. I've been in Little Rock, man. I could see this plane that was like, it looked like it was about 20,000 feet, maybe 15,000 feet, just traveling in circles, just with this big freaking. I was about to say smoke, but we know it's not smoke. Just going across the sky, zipping back and forth, and just like with this weird shaped thing, and then it went. And no, I live in Little Rock, so I'm near the airport, or no, I don't now, but I did then. And I'm like, well, that plane's obviously not trying to land at the airport that's right down the fucking street. It's just zipping back and forth across the sky right above downtown Little Rock, doing whatever that is. I was just like, my God, what is this? No, I didn't have my. Well, I don't know if I had my phone on me. I think I was just enamored. I was like, what the?
You saw a plane? Because like, you said you saw a plane.
Yeah, it was an airplane, but it had to be like 15,000, maybe 15,000 feet, and it just kept going back and forth, and it went in kind of like circles, and there was all kinds of weirdness. And then after I didn't see it anymore, guess what happened? There's clouds when there weren't any clouds there anymore. And that plane wasn't a commercial aircraft landing at the Little Rock Airport, it was traveling above Little Rock, just going back and forth. Like I could see both sides, like when it turned, and I was just like, what is this freaking airplane doing? And where I was when I saw this was, I'm only like 3 miles from the Little Rock Airport. And I'm like, well, it's definitely not trying to land at the airport. I don't know what this plane's doing.
When was it? What time of day was it?
It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 4 or 5. It was. Dude, I don't know if anybody else noticed it. They probably didn't because nobody cares except for me.
I just posted a video. They do this stuff in my county, bro, in Santa Barbara. They have 15 ground-based stations in Santa Barbara alone. They burn silver iodide flares from the ground-based station. They spray aluminum, barium from the sky, and other stuff too. But what it does is when they're spraying that layer over, it actually keeps it from raining. So a lot of they're like, oh, we do weather modification so it rains more because of the drought. But if you listen to their double speak, they also say that it can keep it from raining too. So when they're spraying that stuff, they spray it on a lower level than there's going to be rain clouds, and it sucks up the moisture, and then they direct it out towards like the ocean or towards where there's no population.
Everything they do, it's for your health. It's for your benefit.
Oh yeah,
trust
me.
It's
to benefit the EMF 5G signal, because the rain and the moisture in the air kills that signal quick.
Yeah, all those things. I lived under one. I had to.
I wish I'd have taken a video that day, man, of that plane.
You guys can you should Google You should Google weather modification patents, and you'll see them dating all the way back to the late 1800s. There's hundreds of them. Yeah, tornadoes, sure. Earthquakes, everything, bro. Any type of weather.
They can intensify or detensify a hurricane. They can.
No, I mean they can create one out of scratch. That's what I'm saying. Out of nothing.
Well, yeah, sure.
In Saudi Arabia and Dubai, they advertise it pretty much open to the public or civilians with money that you can guarantee if you're having an event, you can guarantee sunshine for a certain amount of hours or for whatever weather you want. It's like a certain amount of money.
The hurricanes, if you look at the path where they originate, they pretty much come from that area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of, they come from North Africa, across the Atlantic and in different parts. So yeah, who knows?
Born in Africa, raised in America. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Mary, we're fully conspiratarded.
Me too.
In case you haven't noticed.
You know what? I heard Santa Claus isn't even real. That's a crazy conspiracy right there.
Oh my God, that's the word. What?
Dude, yeah, you're gonna get doxxed for that shit, dude.
I don't even have a chimney, and I think that some bitch is gonna bring me some candy canes this year.
Right. Hey, I've seen them spraying in the sky where they're the trail that they're making as they're going, they're following a black line in the sky that's already in the sky. I've seen that. I've seen them chemtrail where it crosses the moon during the day even. I've seen some crazy, like it's because it's going on all the time. And most people don't look up and notice. Most people aren't. Just like the movie says, don't look up. You know what I mean? There's nothing to see here. Just trust us. Give us our 60 million a day. We'll handle outer space. You know what I mean? Earth too big. You're too small. Like little ants. You know what I mean?
So it's like it's not space. Yeah, space is.
No,
not
you know what I mean. Though
they control. Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, did you watch that movie? Don't Look Up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty corny, but it's it's also it's really pretty much tells you exactly what they want you to think.
Yeah. I mean, they need to, in order to see the flag on the moon, you need a telescope that's 600 feet in diameter. And the biggest ones they have are 30 feet, so they can't see the flag on the moon. But they could tell you if there's water and life forms on planets light years away.
You won't be able to see shit with even a 30. You talking about 30-foot wide optical telescope?
Yeah, I'm going to have to post this. It's a 1 minute long video from YouTube where this kid is going, how come I can't see? I bought a $5,000 telescope. How come I can't see the flag on the moon? And they're saying, well, it's too small to see. In order to see that, you need a telescope that's 600 feet in diameter. The biggest ones we have are 30 feet in diameter. Dude, it's so funny. Oh my God.
Post it. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you've seen the movie, you bought the t-shirt.
Observatories. We have observatories, with
that are shaped like domes.
Biggest telescopes. I mean, but hold on. The optical telescopes, with the largest lenses ever created by any human to observe what? I don't know. When you use an optical telescope, just like with binoculars, you're zooming in on something. Now you're decreasing your lateral view, increasing, top to bottom. You're just zooming in on something. So that doesn't actually make you see further. It just means you're looking at something that's already there. You're just zooming in on it if you can capture it. Do you understand that? I know you probably do, but a lot of people think, oh, you can see further with a P900. No, you're not seeing further. You're just zooming in on something that's already there. You're decreasing your lateral view, and you're seeing something that was already there. You just couldn't see it with your naked eye. You're just decreasing your point of view and zooming in on something that was already there. You can't see further because you have a zoom telescope or a zoom camera. Crickets. Because a lot of people say, well, you can see further with a zoom camera. No, you can't see further. You're just zooming in on something that's already there. Pretty much the same thing, but I prefer that to say that you're just zooming in on something that's already there. Similar to a microscope, right? You put bacteria under a microscope. Well, you can't see it with your naked eye. You put it under a microscope, zooming in on what's already there. But your field of view decreases as you zoom in. Now, when it comes to looking at celestial objects, like the moon, I mean, you can look at the moon with, I've seen some pretty fucking cool images of I've seen the moon. I have a 50 times zoom binoculars, and I can see the moon. It looks pretty badass just with 50 times zoom.
And close.
Man, it looks awesome. But as far as like these observatories, they have bigger, lenses. That, what did you say, 30 feet wide or whatever? Is that what you said? A Flatter Day. That's a pretty big ass lens, right? But other than that, they can't even build them that big, much bigger than that. So what they do is they build these fields of what they call radar telescopes, and they put radio signals out into space, and they also receive them, and then they send that data to a team of people that have computers in front of them, and then they render that. Like when you see nebulas on NASA and all that kind of stuff, that's not what they're seeing in an optical telescope. Those are renderings that were sent to a team of people that put the data together and made a render of it. But the original render wouldn't look cool. It'd be like, oh, it looks just like a bunch of shit. So what they do is they'll send them that information to a team of CGI engineers, and they'll make it look pretty. So you're not actually seeing the nebula. You're just seeing what somebody's interpretation of the data is. Just like Robert Simon, who's what I did when I made the globe picture is that what we do. Well, he was at the end process of everything that happened to create that globe, and once you listen to it a few times, you'll figure out that's true. And he'll tell you what happened after he got all the data. He's like, what I had to do is pull all the clouds out, and he pretty much just made the entire Earth ball that was on the iPhone from scratch.
It has to be
with some strips because it has to be. It has to be Photoshop.
Yeah. He did a little dance when he saw it, you know that?
Right, and that's what they have to do with the radar telescopes too. I mean, some of these radar. There's one in South America that's like 2 miles long. They have these big dishes built into the ground that are just receiving, energy. It's radio waves from space. The energy that the sky is projecting into that, and then they have teams of people that are like rendering that data. And then this is what it would look like if you could see it, but you can't. So,
yeah. It reminds me of a bunch of little kids trying to draw naked pictures of women. You know what I mean? Like, this is what it looks like. Cartoon women, though, like Wonder Woman or something. You see that Lucifer telescope, though?
Yeah, the Lucifer telescope is an optical telescope, but it's not going to see very far. It doesn't matter how big they build a lens on Earth. You're not going to see.
No, it's just the name. It's just for the name. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, like I said, even if you build the biggest lens, it's really, you're not going to see farther. You're just going to render something that's already there. You won't be able to say, I can see farther now, not with an optical telescope. That's not the way it fucking works.
Dude, with the P1000, you can zoom into a full moon, and you're seeing only like a fifth or even like a sixth of the moon. It covers it.
When you zoom in, you're decreasing your field of view. You're seeing something that's already there. It doesn't make it. You can't see farther. I've been saying this shit for the whole time.
No. What I'm saying is,
people say, well, I mean, it's like a lot of people say, well, you see a ship on the horizon and you can see farther than you should be able to see on a flat, on a globe. Now, as far as that argument goes, it sort of works, but if you can take the P900 or P1000 and zoom a boat back in, you're not seeing farther. You're just seeing something that's already there. And it's pretty much the same argument, and maybe that's just neither here nor there, but you're not seeing farther. You're just resolving, you're just zooming in on something that's already there.
So if you
sort of like bacteria in a microscope.
Sort of like it, but just the exact opposite.
No, it's the same exact fucking thing.
Yeah, I mean, one's a macro, one's micro.
No,
but yeah,
it's the same thing.
Yeah, it pretty much is.
Okay, thanks for agreeing with me because I know it is.
Well, hold on. Let me do my calculations. I'll get back to you. Okay. Let me.
Oh, well, your calculations.
Let me crunch the numbers, bro. I gotta crunch the numbers.
Calculations ain't gonna change what I just said. I mean, you could.
I got to run the numbers, bro.
You could build a lens, 300 feet wide. You're not going to see farther with it.
I know, it's ridiculous. They're just making up shit that they know people can't keep. Ain't nobody going to be able to do that. So they say it though, and then people run it like fact. I've also heard from NASA experts the reason we can't see the flag on the moon is because of all the dust coverage that's covered up the flag and made it white, so it blends in with the moon. Oh my god! Hey, and just let the audience know that. Let the audience know that the American flag they quote unquote put on the moon was gold fringe. Tell me, tag insult to injury. You know what I mean? You know what the gold fringe means? That it's you're on the ocean. That's you know what I mean. That's where it originally comes from. The mariners, maritime law.
Hey, Mary, did you see the message Bad Boy sent you? If you're still in here, Mary.
Mary, are you okay? Are you okay, Mary?
Mary. I think Mary checked it. But anyway, Bad Boy said you would need to be a minimum of about 3,000 miles above the surface to see the whole planet in a glance. I don't know what.
Did he say the word planet? He actually said the word planet. No.
Look at the live stream voice text. He just said.
I know. I'm just joking. Planet reminds me of something a chick would say when she has a planner and she's like making a birthday party for the weekend. She's like, "I got a planet," and it's spelled PLANET. It's like slang.
Well, I'm just wondering. This last part of the phrase, to see the whole planet in a glance.
In a glance. What is it? What's a glance? A glass of egg yolk? Is that what a glance is? I want a double glance on the rocks. You know what I mean? With an umbrella.
How many glances do you have to take to see the Earth from 3,000 miles away?
Dude, how many glances did it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, bro? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where you got
the whole planet anyway.
3,000 miles.
Planet anyway.
All right, so
let's plan it for this weekend.
Well, I'm just wondering where this 3,000 came from. Is that how high you have to? Because we often ask things like, how high above Earth do you have to be to see this globe? Well, apparently, Bad Boy knows it's 3,000 miles at a glance.
I think he just took the movie 300 and added a zero to it, and it looked good. Quote me on that one.
I'm not gonna fuck with Bad Boy anymore. I mean, dude, we spent like 2 hours talking to that dude earlier, and he never said.
He loves that helio. He's all about that heliocentric life, huh?
Yeah, he never said anything of consequence. So,
of consequence, like any of them do. Come on,
no,
you have to keep changing lives in order to.
Well, sure. I mean, some of them actually know what we're saying. I mean, they know both sides, but this dude.
Well, think about this, Helio. If somebody does, if a Glober does know both sides, then
I don't know what happened there, but
like they're of sound mind. So if they do know what we're saying, especially if they do know what we're saying to be true.
Flatter Day, it sounded like your mic unplugged or something. You're just a little
better now.
No.
Oh shit! Is it glitching?
Yeah, it was, but no, you sound good now.
My mom was calling me, and so it makes it glitch when I get a phone call.
Oh, okay, that's what it was then. All right, cool. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty much just like if I don't have any answer, I'll just make something up.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. That sounds like a teenager on his prom night, right? And the chick thinking about going home, but maybe staying. And she's like, "Well, do you have this or that?" Like something random. He's like, "Yeah, of course." He pulls up a picture on Google and he's like, "This is a picture of it on my pad." I mean, these people will say anything and get what they want at the time, But because it's profitable, bro. The flat Earth is not profitable.
Because every flat earther is completely ignorant and dumb, and so it doesn't matter what you know about the globe. Doesn't matter how ignorant you are about the argument. You're automatically right because you believe the standard narrative, and so you can say whatever you want to a flat earther, and you feel justified because everybody else believes the Earth is a globe.
Hey, that's damn near biblical. You know how it says like they will heap curses and insults upon you for my name. Just add flat Earth in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What globe? Right. GB. I mean CB. Yeah, what globe? That's what I'm saying. I was like, what globe?
Oh, CB's on here?
Well, it's Dustin.
Oh. We got Bad Boy in here. Dude, Bad Boy is a globe earther. That's really cool, Bad Boy. I love your icon picture. You know? They say I suffer from toxic masculinity, bro.
Toxic mess.
Yeah, I'm suffering from it, bro. I'm suffering from toxic.
There's got to be a meme for that somewhere. If not,
dude, I'm suffering, bro. I'm suffering. I will, dog. You know I can make a meme in 5 minutes, bro. 5 minutes flat, and I'll make a meme, homie. Straight up, dog. Some of them are fucking really out the wall, and some of them are funny shit though. But I don't pull no punches, dog. Mm-hmm.
Dude, we got to make one for. I suffer from toxic masculinity.
Yeah, dude, I've been suffering. Dude, I've been.
Well, we gotta find the right gift for it, though.
Yeah, toxic masculinity.
Well, I mean, you can look it up. Just look up and find a little GIF or whatever. That's just like.
It's funny because they throw the word mask in there. You know what I mean?
Oh, but it's as far as etymology goes, it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Even compare, you know.
Dude, you know how many words I could rhyme with masculinity, bro?
Because it has a Q, man. Masculinity. Or a C, I mean. Not a K.
Okay, so you could be like this. You could be like this. My toxic masculinity just shot a Kennedy because I was
saying, make a gift that says, I suffer from toxic masculinity. Just those terms, and then find a GIF that that shows someone that's aggressive and has a lot of testosterone and is masculine.
Or dude, I could do the double entendre thing where a lot of people don't get it and they just think it's weird. Where I'd be like, it's actually somebody giving somebody a mask, like but it's like one that they want back. So it's the mask you're lending me.
All right, well, do whatever the fuck you want to do, but that's not what I'm
just fucking with you, Helio. I'm just fucking with you, man. Come on, homie. I'm just having a good time. A lot of these flat earthers are really square, man.
Bunch of squares.
Yeah, I'm trying. Honestly, dog, I'm running circles around these square lyricists, bro. Straight up. Huh.
No, I'm just fucking with you too, but yeah, I mean, it's just something that came in my brain. And it's like, I suffer from toxic masculinity, and I'm just trying to figure out which.
Hey, Helio, I heard your brain will never be the same when it came from Lithuania. Is that true?
I've never taken lithium in my life.
Lithuania.
Lithuania. Oh, that's a country, isn't it? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, there's a song that goes like this. It goes, my brain will never be the same ever since it came from Lithuania. My new name is... It's a song. It actually says it in the song.
I know. I'm just fucking with you. You trying to fuck with me, I'm fucking with you back.
You know what I mean? Dude, I heard there's some really good flat earth rappers out there right now, dog. I'm not even kidding you. You know what I mean? I heard there's good flat earth rappers out there that don't have any sexual charges or aren't on Megan's Law either. You know what I mean? Real stand-up dudes, you know what I'm saying? That's just what I heard, though.
It might be possible. I'm not sure.
Peep the halo over the head. You know what I mean?
Who knows, man?
I hope T-Jump is listening to me right now. He's my favorite. No, T-Jump, Craig, and McToon. I love those guys. Craig's really funny. McToon's really kind of weird and just creepy, and T-Jump is just the jack of all trades. I love those guys, bro. I wouldn't be the flat earther I am today if it wasn't for fellas like that. You know what I mean? When you love the opposition, you know? Gotta love the opposition. You know what I mean?
Let's just say anyway, I'm not even...
I keep my enemies close and my globers even closer. You know what I mean? Straight up.
They're not even good at it. But anyway, some people think they are.
Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
You like that shit?
Talking about all the what shit are you talking about?
Here, look at that. It looks like it has a scary title, but it's not about that. What it says.
Didn't we listen to that like a couple nights?
Yeah. Did you like it or no? Tell me, did you like it?
I thought, I liked it. Yeah.
I put about 45 hidden codes and meanings in that song right there.
If no one objects, we can go ahead and play it right now if you want to.
Well, I just got something to say. I just want to say that sometimes these lyrics offend me, and I tried not to say anything, but it happens time and time again. And
well, I just saw the Misfits. The Misfits last weekend. So
yeah.
They have a pretty offensive song, and it's and Metallica covered that one. It was, the first
you were
lyrics
ordering 2 beers, right?
I got something to say.
You're ordering beers with your pinky finger and your index finger, right? You were indicating 2 beers, remember?
Yeah, dos cerveza, por favor. You know what I mean? Dos cerveza.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
No, I mean, no. I was actually doing the metal sign. It was just heavy metal. No, baby, but Flat Earth was like, "Oh, you're doing the devil horns." No, I'm just doing the rock and roll sign, bro. I ain't scared of the devil. That some bitch can kiss my head.
All
right,
you want a lighter?
I'm gonna listen to your song, and I'm gonna go smoke.
Okay, cool. Cool. Mm-hmm. Oh no, I'm good. Thank you.
Unless somebody else wants to talk, I mean, live talk is preferred over everything.
Put it this way: in 3 minutes and 43 seconds, I pack more words. I packed probably 4 to 5 times as many words as if you had this live stream going with like 4 or 5 people all talking at the same time.
Yeah, I think the only time I listen to it is when we listened to it together the other night. So let's hear it again.
That's right.
Yo, I just metamorphosed into the head of a porpoise. This ain't doctor's advice, can't break down no medical fortress. Most you medics made an unethical fortune when they put dye in your blood. That metal was scorching. Where you from, cuz? Yo, I'm headed to Morgan Freeman's just to see how much more I can see him. He's on every billboard, platform, Discord, and DM. I heard they hired C-3PO to work for 3M. It's 3 a.m. and I just thirst for your BMW. Never knew 2 words could infer the same meaning, but it's my way or the highway on a stairway to heaven. You've had way too much to drink, I'm too impaired to be driving. Yo, I meant to say driving, I put a dent in the hymen. I went over the center of the fighter when I entered the island. I was an earthquake epicenter in the center of Thailand. It's my birth six to be the winner of Inventor of Rhymes, man. Parent now as a kid while my parents were fighting. Now I got laryngitis, and all these Karens don't like me. My life is like a Ferris wheel, but I'm scared of the heights, G. I'm beside myself, despite myself, staring behind me. Within the whole caravan of them Karens to find me. Drop her off, honking the horn, blaring beside me. Now she's all in love, wants to get married tonight. We about to tie the knot, we do the shit right. She's just a milk aching for some one to beat the brakes off her. I just offered her milkshake, but I'll eat the steak off her. She just ate from the tree of scientia, cause the snake offered. When I found out water doesn't bend, I saved my face. I'm getting exasperated, waiting on this NASA balloon. Took an 8 the shrooms, masturbated while debating on Zoom. It feels so amazing when he's blazing his herb up. Sitting in this suburban, nothing can disturb him. You should have averted your eyes, cause his life is so perfect, so superfluous if he were to get murdered. To a man's heart, if you heard his two burgers, you oughta try feeding him fruit, not food that's been herded. You heard what I said? What is you, freaking retarded? The son of man has no place to lay his hard head. Foxes have holes and birds have nests, but the son of man has no place to rest. It's so amazing when he's blazing his herb up, sitting in the suburban, nothing can disturb him. You should have averted your eyes, cause his life is so perfect, so superfluous if he were to get murdered. The way to a man's heart, if you heard his two burgers, you oughta try feeding him fruit, not food that's been herded. You heard what I said, what is you freaking retarded? The son of man has no place to lay his hard head. Foxes have holes and birds have nests, but the son of man has no place to rest. Long as the sun and moon keeps pacing his head, and I'm adjacent to Amy when debating the Fed. You're just the opposite of what terminal velocity is. What an atrocity where all this animosity lives. Get up off me for all you who've been mocking my shit. Off the top, I know how nonsense these topics can get. This ain't medical advice, I spit to a melody nice like Melanie before she got in them felony fights. Bringing Eskimos frozen water like I'm selling them mice. I heard Starbucks was closing to give me hell if I'm right. Shouts out to Paraplegic, hope I'm yelling it like I was very bulimic. Now look how well I can write. All this cheddar to burn, never knew how well mozzarella could light. Anybody heard from CERN, they put up one hell of a fight. The James Webb telescope, they try to sell you the sky. Sheeple think the hell are dope, but what they tell you's a lie. Terminal velocity, what an atrocity that I witness. Can I get a witness as I witness these nitwits going to rocket launches like it's a legitimate business? I hate to be the one that knocks NASA off its hinges. Vin, vin, oranges and syringes. Pour your heart into something that's so pretentious, so close, only miss the goalpost by inches. Another record that you never broke from Guinness. I'm like a broke dental hygienist that got chlamydia. Mentally dented, I'm so bent, and I am not kidding you. It's so phenomenal, from all this nominal gain till this Andromeda stream brought this abdominal pain. First time I saw Michelle Obama, I wanted to scream. Riding on a llama with hot pockets, popping them things, popping them things, popping them things, popping them things.
Helio. Jamesy.
I'm here. What's up?
Helio, what do you think of that song?
I like it, man. It's good.
I put that Kill Bill in the beginning, you know?
As much as I like a lot of his movies, man, I never got into Kill Bill.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna go have some food with my mom right now. All right, dog?
All right, cool. Well,
all right, brother.
If no one else is gonna talk, I'll play that video I was gonna play before everyone started talking. And I'm gonna. I was gonna go out and smoke and listen to your song, but then I realized my phone was dead, so I couldn't listen to it while I was smoking. So my phone's charging. Find this video that I was talking about playing. I'm not sure which video it is now. I might have been talking about the Brunoverse video with Hibbler, who's a flutter. Hey, Jim Brewer, if you guys don't know who he is, he's a famous comedian. He was in that movie Half Baked with Dave Chappelle. Anyway, he's got a podcast and stuff, and he's been interviewing people like Eddie Bravo, and he had Hibbler on his show the other day. He's been talking to Owen Benjamin. He's had him on there, so he hasn't said it yet, but I think he's gonna be flat. Really cool. This video is 20 minutes. 11:33 p.m. Central Time.
There's your flu last year. Here's your flu this year. Literally doesn't even exist.
Let's say hello to Sean. You put this film together? I'm starting to see this all over the internet. It's a full-blown film for people to watch?
Yeah. It's a 1-hour documentary. Yeah. Okay. I've made First of all, thank you for having me on the show. I'm very blessed to be talking with you,
It's
sir.
a pleasure. Yeah. It's a pleasure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been making documentaries on alternative theories and truths, things they don't want us to know. Probably about 2015, 2016, I started. A lot of it was on YouTube before they would ban stuff and just take it down for no reason. So I was hammering them with so many topics, from 5G, chemtrails, you name it. I was just hammering, building an audience. And as we all noticed the last couple of years, they really stopped anything. I mean, it's like I can't even upload. That trailer you just showed, I put on YouTube. They removed it right away. And then I made a censored version. I was just telling Mike this. I made a censored version, Jim, where the word coronavirus or flu or anything is bleeped out.
Yep.
Even flu I bleeped out just in case. And then I blocked out the words on the news banners. Everything was blocked. They still hit me with medical misinformation. And I go, I've never replied to these clowns over at YouTube. I go, let me reply. And I go, can you please reference the visual or the audio that's medical misinformation, knowing damn well there's nothing because everything's censored, everything's bleeped out, and they didn't reply. Of course, now I'm on my second strike on YouTube, so you know,
you will not discuss the situations of the new world order that we you are a threat to our democracy. I love that word, a threat to our I want to laugh when anyone says that, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know. At this point, I'm thinking, like I was telling Mike, that they're just watching these at this point. They're not. I used to think it was like a software that would scan for words or images and be like, ban it. But now, because of what I did this on purpose. I go, let's test this. Let's see what happens. Mm-hmm. I knew I had one strike. I go, I don't think this is going to give me a second strike. There's nothing said technically, right? And they still gave it to me. No excuse. There's no reason, just medical misinformation. So now I'm on 2 strikes and I got to be careful. But thank God for Rockfin, because, you know, my Rockfin channel.
What is that? What is that?
Rockfin is like what YouTube was in 2013, you know. Say whatever you want. And you can have, there's many talents there. I produce Eddie's show, Eddie Bravo's show. Look into it. You were on the show.
I love Eddie's show.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw the episode that you and him were on together.
Yes.
Because we kept having the technical difficulties. But yeah, I edited that. I edited it with Soros's face and Schwab's face when you were doing your voices. That was, you know, I had nothing else to do because you were off. You couldn't connect on video. It kept cutting out. So I'm like, perfect. Let me just put some visuals over this. But
the job that she did with the wonderful and talented Lady Gaga is
extraordinary. What did you give her for the work she did with Lady Gaga? Did she get an island or a small continent?
No, when we're done destroying Ukraine, she gets Ukraine.
Eddie's show's doing really well. But yeah, Eddie's on Rockfin, his show, look into it. Sam Tripoli, he's got a couple shows on there, including Tinfoil Hat. I mean, that's a great podcast. There's a lot of people.
Love them. So you put this out, and how's it doing?
It's doing well, man. It's not about just putting the information in a film for the world. It's about putting it together in a way that grasps them. You know, anybody can put something together about, you know, what's going on lately in the last couple of years.
Right.
You know, I'm on YouTube. I'll keep it clean. But everything that's been going on, we all can put something together to show someone. But I always want to make a film or a documentary where when you hit play, you're you're just going to stare. You're staring at the screen until the hour film is over. And that's how I'm trying to set it up, where when it's not really for people like us in a sense.
Right.
I think it's people
Preaching
like
to
us,
the choir.
yeah, we would enjoy it. And you might learn something new. Who knows? But it's for your neighbor, your cousin, the person that calls us crazy people. This is my job in this earth. This is why I'm here, is to make films for your neighbor and your cousin and your brother, your sister, whoever. That's how you guys are nut jobs. Watch this then. It would never see the day of light on YouTube, unfortunately. And and that's the only complaint I've ever gotten on the film so far. It's only been out for a couple weeks, but the only complaint is, why isn't this on YouTube? I'm like, are you kidding me? On YouTube?
Have you tried it? Have you tried to dump it on YouTube
my
yet?
trailers down.
Oh yeah, if you got two already, then one more and you're done.
The full film, it's instant. They were probably licking their chops waiting. Is this guy, I mean, YouTube's probably like, is he gonna upload this? Because he's gonna be gone now. And I'm like, I'm not touching YouTube for a while. I'm not gonna do anything. So it's on Rockfin. If you're a subscriber of Rockfin, you just watch it. If you're not a subscriber, subscribe, because again, the talent on there, the shows on there, the content on there is amazing. $10 a month. Everything's unlimited. You get to see everyone's stuff. It's amazing. There's a lot of free stuff on Rockfin too. So you don't, but the film, you can watch it on Rockfin or go to fluvid-19.com. And then you could download a copy directly to your phone, directly to your computer hard drive. And I always tell people, look, if you want to donate, support, and rent the film, $5, you get it. Put it on your platform, or if you don't got 2 strikes, put it. People are sharing and sharing and sharing it, but do whatever you want with it. You own it. Email it to your neighbors now. Burn it on a DVD. Do whatever you like.
You just answered a question for me, because the first thing I thought of was, I'd love to put this on my Patreon page. Yeah. So you're okay if I buy it?
No, I'll just send it to you, boss. Yeah,
I will put it on my. I know my Patreon members will love.
Sure.
How did you meet Eddie? Like, how did you guys all come together? Because you're not a comedian, right? Like,
no,
how did this all come about?
I'm just a filmmaker, man. Years ago,
filmmaker,
producer. Many titles. I do everything myself: the sound, the directing, the editing. I'm up all night for months and months. I don't subcontract anything. I do everything myself. Including the Photoshop, the DVD covers, the graphics, everything I do. Eventually, one day, maybe I can afford to get some help, because it's hard to do it all yourself. With Eddie, years I don't know, I want to say 2016-ish. He was doing a comedy show in Hollywood, Comedy Store, and I think he's heard of me at that point. Obviously, I've heard of him at that point, but some of the Flat Earth documentaries on YouTube I was making years and years ago, he was a fan of it, and he would watch it and stuff. And I go, hey, I saw he's going to be on the Comedy Store. So I just went there with my buddy who got VIP, everything. So we just go in there. And after the show, I had said, Eddie, because I never showed my face before. It wasn't fear. It was because I've never watched have you ever watched a film in your life where you're like, dude, who's the editor? Why doesn't the editor tell me? I go, who wants to see me?
Right.
Who cares?
Right.
But eventually people were caring. They're like, who is this guy? Is this a company? Who's this production company? Hilbert Productions. So it's like, okay. Let me. Eddie was actually one of the first, if not the first guy to see me. And I go up to him after the Comedy Store. I go, hey, I'm what's up, Eddie? And he just thought it was probably some random guy. What's up, dude? I'm like, I'm Hibbler Productions here. What? Oh shit, what's up, man? So we talked for 10-20 minutes, all in the circle and stuff. I left. We talked on Instagram, 2016, chat back and forth. Eventually we built a friendship, and we'd hang out, and a lot of the comedy shows him and Sam were doing, I would, hey, you want to come in? So I would just always be with him. And then once he told me he wants to do a show about a year ago, and we got kind of get things rolling, but he just goes, dude, can you be the engineer? Can you produce this? Can you do this for me? I'm like, of course. Who wouldn't do that? So now every week I go to a studio downtown LA, and we knock it out. I bring it home. I edit it. I'm known for, when you're watching something, even a podcast, believe it or not, I'm showing visuals. They're telling the story about some UFC thing, or they're telling the story about this. I want to show it. I want people to be like, and you still hear them, but you're seeing it now.
Yep.
And that's just, and I think that's why he chose me in that sense, because he knows I'm not, I'm going to go the extra mile to make sure that the audience is entertained, the audience is not bored. And I had my own show on Rockfin for a while, Level Headed Podcast, that just after 7 episodes, I started my films. I got busy. My co-host got busy. But the Hibbler Effect's coming soon. I'm gonna have a podcast on Rockfin pretty soon here once I'm done with my next film. The Hibbler Effect will be on Rockfin, so I'll be back ready to have guests on and do my thing like I used to, so I'm prepared for that. But yeah, Eddie's a great guy, man, and we've gotten along for so many years now. We're on the same frequency, and every time I watch your show, when me and my girlfriend, we watch your show all the time, this guy Jim is just on the frequency, and it's like Joe Bauman. Joe Bauman is another one of my friends. King Bao.
Yep.
Same frequency. When I saw him a couple weeks ago in Phoenix, and he was by my house 2 weeks ago, it's just the same. You just know. It's one of the things you're on the same frequency, and you can have good conversations, learn from one another, and this is how we change the world. Collective consciousness, Jim. If we all keep this going, they lose.
I agree 1,000%. If we don't got this, we're all doomed. We're doomed. And there's too many of this now. There's too many of this, and it's becoming like water. You may put a dam up here to stop it, but guess what? Now the water goes that way. Now you have, like what you just said, you have Rockfin, but now you have this, like True Social, Rumble, this, that. It's just always going to keep counterattacking, and now that the other side knows how this side plays, the ones that have been established for so long, the Instagrams, the YouTubes, the blah, blah, blah. And YouTube's been very good to me. I did get one strike because whatever. But it's finding out how to counterplay and keep our voices heard. Whether you think they're right or wrong, they need to be heard. Our intentions are not coming from a dark and mean world. We're here to shed light. We're here to shed information and to open your mind and just start thinking. And you know what? I've come to the point, Sean, where there are going to be people where it's not going to happen, and that's okay. It's okay. And it's just, we ain't got time for that. You just keep moving along and let them stay where let them keep going to the Super Bowl, let them keep drinking all day and whatever. And I'm not poo-pooing the Super Bowl, but I'm just saying, stay in the Roman Empire. If they tell you need to go get it. If they tell you we got to go to war, send your child blindly because whatever it is. The day of questioning is now existed, and I tell you, if it's game time, and I thank God for people like you. I can't wait to check this out.
You're gonna. I was telling Mike, Mike didn't want any spoilers. I was like, dude, Jim didn't see it. I'm like, the end with Jim, and it's not the stand up, it's something else. He's like, don't spoil it. I'm like, dude, you guys got to see. I sent it to Ann.
I know. She's No.
It's cool. Yeah, eventually you'll see it. I'm sure once you see it, you'll want to put on your Patreon. Just hit me up. We'll get it done.
Well, I'm going to put it on immediately, and I'll be talking about this next week after I watch it. That I promise you.
No, I appreciate it. And like I did with my initial documentary Level, I made a part 2, the next level. So with Fluvid-19, I'm going to make a sequel probably next fall. And I already got the okay from Sam Tripoli. I'm sure Eddie will. Even Dr. Sean Brooks, I got doctors now. So they're emailing me after they saw it, like, hey, and like Dr. Sean Brooks, he's one of the doctors in this talking about everything. I go, hey, would you want to be in the sequel? I'd rather come in person, hear you out, get professional camera. This is more like compilations. I found stuff and I put it together in a way where it doesn't seem like that, but it is. This is more part 2 should and will be better and more efficient in terms of the definition of a documentary, if that makes sense, where it's real
Absolutely.
footage, it's new stuff.
Yeah.
It's sitting down with people. So anyone that's in the first one, and I'm gonna say right now, anyone that hey, I'm in this film. If you want to be in part 2, I will fly to you and sit down and even if it's for a 5-minute thing, it's going to be in the film because I want the second one to really be powerful and marketed heavier and stuff like that because people need to know this.
I know.
Even the people you were saying that don't.
Anyway, you guys got the gist of it. Jim Brewer, top comedian. Guy. As a matter of fact, I'm downloading Hibbler's COVID-19 video. We can't really talk about it much here, but I'm going to upload it somewhere else, and I'll be able to send a link if you guys want to watch it. Just bought it. It's only $5. Loading it, but I'll upload it to archive.org and I'll send the link in here. If you guys want to see it.
You seen that video with was Jarian about what is water?
What is water?
Yeah,
No, I don't think I've seen that one, Evo.
it's like a 15-minute video. But what I liked the most was, because it talks about the whole he has the whole with that people that are talking about the water whenever you speak to it, the way the intention, right? I just posted it, by the way. But what I like the most is the end part where he talks about the meteors. Well, not him himself. He's pointing a video about somebody speaking about the meteors and the geysers. Like they have a distinct, equally looking. It's his opinion. They look like they're just big geysers, and they're on different continents. Like the big, how they say all these meteors that hit the Earth, but there's no meteors to be found.
Yeah, you can't find the rock. You just see the crater.
Right. So the guy looks at geysers, but then he looks at geysers that are pretty much dormant, not erupting, and they look so similar. Like they look.
Geysers, or like when mud, like bubbles just kind of explode.
Yeah.
Or not explode, but just kind of like pop. It looks like a bubble pop, but it's
right. So you think about the big flood, right? And then and the big flood, supposedly the water from underneath came up. Those would be huge geysers.
Geysers are a result of something like, I won't say mud flood, but I just did. So whatever. Yeah, it's just it's just a bubble pop. It's the bottom of a bubble pop, because there's no evidence that a big rock from outer space caused that.
Like he puts them side by side. Like the geysers, it's about 15 minutes and about 30 seconds, 20 seconds.
You want to listen to it?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't play the video on their screen share or whatever, but we can listen to it if you want to.
It's about 15 minutes, and that's when he's comparing both side by side.
I mean, I can play the video sort of, but it'll get pushed up on live stream voice text if I play the video on live stream. But yeah,
it's crazy.
As a matter of fact, I have to actually get off here, work in the morning. So, but
no problem. Yeah, wait. Whenever you have a chance, take a look at that. He starts talking about the geysers in that about 12 minutes or so. I mean, well, really about 11, 12 minutes. But when he starts comparing both, it's about 15 minutes. At 15 minutes, he starts showing you the geyser and the meteor, where quote unquote meteor fell side by side, they look freaking similar. Like dude, you can't make this shit up.
Seems like they did.
Yeah, right.
Here's the audio, and I'll play the video on the live stream, and we'll see if, like I said, if the more people type in the chat.
Let's just talk about a few things real quick that I think is very interesting, and I don't think enough of us think about it, okay? So, think about water and what you know about it. Like, first off, where in the Bible does God create water? Well, he doesn't. There's no creation moment of God creating water, okay? God separated the waters from the waters, but the assumption may be that water was always here. Okay, that's just one thing. I'm not saying anything definitive, and I'm not looking for people to come back and say, "Oh no, but the Hebrew." I don't care. I'm just saying, in general, let's think about what water does and what. Isn't it weird that when you were a kid, maybe still today, you know how you flip a coin or you throw a coin into a fountain to make a wish? Kind of weird. Who came up with that, right? So why would you wish on water? Why would you throw a coin in a fountain, wish on water? Just something to think about. We know that God is in us and all around us. Isn't water in us and all around us? The answer, of course, is yes. Okay? You've heard as above, so below. Right? Well, we know that there's waters above. We know that there's primary waters below. How about that? As above, so below. We know that God separated the water from the waters. And people have kind of always wondered, what does that mean? Is there water up above it? Well, yeah, there's water everywhere. And look, what do we have? He separated the waters from the waters. So we know that God is above us and below us. Okay? How about Jesus walked on water? Strange. Okay? So water's got some, definitely it's all over, it's spiritual, it appears in the Bible more than prayer, more than a bunch of other words. When the water falls from the sky, it's kind of dying to give us life. Falls to the ground, it gets seeped into the ground, and then what happens? It's resurrected. It's resurrected as part of the water cycle, and it ascends to heaven to where it will save us again in the future. Okay? We've got it's life-giving. You cannot be alive without water. Not you, not me, not any animal, not any plant. So nothing on earth exists without what? Water. Okay? Could life be a test to see exactly if we can learn to flow like water, right? Water gives life to others. Water refreshes their thirst. Water refreshes their spirit. It quenches their thirst. Are we supposed to move freely and act like water? Just a thought. Again, it may be blasphemous to you. Unfortunately, blasphemy only is a crime for people who are in the same religion as you, not me. Where in the Bible? Oh, sorry, I talked about that. The atmosphere being water, yes. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about primary water, which is, I think, Dave Weiss does a good job talking about Gaddafi and what happened over there. But really, here's the insane thing about primary waters. Science ignores the fact that, and I guess it's because of big business. I mean, I'm learning now that science is involved in this whole process because they need funding, and so I could see that happening. But think of all the money that's made from the existing paradigm of water being scarce. Correct? Tons of water, tons of money being made. Even though water exists below everybody's feet and not very deep, a couple hundred feet. We're not talking miles down, we're talking a couple hundred feet. But there's this scarcity of water problem that causes water treatment, transportation, distribution, bottling, collecting, cleaning, recycling, sewer. So there's a whole infrastructure that goes into the idea of scarce water. You need to take your shit, we need to rush it to the treatment plant, put a bunch of chemicals in it, and then we give it back to families as drinking water. If you think I'm kidding about that, that's the truth. Hate to tell you, your piss and shower water, what do you think? It goes out to the ocean? No. It goes back to the treatment plant where they put chemicals in it to get rid of it, strain it a couple times, treat it, and then send it right back to your house. Okay? Now, that's why I distill my water, because it is truly the best water that you can have, because all distilling is a boiling basically boils your tap water, and only the good actual water goes up as steam and comes through the piping out as steam, where the rest of the water dissipates into what looks like cocaine. It's like white bath salts, which is probably fluoride. We're going to get into that a little bit too. So science hides the fact that we actually have water being created in the earth. Okay, now the reason they can't do that is because they have this whole story, right, that the earth was like getting hit by rocks and gas, but they say the water came from the aliens or something, right? Water came from the outside, a meteor or something, which is just stupid. But that's what they want you to believe. Speaking of that, it's so crazy that there's so many synchronicities. Today, Dave Weiss sent me the video of... No, it was the app video. The app video was insane. It's like, what timing? As I'm learning about... Oh, and by the way, let's just get into something else. So within the last couple of days, I've pretty much have proven to me, I don't care what you think or whether it's proven to you, to me, remote viewing is true. Okay? There is something to it. It's a literal impossibility that the people who did my remote viewing session could have drawn the things that they drew without at least seeing some part of what I was thinking. It happened both with the first time and the second time, and the way they described things the second time would have never worked for the first time, and vice versa. So how is that possible? If you don't believe it, I suggest you watch those two videos, and we're going to do it again, and I'm actually going to give it a try myself because I think it's amazing. And here's what we're going to get into. Dr. Emoto proved that water has a memory. Anyway, what? That doesn't make any sense. So what they did is like gave a little bit of medicine to, or diluted a little bit of medicine in a whole bunch of water, and then gave a big dose of this medicine to other patients. And what they found was there is no change. So what happens is, since there's a little bit of medicine in that water, it communicates to the whole water the medicine. It's insane to think about. Start to think about the implications there. Maybe if we said prayers in some way, or we collectively, and here's something I want to do, and I don't know who else we can get to do it. I don't think us watching this channel is enough. But what if we came up with a day, like September 1st? Everyone says their intentions, their hopes of what we hope happens to the cabal, what we hope happens to Klaus Schwab, what we hope happens to his, what is his little gay friend's name? I don't know. He's the evil, wicked-looking Jay. So those two guys, good quality people like Justin Trudeau. What do we hope happens? Well, maybe if we put that intent into the water, and maybe that's how these long-distance communications happen. So there has to be some mechanism in my mind for remote viewing. To me, I think now it's water. I think it's the atmosphere. I think that just like when you get to, let's say you go somewhere and you've got a bad feeling about the place, right? You're in a house that's haunted, so-called haunted. Maybe it's not haunted. Maybe all it is that the water underneath the pipes, wherever in the house, has a memory of what took place there. And all that you're doing is you're accessing. You don't know it. We get to the house, we just feel weird, right? Same thing where we wonder why we can see somebody who's looking at us from behind us. Why would we be able to know that? However, if that fact is being transferred through the atmospheric water, then it starts to make sense to me. So a lot of these things that I've always had questions about, I think can be answered with water. It's also something that I think we can investigate and test ourselves. I want to look into exactly what Dr. Emoto used. He says he used a high-speed camera. I don't know how much a high-speed camera is. I don't know how many frames per second he did, but it should. There's another Flat Earther Born. So what I want to do is do the same thing, because what he shows is incredible. And it's what I've talked about, why the news is so negative, because then they put this negative vibe out there and then everybody's in a mood. The way they scared people with the flu, all these things. Could they all be answered with the idea of water and its amazing qualities? So in case you don't know, water is different than everything else on Earth. Number one, like the three stages that it's in. Remember, the God is part of the Trinity. Well, water is a trinity. It's got its gas, it's got its liquid, and it's got its solid, which all three exist at all times, right? There's never a period where there's no liquid. There's never a period where there's no gas. There's never a period where there's no ice. How about the fact that water is the only liquid that when frozen expands? Okay, so that's the only item that does that. So water is special. Water is quite different. So we know that primary water wells exist. They're all over. And yet science still says that water is neither created or that it's conjured up within the earth. They say it's all water that fell down, whereas it's been shown and proven that water is being rushed up in massive, massive quantities. I want you to listen to a story here that I want to bring up that I think is incredible. The first part of the story that caught my eye was that and I don't know what year this was. Let me find out exactly what year it was. A few years ago, there was an earthquake in Sonoma, okay, by Vallejo. It's about 2-3 hours north of me. Anyway, when that happened, all the fissures, the cracks in the ground, started to be leaking water. Okay, and I'm not talking about a little bit of water. I'm talking about, I don't know if I wrote it down. Yeah. So after the Napa earthquake, water started to rise up at 1,000 gallons a minute from the fissures in the rocks. And it actually fixed the drought for the whole area because the whole area was in trouble. They had dry lakes and well, the water popped out. It was 10 times more than they're used to having come up from these springs. So they were taken care of. They let it flow down into the rivers, replenished everything. And then all these communities were able to drink. And they tested the water and it was fantastic. Way better than your regular tap water. How about the fact that we've got springs that appear at the tops of mountains? How's that possible? So Mount Whitney in California, at 12,000, 13,000 feet, there are bubbling springs that come up all the time. They come up all the time. So they're permanent. They come up constantly. And that's insane. Where's that water coming from? And when you're talking about 1,000 gallons a minute, think about how much that is in a day, right? Let me show you this video here.
Okay, everyone, in my last video, I showed you a meteorite crater in Arizona that is supposedly 55,000 years old, and I showed you how the crater is still there, but the big meteorite that landed there is just totally gone.
Poof.
And I also went on to let you know that if you Google or whatever you want to do to look for asteroids, they're all computer generated images.
By the way, let me stop right there and look at this.
By an artist.
At least he's smart enough to say that. Do you know that there's people that actually think these are real images? And that's what they show you for asteroids. They're obvious computer generated images, and people can't see that. People who love the space lie, the testicle lovers, the heliosexuals, they love it.
Anyways, what kept eating at me was a scripture from Genesis 7:11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. Now pay attention closely. It says all the fountains of the great deep broken up. Great deep means the deep ocean. Broken up means to come upward. So anyways, as I went on the search, I realized that there were more supposedly meteorite craters all over the world in different continents, all around, roughly around the same size as you can see here in these pictures. I took a picture from each continent from every one of these supposedly meteorite craters. But out of all these craters, there's nothing left of the meteor that landed there. And I say that in quote. Supposedly landed there. There's nothing left of the meteorite, but all the craters are still there. So I went to investigate a little more, and I'd remembered researching geysers many, many years ago.
I'll put this in the t.me/journalism links.
Geysers look like, but the images I'm showing you are what the geysers look like when they're actually erupting. So check this out. Now, does these craters underneath these geysers not look familiar to you? Just take a really, really close look. Now I'm showing you the ones that are erupting. Now let's take a look at the ones that are not erupting. Okay, now let's compare the so-called meteorite craters with the geyser craters. Now check this out. As you can see here, there's a runoff on the meteor crater and a runoff on the geyser. Now look at here. Right in the middle, you see where the geyser actually comes up. You can see it in the meteor crater and the geyser. That's where the water comes up at. Same thing here. Everything around it is just where the water pressure coming up explodes everything outward.
It's weird because it looks to
And
me too
here,
like
if
there's
you
water
look to
runoff
the right
in a lot of
of
those.
the crater and the right of the geyser, they're shaped identical. That's water pressure, not a meteorite. It's
I'll stop it there if you want to watch it. He goes a little bit further, but it's an excellent observation. And this is why people should be allowed to speak, have a channel, say things. Nobody's claiming that he's 100% right. I like to hear somebody's honest opinion. Somebody found something different than we're used to seeing, and I get a chance to now investigate that and put it in my mind as a maybe. Nobody's saying buy into it. I don't want to see any chat messages like, you're so stupid, you think that that's water. I was taught that it was a meteor. I don't give a shit. Don't care at all.
Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life.
Jamesy, we set. You finished.
What was that, bro?
So the video, right? So this video that I just posted, Helio put it to play for everybody to hear it and see it in the live stream. So it pretty much it talks about water, right? But then it talks about the meteors. Some guy he plays a video of the meteors, and where he researched, he had researched geysers before, and pretty much he compared both. Like they, he put them side by side. Like the meteors look like geysers, like the geyser hole or whatever. So you know how it talks about the big flood or whatever, how the water from the deep or whatnot.
Yeah.
So practically, he got pictures of meteors from each continent, and they're just pretty much roughly about the same looking and the same size. And yet, there's no meteor anywhere, right, to be found. But when he looks at some geysers and he compares both video, if you look around 15, I don't know if you go straight to like 15 minutes and 20 seconds or so, you can actually, he puts them side by side and they look exactly the same, man.
15 and 20.
Yeah. 15 minutes and 20 seconds or so. I think it's 15, 16. I'm seeing now. 15, 16. So first he starts talking about the meteors, and then he chose geysers, and then he puts them side by side.
Oh no, but you're talking about meteor craters. It's different than meteors.
Right, meteor craters. Sorry, the meteor craters are on Earth supposedly. They were supposedly caused by meteor craters.
Yeah.
Right. So then he starts comparing the guy in the video compares them to like the geysers. Geysers we see.
That looks interesting for sure.
Dude, it looks freaking similar, man. Like legit similar. I mean, it's an opinion, but dang. It makes sense with the supposedly with the water, the deep, it's good big time water pressure coming out of the bottom.
So, yeah. I've heard this before from someone else years ago, saying that the craters are probably like water coming from below that caused it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny because we've got this one in Australia that they've always told us was a meteorite crater. It's in the middle of the desert. I went to go and visit it, and the Aboriginals said, no, it's not a meteorite crater. There's a spring at the bottom of it.
Huh.
I found that really interesting, like, why have we been told that it's a meteorite crater and the natives are telling us that there's a spring at the bottom of it?
There you go. That's that makes a lot of sense to me.
And it's a huge, like it's a huge crater, a huge, hole.
It's crazy how they look extremely similar, right? I mean, it's not far fetched. I think.
For me, it's not far fetched.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's like one or two that have actual water in it, right? The big geyser. I mean, the big meteors, craters.
Well, they tell us it's a meteorite, but we never ever see those lights that come, the shooting stars. We never see them coming straight.
Right.
But these holes in the ground look exactly like, have you ever, like, have you ever seen a burst pipe in the ground, like in a field? Like you get a burst water pipe that comes up with water. If it runs and it runs and runs and runs, it creates like a upside down volcano. And they look exactly the same. It's just a miniature version of that. I've never seen a shooting star come in straight. If it was to hit, if these meteorites, I don't even think they're real, but
and they usually burn up there right before you even get close to.
Yeah, that's right. And they seem to always look like they're coming in on an angle. So why wouldn't they create like a V instead of another hole? It's interesting.
Just watch the video, man. That is funny. Jamesy.
Yeah. Elon finally did it. He took us to Mars. We've made it.
Bad Boy is here. I told him to because he was texting with somebody else. I told him, hey, can you please stop for a little bit? I wonder if he's back.
You wonder if I'm bad? Is that what you said?
I was wondering if you were back because I know I kind of deleted your messages earlier.
Oh yeah, I was chatting with Eratosthenes.
Sweet. Any new topic you find, man, about the new proofs or? Not proof, evidence.
No, I don't want to talk about my proofs. I actually want to know more about flat Earth, to be honest, because so far I couldn't been able to ask a legitimate question without getting trolled or change the topic and changing the subject and everything.
Okay, what's the legitimate question then?
Yeah, I asked this question to Eratosthenes, and it was like, how do you guys explain meteorites, or whatever it's spelled?
The phenomena that we call sporadic meteors, they all come from 6 radiant sources, 6 specific points in the sky. From this called helion, anti-helion, north apex, south apex, and the other 2, I gotta look it up. So specific points in the sky called radiant sources.
I'm not getting it. You mean they're coming from the sky, not outer space, or they're found on Earth and they're just faking it? What's your point of view on this one? Because I was watching the other day this show, Pawn Stars. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. And somebody brought a meteorite and they sold it for cash, whatever. It was expensive, and before they bought it, of course, before they negotiated the price and everything, they had to call in the experts, right, so they can confirm whether or not it's actual meteorite. So they have to investigate it with some kind of a tool and see what type of it was, and it had apparently a big amount of iron, if I can recall correctly. So that's why I brought it up, because I want to hear your stance on this one, whether or not it's coming from somewhere here on Earth and they're just pretending it's from outer space.
When you're standing on the ground, and we observe this phenomena called sporadic meteors or shooting stars, all of them that you see when you look in from the ground, they all come from 6 specific points in the sky. There is other phenomena that people maybe label it meteors, but there's different ones, and there's multiple phenomena that we observe. There is a specific phenomena called sporadic meteors that I'm telling you, it all comes from 6 specific points in the sky. They call them radiants in the sky. So if a rock falls from the sky, or iron, it's funny that it's iron. Iron oxide is one of the most magnetic materials that we know of, and that's a very interesting fact that when we find these rocks, they're always made of iron, very magnetic stuff. But I wouldn't deny that things fall from the sky. I mean, anybody making a full claim about that, I think they can't prove or disprove that things might be falling from the sky. But the important point is that all of the phenomena that we call sporadic meteors come from the same region of the sky, 6 radiant sources. And these radiant sources also have a cycle of themselves. So it's a very specific research that has been done for many, many years. So, yeah, when you're standing on the ground motionless and the sky is moving above you, 6 radiant sources, that's where the sporadic meteors come from. And these 6 radiant sources also, when you look in the electro-optical spectrum, you can see the pyramid in the sky, actually. That is, all these 6 radiant sources are actually all around the, what I call the pyramid in the sky.
Where'd it go?
Coincidence? Maybe. I don't think so.
Nope.
Are you looking that up, good boy, or something? What?
Oh no, I saw your flashing. I didn't hear anything.
Oh, okay. No, I think it's probably noises from the car I'm driving.
Okay, got it.
How are you, dude? You were in earlier?
Yeah.
That was early for you.
Yeah, I was on my way home and getting some food, and it was quiet in here, so I thought I'd jump on and get something started, and it worked out well.
Is it Dempsey answer your question, good boy?
Thanks. Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't quite understand it, but it's something.
Yeah, I think Jamesy posted a few things in here the other day about it, which was really interesting.
So even though I'm on the globe side, I find really interesting those videos I've seen on Flat Earth YouTube channels about the claim there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in the South Pole, right? Is that correct? And I've seen videos of someone actually editing those videos, and it was a loop with the same clouds, the same sun, the same everything. And even I saw the mountain having snow at one point, and the next point it didn't have any snow. So I find that pretty interesting.
Yeah, so they don't have, there's no unedited video of the 24-hour sun in the south. No video exists.
I wonder why that is.
It's kind of crazy, right? I mean, if it was a 24-hour zone, why would they have to edit a video? They could just play it straight up.
But would that prove anything to you guys or not?
No, but it's curious.
I mean, if there is, would that mean anything or not?
I mean, that the fact that they have to edit a video to make it believe that there's a 24-hour sun, that should be a little bit daunting.
Even if there was whatever the sun is doing in the sky and whatever design was put in place to achieve that wouldn't determine the shape of the ground that you're standing on. So
yeah, it still doesn't bend water.
Yeah.
Right, but ask the question to Eratosthenes about if they put something on the moon big enough so we can actually see it with zooming and stuff, if that's gonna prove anything. And he said it's good enough for him. So what do you guys think about that?
I think they should just measure the Earth to stay on the Earth.
when you say putting something on the moon, what do you mean?
Oh, I don't know how to put it, but you obviously don't believe in space and everything, but just consider it a theoretical question. Like, let's say they go back to the moon and they put something big enough. Okay, I'm on the globe side. I'm expressing myself this way. Okay,
right. No
yeah,
problem.
just hear my point out and let's figure it out together. Like, would that be sufficient enough for you? Or
yeah, that's fine, mate.
If someone puts something on the moon, that's gonna be on the moon, not on the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point is, man, that let's say you can get to the moon, and it's closest to what it is. So how can that tell you what the shape of the Earth is, right? So the point is that measuring the Earth would probably be priority, man. Because I mean, I could put something in my light bulb, doesn't mean my floor is a ball. It's always going to be a flat surface, as long as, you know, if you can measure it, unless you can measure its curves. I mean, then we could definitely say, okay, yay, that's proof enough, man. It's definitely a ball if it curves. I mean, water. If I see water curving like that, I mean, dude, it's done for. I mean, that's not gonna happen though, but because you definitely measure it. At least not the size. I mean, this will have to be a way bigger Earth, right? But if there's a way bigger Earth, their whole gravity model has a big problem.
Right, but if Earth is big, how can you measure it? You know, it's impossible by your standards of measurement.
Lasers.
Well, they told us they measured it. They gave us the measurement.
Yeah, I know, but not the way you want it to be measured, right?
But the calculation is not a measurement, right? So I mean, if they calculate something and make assumptions with it, I mean that's not a measurement, right? Especially based on assumptions. Right, bad boy?
I don't know. It's good enough for me.
If assumption, what's an assumption? What do you know? What do you think an assumption is? Do you know? I mean, or like I could tell you. And you assume something. You're making practically a guess, right? Without knowing the actual truth, right?
A quick question to Ahmad: is there a mod here available?
Yes.
I want to ask who changed my nickname, and I don't like that.
We were giving you a good boy, man. You know, you've been pretty good, man. You haven't been bad.
Yeah, but it's still against my permission to do so.
Well,
So if they got the radius of the Earth wrong, then do you know the implications of that? Do you know what like how much that actually puts things into perspective? Good boy, good boy. Feels weird saying that. Bad boy,
right? Yeah. So before we answer that question, did you get what I said about the whole assumption and just taking it, having a guess on something?
Well, I'm gonna say they actually measure it correctly via satellites, but I mean not Aristophanes, but your guys are not gonna agree on this one. But that's how it works in my mind, right? And it should be a pretty good measurement if they're.
Well, then you'll have to have two other things, right? Gas pressure without a container, that's another, and then validate that a satellite is that far away.
Yeah.
So how are you going to validate this?
Well, I can't, but I can read about it and answer the question for you.
Right, that's not a validation, though. That's just reading a story. I mean, like I could tell you a unicorn that measured the Earth, and we had to take their word on it. So it's something. I mean, I could give you stories about a talking lion, that I could go through my wardrobe. It doesn't. If you can't demonstrate one thing or validate an information, you just have a secondhand knowledge of it. You have to take their word for it. You understand?
Yeah, completely. And I can explain that with lots of stuff in life. You don't explain it, but you don't question it, and it works, right?
I mean, if it works, that means you've actually validated it, because something that's you're actually testing or doing is different.
If there's a reason good enough for me to actually doubt it, then I can look into it for sure. But so far, no reason.
I mean, one, you can't show me gas pressure without a container, right? You can't demonstrate that. That's a big reason.
Maybe I can't, but somebody else could.
The other thing, they tell you that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but yet they have to edit videos. So then you have to start doubting stuff that they're telling you, because the people that are telling you are the same one that are telling you that the Earth is a ball, and they send satellites to a place that is a second is a violation of second law of thermodynamics, right? So can't have that. I mean, that's violating a natural law.
I agree completely on the Antarctica part. This has to be doubted, and I really want to look into it. But that's about it.
Yeah,
Perhaps they're hiding something in there. Who knows? But I'm going to look into that for sure.
But what about the second law of thermodynamics violation?
Well, as far as I read about it, you guys are misinterpreting it.
I mean, look at gas pressure, man. If you look at it, I can send you a couple of videos from professors that shows you a container, right? With
Professor Feynman. Feynman,
yeah,
you ever heard
Feynman's
of
one of
that?
them. You know,
Yeah, and I read about that argument on Flat Earth WVS website.
Right. So the fake debunking video. Yeah. So if you look at one of these professors that actually have a video which shows you a the gas pressure on one area and a vacuum in another, and once
it's in the live stream voice text right now.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can see it, man, yourself. The gas goes from one container to another.
I like the actual one with the sound. Give me a second. I know I have it somewhere.
Anyway,
that way you can hear it.
Yeah, to break the law of second law of thermodynamics, man, you were asking for some big troubles, man. Big troubles. Your hypothesis is gonna fall right on its face, man. You can't prove it. You can't do it. It can't be done. Enjoy that one. No container, no pressure.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the argument, but I'm going to post you guys a link, and I really want to hear your thoughts on this one, because they explain it pretty well.
I don't want a link. I want somebody to get a video going and show me how you're going to do it right on your workbench. Right here. I got tools. I got welding, plastic, metal, wood. What do you need, man? What do I got to do to have gas pressure without a container? Right here. I got 1,000 tools here. Tell me what I got to do. Send me some instructions on how I can do this. Please, somebody. That would be great. I'll be waiting. I'm here 24/7, 365. By the way, I'm waiting for two things: gas pressure without a container, and some observable curvature would be really cool, man. That'd be good. Just waiting for those two things. As soon as we got that, man, we can shut this place down, man. Shut it down. Cool. We'll turn it into a fun house server or something.
Oh, you're being sarcastic. You don't mean that.
Oh yeah, I mean,
no, you don't, because this is the place on Earth to talk about Earth, right? So, no matter what the shape of the Earth is, right?
That whoever wrote this is completely incorrect. And you're saying that there's the gravity's holding the more gases in the bottom. Well, that's not what the. If I might look for that video, I'll give it to you. This is an actual professor. You're reading something that somebody wrote that said an MIT professor. I'll give you a video right now.
Right. You got to watch the lecture, man. It's a good one. Yeah, it's good. I don't have it, but if you got it, that'd be great, brother. Yeah. If we can have gas pressure without a container, I wouldn't have to frickin' buy these tires for my car, man. It'd be so cool. Damn. Save a lot of money. Did you read the whole thing? Well, reading something and doing something are two different things. I asked for, give me some way to do this right here on my workbench. And I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting on the gas pressure without a container. Assuming gravity. You got to assume gravity. That's the cause of the gradient. That's right, sir. Dawsonese. Assumptions, man. Those are fun. There we go. Exactly. I had a question when I was coming in here, man. I was a little curious about. I've seen some transits of the moon by 747s, and I've seen transits of the moon of the ISS, and they look very similar in size. And I think they are kind of similar in size. This isn't like the ISS about the size of a 747 airplane, maybe a little bit bigger. I don't know. It's not that much bigger. I mean, let's say it was twice as big, but they both look the same size transiting the moon at a high altitude 747, man, versus the ISS. It's like, there's a picture out there somewhere. I might be able to find it, but it shows them side by side. They're basically the same size. I find that very interesting. Anyway. Cool, man. Gas pressure. I got gas here. I got acetylene. I got some MAP gas. I got propane. I got oxygen. All of them sitting in containers right here next to me. How do I not have to use all these containers? Would be great, man. If I had some propane in the corner over there and some acetylene over there, some oxygen over there in the corner. It could get dangerous around here if all that stuff got mixed together. Whew. Could be trouble. But I've asked, I don't know, 500 people say, man, I got a workbench, I got tools, what do I got to do? For 5 years, man, I've been asking, just come over to my shop, give me some gas without a container, and I got some pressure, gas pressure, and we're done, man. I'm done. Got it. We good.
I found it. Jeez.
Let me shout out to the YouTube chat, man. Hey, welcome, man. We got like 37 people out there watching. Gamer, living rooms out there, Trills out there. Multi-Tom, what's up, brother? OG Flat Earther right there, man. OG going back. You guys are going back and forth out there, keeping it civil, I see. Nice. Very good. Well, if you guys want to jump on in, I want to talk about Earth. Kevin, what's going on? Falcon 9. He's talking about the Falcon 9. It's got the orbits. It's got the speed. 19 minutes ago. Yeah, I caught a little bit of that. I was checking it out, man. It's good looking. Lib, what's up? All right. Go on to VC, man. Bring it to me. Links in the description. The Nightbot will give you the link. Come on in and give us your, whether you think it's a globe or flat, we don't care. Whatever. Jump on in. Join the discussion. It's the best place on earth to talk about Earth. We're here to talk about Earth, man. Woo! Woo! It's exciting. Yeah, it's exciting because we live on Earth. How dare you? We live on Earth. How dare you want to check out Earth, man? You're weird. What's wrong with you people?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm. Certainly.
Why is it important for flat Earth to have a containment?
Well, the sky meets your eye and the ground meets your eye. And you can check it out yourself. You don't have to believe me. It makes you a more centered person because you're kind of at eye level with everything. Whether it's fame, fortune, money, love, you're right there level with everything, man. And it's a beautiful place to be, man, from experience. And you just see everything a little bit differently. That's all. And you process things in your head differently. And it's just a nice, comfortable feeling, you know. It's kind of euphoric in a little bit ways. It's like, all right, cool, man.
Yeah, let me rephrase. How does a container prove that Earth is flat?
Well, it's your claim. It's the globe's claim, not your claim. But maybe it's yours. I don't know, but
Actually, it's your claim, to be honest.
No. We live on where there's gas pressure, man.
Absolutely, but when you were younger, did you believe in flat Earth? No, right? So you discovered flat Earth at one point of your time, and then you claim flat Earth, right? So it's your claim.
Oh wow! Reverse the burden fallacy. Okay. Gas pressure without a container. My claim. That it does not exist. That's my claim. It's impossible. Prove me wrong.
Gravity.
Hold on. It's my question is, how does the container prove that the Earth is flat?
It doesn't. It's your claim. It's the globe's claim, man. We live on Earth. We can check out gas pressure. It's the antecedent for gas pressure is a container, period. There's no way of getting around that. It's impossible. Therefore, we live in a contained system. Got it?
The world doesn't make any claims of a physical container.
Well, the gas is contained next to a vacuum of space. That's the
gradient. 14 psi. The higher you get down to zero, well,
I've never had this argument. Oh my God, gradients. Yeah, man, hot. Lighter airs go up, heavier airs stay down here. This is where all the gas is produced, by the way, down here. Oceans, trees, grass, plants, people breathing, people farting. Yeah, we produce a lot of gas right here where we live. Of course, we'd have more gas down here where we produce it. And as it disperses upward, the lighter gases go up. Less pressure. Does that make sense?
It doesn't answer the question of how does the container prove that Earth is flat?
Well, gas pressure does. It proves the container doesn't prove it's flat, man. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yes, exactly. It could be a globe with a container around it.
Sure.
Yeah, but what they're telling you that it doesn't have a container, and they could go out there to the moon and put satellites out there and show you images of the Earth.
Right.
So you guys could be completely wrong about the Earth being flat, but be right about the container surrounding the Earth.
No, that's incorrect. I mean, because in order for it to be round, it will have to measure round, and it measures flat, and you never seen water adhere to a shape other than adhere to its level.
Exactly.
It's a lot of talk about gas pressure without a container, but I've never been handed a glass of water or water without a container. Of course, unless it's ice, but no one's ever done that with liquid.
Exactly.
Right. Until it
That's the whole
becomes
point.
solid, right? Until it becomes a solid, it doesn't.
Right. Yeah, water needs
That's
containment.
the whole point.
even a river is contained by the banks of the shore along the river.
What about above it? What's holding it from keeping it from dispersing into the air?
I don't know, man. Haven't been up there. Have you?
A bubble. It's got a container.
Earth's air is a container holding the water down.
Oh no!
Bubble.
So actually, the water does disperse into the air. What do you mean?
Yeah. It's
whenever it evaporates.
Mhm.
Wait, a bubble in what though?
He's trying to trick us, man. I get it.
Yeah, but it's silly. A bubble is air that's contained. So he's tricking himself.
Exactly. You're putting yourself in a little bit of a little bit of a twist, man. A little bit of a twist.
Everything, it's all contained.
Water's contained. Gas pressure's contained. Period. Prove me wrong.
He even said it when he goes, someone hands me a glass of water. Yeah, it's in a glass, mate.
It's contained.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was a concession on his part.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that wasn't the point. But
Now, let me ask you this: have anybody gave you a handful of air or a cup of air?
I'm selling cups of air down in Cups of Air for Sale room. If you guys want to meet me down there, I'll hook you up, man. I got a special deal going right now. Cups of Air, 2 for 1. It's because the holidays are coming up and everything. Yeah, Black Friday.
Yeah, I don't really like talking about the gas pressure because, like you said, and you all agree that it doesn't prove Earth is flat.
No, it doesn't.
But, I was always asking when I am in here, and no one seems to be really like answering the question because I'm not sure why. But the question is, what tools would any side need for it to be taken seriously when it comes to measuring Earth's surface?
Did anybody get that? I didn't hear it right, man. It kind of broke up or something. I don't know. Repeat that again. What was that?
My question is, what kind of tools would both sides need, whether globe or flat? What kind of tools would be needed for the data to be taken seriously?
I mean, FE Core did it with a huge laser, which was like $20,000. And they did that, and they measured over. I think they did 5 measurements or 4,
something like that. A lot of measurements.
Yeah, they did many measurements in different locations. Which
No, I don't think measuring for.
We'll go with lasers, man. Can we measure lasers?
No, I'm sorry.
The military also did one with different colored lasers that are supposed to refract at different rates, and none of them changed their elevation.
Well, I'd like to clarify real quick. What I mean is, I know EpiCore did an experiment, but they were looking for Earth curve, and they're saying it wasn't there.
Correct.
What I'm looking for is positive information, positive data for flat Earth, meaning it's recorded and they documented what they found over like a 50 square mile piece of land.
I think they did 23 miles. And that was measuring to find, to see the distance, see if the laser would hit the target at 23 miles, which it should have been at a 400 feet of Earth curve. Right. So that was a direct line from line of sight. That should have not hit the target. And then actually they have data and they have a lot of information. If you want that information, I could give it to you.
I saw part of that because I was pointed to that like last week or so.
Yeah.
The laser was so divergent that all you're doing is seeing like a light on the other end if you're 26 miles away. So that doesn't really confirm a flat.
Do you understand?
Flat.
How much was the divergent?
The laser was like, I don't know, like
3 feet,
12 feet across or something like that.
Right. So you understand that it's supposed to be 400 feet up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they measured Earth's surface. They just shot a laser and said, "Can you see it?"
Yeah,
that doesn't really measure Earth's surface.
Was it Dr. John, Professor Dr. John, PhD? I believe he's a. What was his term, man? Anyway, he did
Can
something.
I just ask you a question? So you're saying that they did an experiment looking for curve, they didn't find it. Therefore, what are you saying? They have to change the experiment name to looking for flat, and then you'll accept it? What? I don't understand. If you're disproving curve, then you're proving levelness, aren't you? In the same experiment.
I think that didn't the Guinness World Record said they just found the flattest lake on or was it lake or on Earth? Wasn't it something like that that was said?
Catch it, man. I'd be interested in seeing that if anybody's got any info on that. That'd be cool.
Yeah,
I like
the problem I have with that laser test is that they didn't instead of they only recorded in a straight line. What I'd like to know is if anybody has measured Earth's surface, like an area, like a large area.
Dude, that's why we're here, man. Apparently, it was done like thousands of years ago, but we've been checking the information. We've been looking at their data and saying, "Wait a minute, man."
So you're saying if you only do it in a straight line, that won't measure it? Is that what you're saying? So it doesn't curve in straight lines, or what are you saying?
I think he's talking about land. He doesn't want done over water. Or does it matter whether it's done over land or water?
No, not necessarily. But F.E. Core's experiment was always we use Earth curve calculations.
I got a guy who went out.
Hold on. Let him finish.
Yeah, they said that they tried using the Earth curve calculator and it didn't measure up. It didn't follow, but it didn't exactly like record anything or not record anything. More like they didn't put any useful data down that I could see that says that the Earth is flat. This is what we found, and from that we can extrapolate like the rest of Earth's surface, that sort of thing.
I mean, did you read the F.E. Core PDF?
Most of it, but I got kind of bored.
All right, I get that, man. Yeah, it's a lot of data to really kind of pound through. It'd probably take you a couple days.
What do you mean by the rest of Earth's surface? Like, where does it end?
I mean, he wants to extrapolate their data and give this new globe that probably would be like 200,000 miles in circumference or something.
But then all of the orbital mechanics don't work.
Then the orbital
it's proving flat. I'm staying on the flat side mentality, which is
right.
In order to prove Earth is flat, you have to take swaths of land and measure it and see how it measures, and then you go to another swath of land and you measure that, and then you put the data together.
Have you ever looked around? Do you see the ground being flat? Like, what do you mean?
I mean, of course,
how do you
there's
measure?
topography, man. I mean, there's topography. Have you ever heard of the flatlands, like
salt flats right here in Utah? Salt flats.
Okay,
Salt flats, Bolivian salt flats. We
did some salt flat.
One of the
simple light tests. We didn't do any too much. Some small lasers, nothing like F.E. Core or anything. There's been quite a few flat earthers that went out to the salt flats and could see easy 15 miles, man. Easy. So,
I think
there's a good Bonneville one.
I think the largest salt flats is somewhere. Is it Russia? But no. This one is 2 million square miles.
Get out of here.
No. 2 million square.
That's a lot.
Let's go out there, man. Let's all go out there and see how far we can see. I would love that.
Yeah, we got a huge one here called Lake Air. Massive.
Hey, but that's upside down, man. My laser doesn't work
true.
upside down, dude. Come on.
They designed pens for the astronauts that work upside down, so that's what we use down here.
Have a laugh, guys. It won't hurt you, man. It's good for it's good for your sphincter. I promise. It's good. It's good for your sphincter.
So aside from lasers, I guess there really isn't really like standardized tools.
We can take a LiDAR is one thing I thought would be great. It's a radar that can fly straight across the plane, and it takes this. It's like a radar, but it's called LiDAR. It gives you these images and depths and how far it is, and it does it in real time, man. And it can tell you that what altitude you're at, all the undulations, every little thing, man. LiDAR.
Yeah, I saw that. It's a scanning laser.
That would be if we had some really cool drones with some LiDAR on it. I'd say, yeah, man. We could probably do like a 10 or 20 mile little thing, man. I don't know, but I don't have any drones, so. But I know a couple people that do. But hooking up LiDAR on it's going to get heavy. You got to have a bigger drone. It's going to get pricey pretty quick to do that one.
Is there any plans on doing anything like high altitude, like over 100 miles to observe a flat Earth?
We did. We've taken infrared from commercial airlines. We've sent up high altitude balloons to.
No, higher than 24 miles. Like more.
The highest you can get is 130,000 feet. So
yeah,
130,000 feet. That's all you can get. Can't go any higher than that.
Is there any flat Earth organization that's being put together to research that far, as far as the exploration to verify, that Earth is flat?
Well, a lot of us has come to the conclusion. We went out, we observed it being flat and stationary, and we kind of just put our feet in the sand and said, this shit's flat and stationary, and we're just kind of cool about it. There are other people that are really, really gung-ho and want to like hike up the friggin' North Pole and whatever. We've had airline people wanting to rent 747s. There's been a tremendous amount of efforts put into money donated, money lost, people taking the money and running. It's like, oh shit, is there an organization? Can we put an organization together to really do some serious exploration and tests? Yeah, I would love to see that, man. But meanwhile, I've got my toes in the sand, a drink in my hand, and I look across the ocean, man, and it's pretty much level, man. Unless there's some big waves or something coming.
Well, the reason why I still believe in the globe is like one of the biggest comments that's been said on the flat Earth side is the container. They said that air pressure alone is good enough for proof of a container. And so I asked, is there any exploration, any sort of testing that people want to do to observe the container directly? And they said no.
Well, how do you do that?
How do we do that exactly?
I don't know. You guys, Flat Earth believes that there's a container, so there's got to be some way to make contact with it, see it, record it.
We can prove there's a container because every experiment proves that gas pressure needs a container. So there has to be a container.
It's an antecedent, man. It's antecedent.
Okay, so you guys believe that air pressure alone is proof enough?
That there's some kind of container. Sure, absolutely. Yeah. If you can prove it otherwise, man, it'd be great. And I've been asking for at least 5 years. I've got tools. I got a workbench. Show me
I still believe gravity is holding our atmosphere in place.
Well, if
I
I
still
can
believe it's low.
gravity, it's a belief in the belief.
So this is the thing, right? So you will have to demonstrate scientific experience. If you want to go gravity, we're going to go science. You got to show us experiments that gives you proof for gravity, or shows me Newton's or Einstein's hypothesis for an experiment for what they did, right? Which they didn't. If you can show me those things, then I believe in gravity. Then it wouldn't have to be a belief. It would be of actual scientific evidence of that, right? So we need that. And then you got to show me gas pressure is able to stay in because again, like I said, gas has no bonds whatsoever, right? They actually free. I'm kind of sleepy. Sorry. They pretty much bounce around everywhere, right? So, and there's nothing to hold them down other than a container. And even NASA tells you this. So, you have to explain that to us. How can we do that and demonstrate it?
Every physics class in the world says gas goes in all directions, man. It's not like
it's actually gas 101
everywhere. It'll equalize its pressure instantly. Nanoseconds. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a problem with with understanding that stuff or denying it, or a hard time. There's difficulty believing in any or how anything works when a lot of like just the basic, just the most recent like history, like in the last 60 years, is completely denied by flat Earth. So that's the problem there.
Wait, what are we denying?
Yeah,
gravity.
The last 60 years of space exploration and science technology.
The thing is, you can't validate that.
First of all, man, it's not an equal playing field here. First of all, I mean, we have zero budget, and they got whatever fucking millions of dollars a day. It's just not even close to being fair, man. First of all. I mean, if we had that kind of money, yeah, we'd be out there doing all this stuff. If we had grants and all this stuff, but they don't want you to know where you live, man. Yeah, they're hiding something, man, whether it's more land or something else. I don't know, man. They got better tech. I'm pretty sure. I know they're at least 20 years ahead of us in technology, man.
Public historical data is the problem. Recent historical public data is an issue with flat Earth. Ancient historical writings seems to be okay with flat Earth. So that's a big issue for me.
Well, ancient people knew stuff. They had cosmologies. There's like 500 different cosmologies, man. We're not like we ain't standing on any particular one. We're out here observing our objective reality, what we can actually see with our own two eyes. And once you realize you can see too far, at least from their standpoint of the measurements that they gave us, we're like, wait a minute, this doesn't look right. I'm gonna go check it out. And we went and checked it out and came back. It's like, dude,
okay. I gotta get going, guys. But thanks for talking. But like I said, I'm still not convinced. But
I got one last question for you, band member.
All right, actually, I give you.
I want to ask you off-topic question. Band member, what instrument do you play? Did you tell me what instrument you play?
No, I haven't.
Guitar player?
Yeah, I play guitar.
There we go. I guessed it. I knew it. Right on, brother.
Before you go, I posted a link for you, man, from Purdue. From the clean class that says assume the gases assume the shapes and volume of its container. Particles can't move past one another.
There you go. Check it out, man. Totally. Thank you. Please come back. I love always talking to musicians, man. First of all, maybe we'll talk about music next time. How sound vibrations tingle your senses through your ears. I don't know. Something like that. That's also pressure, right? Hearing a guitar string pluck. Isn't that just pressure across the medium?
Yeah. So,
right.
Did you Bad Boy, did you read that stuff, man? Did you hear that video?
Bad boy. You call him bad boy. You totally like called him bad boy. He's good boy, Kevin.
Yeah, I have to be good because of your censorship, obviously.
I apologize. I wanted to actually put that with
backhand. That was a backhand. He backhanded. Okay, you guys are even. Okay, we're good. Move on.
You can put that statement back in there, man. I apologize. I should have just edited my link.
It's all right, man. We'll get it. Where you guys are even. Everybody good? We got did we get it uncensored? Okay, cool.
So Bad Boy, if I post a link for Purdue, right? And if you look in there, man, it says gas vibrates and moves freely at high speeds, right? And then it tells you there's gas. Under the gas, they have a little chart. It says gas assumes the shape of its volume of its container, compressible, lots of free space between particles, flows easily, particles can move past one another. So in order for you to have gas, you will have to, in order for you to have gas pressure, you definitely have to have a container. Otherwise, they'll just move freely at high speed.
Well, I think somebody already explained it to me because I given that link from the control deposition, you guys call it, that website, flatter.ws. Yeah, and somebody said an explanation to their explanation was assuming gravity, right? That was the keyword here. So we can actually, in order to prove anything to you or anybody else who is interested in that, you have to be able to manipulate gravity, and obviously you can't. Or so they say. What I believe is a whole another story, but if you manipulate gravity, then everything's gonna add up, right? But
so how did gravity been tested or been validated in your eyes, man?
How it's been invalidated in my eyes?
How has it been validated?
Validated, not invalidated. Validated.
I don't think about gravity. It is what it is, right? I live day to day. I live my life, and that's it.
Right. They time right. Exactly. Go ahead, man.
I manipulated gravity. I got some helium. I put it in a balloon, and I let the balloon go, and it went up.
No, that's not manipulation of gravity. That's experiencing gravity the way it is. You cannot control it. The moment you start controlling it, that's another different story.
But I mean, again,
I'm curious, what pulled the balloon upward? How did that? That's amazing. Anyway, just a funny joke. Carry on. Carry on.
Take it personal, Tim. And good, Bad Boy. I want to see his name, and I want to say.
I think we should change his name to Bad Boy, man.
I mean, his name is Bad Boy. We definitely changed it. It was
somebody abusing his moderator rights, but I'm gonna get that fixed once I file my complaint to whoever is in charge in here.
Somebody having fun, have a laugh. Don't take life too seriously, man. Take it seriously, but you can do it fun as well. And we do. We talk about the most coolest subjects on Earth, and we are talking about where we live, and it's a fun place.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to ask you guys the question
before you continue, because I wanted to continue with the gravity stuff, man. Because I mean, you're saying that you just live your life, you don't think about it, right? So why did that helium balloon go up?
I would guess because of density, obviously.
Right, because it's a lot. Right. It's not as dense as the medium that it's in, right? So the medium is definitely a lot denser than it, so it rises up. So are you denser than the medium?
No doubt.
It's a rhetorical question, right?
Right. Yeah, right. It's just no. You are denser than the medium, right?
Well, of course.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So that's why you're not rising, right? Other than that, if you were denser than the medium, like if you could actually make an anvil float in mercury, but you won't make it float in water or in air or in medium of air.
Right. Good boy. Have you seen you know what an anvil is? It's a blacksmith tool. It's really, really heavy piece of metal. It weighs like 500-600 pounds.
I can't say for sure. Maybe if you give me a photograph, then I can.
Shape the metal with it. You put it in the metal shop. You shape the metal with it. It's called an anvil. It's like like an anchor on a ship, man. The thing's huge, right? And if you take the anchor on a ship and you put it in mercury, it'll float. Even though it weighs like thousands of pounds, right? It floats in mercury. And it's a fascinating video if you've never seen it, man. It's pretty cool. They flipping it around. There it is. There's the video. Yeah. Thank you, brother. That was a good one. Good drop at 11:13 past the hour. Beautiful. That's what I love about this place, man. We drop it. Boom. And you guys drop it. Sometimes I drop it, but I'm a late night guy. This is like,
How do you explain things falling down?
I asked you again. Remember that? Remember what I told you?
Remember that? Density?
Yeah, the density.
I missed the density class. I missed the density class. Dang.
So that's the reason why I asked you is why did the balloon rise instead of fall with a helium balloon rise? You said it because it's a lot. It has to do with density, right? So it's a lot less dense. And then that's why I asked you, are you denser or less dense than the medium you're in? Right? I asked you, aren't you a lot denser? That's the reason why you're not floating, because you're denser than the medium.
Right. And, we've been questioned about why things fall down. I think that's where you're going, good boy. Is that right? Bad boy? Good, bad?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Why? Well, if I pick something up and I drop it, well, the reason it fell is because I picked it up, man. It ain't gonna do shit just laying there on the beach, right? It's just gonna sit there unless a wave comes along and kicks it around. That's cool, but it's not gonna really do much. And then, it's called potential energy. You guys have heard the argument. It goes way back. I'm not making anything up new here. If something's at rest and it's at rest, great, man. It's heavier than the air. Okay, well, got that. And if I pick it up, I've added all this beautiful energy to it, man. Love. I've added love to it. And then I dropped it because she was not nice to me. I let her go. She fell down and go, boom.
So if it was in a different medium, it would probably float. I mean, like the Zanville, man.
Energy. There's specific gravity. I don't know. You know about specific gravity? I'm sure you do. Right? Specific gravity. You familiar? Anybody? All right.
So did you see that Anvil video?
I think he's watching it. That's why he's not talking to us. He's freaking out.
Give me a sec.
He's watching the video right now. Yeah, that one kind of freaked me out a little bit. That's a little bit of a red pillar. One day I saw that video. I was like, oh my goodness. Wow, that's interesting as hell. Damn. I mean, I've worked with anvils and vices like that, man. It's good stuff, man. Heavy. That's some heavy tool steel, they call it. It's tool steel. It's some of the best steel in the world, man. It's heavy, dense. Oh, shit's heavy, man. Dude, that thing weighs 500 pounds. I'm pretty sure. And they had to use a dolly to get it over there. Yeah. Hell yeah, they had to use a dolly. You're not going to hump that bad boy. You got to have some tools. A forklift would be nice. I like forklifts. Those are really good energy producing machines right there, man. Forklifts. So, to get on specific gravity now, if I put the anvil in the plastic tub, right, and I drain if I drain the mercury out of the tub, what's going to happen to the anvil? Well, it's going to sink to the bottom of the little plastic tub, right? That's specific gravity. So you can't have it both ways, gravity lovers. You can't be doing that. That's against the rules. Well, it's against the physics. It ain't against the rules, man. It just goes against the physics of reality. Physics of reality are really easy to test, man. You don't have to believe me. You come up with all kinds of kooky math and explanations about exoplanets or whatever. It's fine, man. Bring it. We're here for that. But you're gonna get lost in the weeds.
Yeah, well, I don't think the second law of thermodynamics it refers to an isolated system, right? And Earth is not an isolated system because of the huge amounts of energy the Earth receives from the sun, right? So the second law of thermodynamics is completely irrelevant to the Earth's atmosphere, isn't it?
All right, cool. If you got an experiment I can do here in my shop.
Well, I don't. Why do you ask me for that experiment? Obviously, I'm not that guy.
I have a shop with thousands of tools, and I know how to build things, man. I build beautiful guitars, man. I build pianos. I build all kinds of beautiful stuff, man.
Do you understand binary?
I can. Well, that's just computer.
Yeah. Yeah, but how does the computer read it? Is it magic?
Yeah, well, it's just on and off. It's ones and zeros, bro. That's all.
Yeah, but we should be able to understand the logic behind it at the same time. I'm talking in terms of specific code, okay? Because if you consider that the final stage, the CPU utilizes the code you make for the computer, it goes into binary, okay?
I got a question real quick. Can you put some code in my hand? That would be great, man. If you could put a little handful of code.
I'm being sarcastic and think for a second, okay?
No, I'm being realistic. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being realistic.
Well, obviously, I cannot put any code on your hands.
I deal in a real world where I can really do things.
Everything is based off laws, and in not the real world, in the computer world, there are laws which has to be followed.
You gotta put me in the code, man. Hand me some code in my hand. I want to measure it, smell it.
Is coding a law? What do we? You bounced from second law of thermodynamics.
We bouncing. You can't bounce like that, man. We went off the edge.
Finish second law of thermodynamics. Let's finish it.
No, Flat Earth Dude asked me for a model for a demonstration of this, and I said it's not my job to do that.
I asked you to tell me what I can build right here in my shop that's going to show me gas pressure without a container. That's it, man.
No, he made a claim that it has to do with nothing with isolated systems, so I wanted to get some. He said,
me too.
Good catch, brother. Go ahead. Isolated systems. Carry on.
You said it had to do with nothing but with an isolated system?
We're not an isolated system.
So you say.
No, so that's what he just stated. That's the second law of thermodynamics has to do with an isolated system.
And we don't live in an isolated system. He backed it up with that one.
Right. So we don't live in an isolated system. Hold on, give me a second. Was he trying to say that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to us because we're not in an isolated system, we're in an open system? So I wanted him to back up that the second law of thermodynamics has to do with nothing but an isolated system.
Booyah.
Yeah, because you can't use proof of what we're trying to prove as proof.
Exactly. You guys are good, man. You guys are
The truth is, you're not going to accept anything.
No.
No, that's it. No matter what, you're going to find something else to argue about.
Hold on.
It's just reality.
Hold on, Dr. Earth. Because he said, I will accept anything you can bring me about the second law of thermodynamics if you have citations about it that states that it has to, the second law of thermodynamics has to do only with a isolated system.
Yep.
Because you're bringing out gravity out of the question. That's why.
No. Why are you talking about gravity? Gravity. The second law of thermodynamics has nothing to do with gravity at all.
Oh, it does. Believe me, it does. If you read that article from the Flat Earth WS website, you're going to see.
You're talking about some guy website. I'm talking about give me something from an actual a citation from a chemistry.edu or some kind of something, anything like that. Not a Flat Earth.ws web system that some guy wrote. You said
there is a demonstration of it. You can actually go ahead and try it yourself.
You said it only has to do with an isolated system. Please provide that, please. I'm willing to take this information.
You got to own that one, good boy, bad boy. Okay, boy. I'm thinking about it, boy. Come on, don't take me seriously. Actually,
let me tell you something. I'm sorry. Let me tell you something. This British, I'm gonna give you a quick segment from NewScientist.com. The British astrophysicist Arthur Eddington have a stern warning to would-be theoretical physicists. Listen to that, to theoretical physicists in 1915. If your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in its deepest humiliation. That's what he wrote.
I've been standing on his quote for the last 5 years, and I will stand to the day I die on that quote. Your experiment will just be a humiliation, bro. And that's why I'm still here, man, is that there's no person. I've been asking everybody. I got a shop. I want to build this beautiful system that you think can work without gas pressure. And it's like, let's do it without a container. No container. You don't
no
get to use
physical barrier, okay? No, I'm just kidding.
You don't get to use. How dare you have a container? How dare
I've had it up to here with you.
I've had it up to here with you.
I know.
I keep it fun. I keep it real. We'll go out. We can measure stuff. We can. If you got gas pressure without a container, man.
I can't do that type of experiment. No way. No. Just no. So it's like, how is it? How is it feasible? It's not.
It's not feasible. I know that, but I keep asking for it anyway. Damn. It's like that chick. You're like, hey, you want to go out? I just keep asking her out, man. Come on. Eventually, she's going to break, man. Eventually.
It kind of seems like that in a way between FE and Globe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot like that, man. It's a lot like dating.
But we're not really dating. But yeah, you
it's like, okay,
mate, you get any chick just start talking about the second law of thermodynamics, mate, and they'll start melting in your head.
That's what I'm talking about. That's my down under upside down thinking Mongo. Thinking about this stuff upside down. Hey, yeah, I love how they flipped everything in the world, you know? They flipped it. It's like, this is good. For you, it's probably bad. This is bad. It's good. They just flipped everything, man. So many different ways. It's crazy. Anyway, it's really hard to figure it all out there, good boy. But you'll get there, man. I totally know you will. You are on the cusp of coming to the realization that you can't prove this shit you live on, man. You just can't do it. And the best in the world have tried in here, man. Have tried, and they just come up short. That's why we're still here. And it's okay, man. You're not the first. You won't be the last.
Not trying anything. I'm just stating what reality is.
Well,
you're in denial.
No, I don't live in denial. I go surfing, man. Waves are big. They crash your fucking skull. I live in reality, man. You got to know when to go out and when
Yeah,
not
but
to.
you don't know anything about reality, do you?
Oh, I don't
Do you know the distance to the sun?
Hold
Do you
on.
know the distance to the sun?
You
Do
just
you
went-
have a model for the flat Earth? No.
Wait, do you know
Is
the
there a
distance to the
dome?
sun?
You don't
What are you
know.
talking about?
What are the dimensions of Earth? You don't know. What is the
You don't
shape
know
of the
either.
Earth?
Don't know
You
the
don't
end.
know.
He got
Don't know the
totally
end.
trigged out. He just totally trigged out, man. Trigger City. He just went after me because I was hitting too many chords, Timbo. I was hitting too many. I was hitting him with some hard fact reality, man. We do live on Earth. I know exactly what it's made of.
It should be pretty simple to actually triangulate the sun's position, right? If
I
it's
did it.
How do
it's
you
actually
get a
close. It's-
triangle off a curved
Wait a minute. Listen, last summer I was with a mathematician right here on Discord. His name's Matthew Learns. Anybody want to back up Matthew Learns? Anybody know that guy?
I don't back him up. I know the guy. He sounds ridiculous to me.
He's ridiculous. He's a globe earther, and he sounds ridiculous.
I don't give a rat about what he is. I don't have to agree with any globe earther. You guys don't agree with each other.
No, well, why would you? We're all different, aren't we?
We did a wait a minute. I did a triangulation with Matthew, who's a math professor at a college here in Southern California. We did a triangulation measurement to the sun, and it came out to 3,477 miles, man. We did a calculation. That was it.
Okay, give me the demonstration so I tested myself. Come on.
That's all we did, man. It was fun. We had a laugh. It took us about an hour. We did it right on what they call the solstice, summer solstice. And it was, we took the measurement from our coordinates here in Southern California, and we measured the angle to the sun, and we measured the shadow, how long the shadow was. And then we took those calculations over to the chalkboard, man. And we walked through them, man, for like an hour. And it was great, man. And our calculations on a globe and a flat Earth were both roughly the same distance. And it was fascinating, man. And he just smiled and said, that's what the calculations say. That's it. It's just calculation. I can tell you 3 guys went to a hotel and paid $10 each. And, I can go into all kinds of calculations that will disturb your paradigm. It will disturb your understanding of mathematics. And when you get tricked in mathematics, it's easy. It's like a card game, man. You can get tricked. It's like a magician. Calculations are calculations. Reality is reality. Man, go out and check out the Earth for yourself, man. You live here. You can't see any curvature. And if anybody's got any pictures or video of curvature from Earth, man, let me know. We're here 24/7 looking for this globe that you guys keep riding. You guys are spinning around in freaking sun at crazy miles an hour.
When it can be verified to me that Earth-made craft can actually travel at 25,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, an Earth-made.
Seriously, my goodness, please. I've been searching for it for years now, and all I just get are stories.
Stories, baby. It's Hollywood. It's Disneyland. It's all been taught to you in school, man, from the ground up. The day you were born, man, they were like globing your ass. You're in the crib playing with the globe, man. And the solar system. Have you guys seen those like crib solar systems that they float over the kids? Yeah. No brainwashing going on here. No. Come on. You guys are crazy.
You shush up now.
Yeah, shut up. Hey, there's a model of a flat Earth right there. Good boy. Nice American girl, maybe. Could be European. I'm not sure. Yeah, there's your model.
It could be anything.
Could be Australian. Yeah, could be. Could be.
Could be Asian.
Could be Asian. That's some, yeah. I'm gonna go with the locks being more of a American look.
Yeah, I'm going with South American, kind of Brazilian, maybe.
She's a little light.
She seems Latino, but I'm not trying to get absolved, or I mean not absolved, but
she's a little
absorbed
light
into it all.
She's a little light skinned to be South American. I think I was a little light.
It depends.
I don't know. My wife's Colombian and she's white.
I'm just being a total sexist racist or something.
Of course you are. Oh, you good for nothing. I'm just kidding.
I'm so bad. Anyway,
you make me so sick. No, I'm just kidding.
You make me
No, it's all good.
Anyway, we don't know where she's from, but she's a great model. Good boy. There's your model, Flat Earth model. You asked, and we provided some comedy to make you smile a little bit and say, hey, man, maybe I shouldn't hold so tight onto this globe. You don't want to just hug the bed, man. You got to play with it a little bit. You got to pounce it around, kick the globe around,
correct.
A little sack with it or something.
Hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, whose belief is it that we should explain the celestial as terrestrial? Where does that come from?
Well, that's a great question, man. That's the best question I've heard all year, man.
Maybe ask Good Boy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask Flat Earth Dude the same question I asked the other day, because people seem to get their teeth sharpened whenever I ask this, because he likes observation, right? Hey, please don't interrupt. Let the guy speak, because he likes comedy, right?
Direct observation.
Yeah, direct observation, right, Flat Earth Dude? Okay, I'm gonna give you a task and a challenge. It's pretty simple, and you have already experienced it, okay?
Yeah.
So, if we're flat and motionless, right?
Yeah.
How do you explain that you and me and everyone on Earth see the same face of the moon?
How do you explain a piece of dirt?
That's not a Glober's question. That's my question.
No. You have to answer the question. And guys, don't help him out because he's scared. That doesn't mean you have to help him out, okay?
Okay. Well, I'll tell you the Glober's explanation for why we see the same face of the moon. And the Glober's explanation is because it's in a tidal gravity lock with Earth. And that's why we see the same face of the moon. And it doesn't spin around like Earth.
Right. And why don't you see Polaris south from the equator? Flat Earth Dude.
I'll tell you what, man. There's been evidence in almanac, sailing almanacs. Some sailors have seen Polaris from as far south as like 60.
That's bullshit. This is a myth.
No,
this is a myth.
No, it's not a myth.
It's in books. It's in books, man. Not a myth. It's in books. Where are your myths? Let's talk about your myths, bro.
Okay, so you can't explain those phenomena, right? It's just because it's not flat. It's simple as it is.
You want to bring up myths to me? But
you're one of those guys.
Come in here with a whole bag of You come in with the bag of myths, man. I'm talking about objective reality. If it's in a book, somebody wrote a long time ago they saw Polaris from fucking 60 degrees south. Or way down there. And who am I? Who are you to say, President Lincoln was shot in the head or whatever?
Just go and see for yourself. Don't count on anybody else. Just do it yourself.
It's just in a book,
You've
bro.
never seen Earth curvature for yourself, for goodness sake.
Exactly.
But I don't see Polaris south from the equator, so that's fine.
You've never seen the curvature from your own backyard, man. How about that?
Well, because you're tiny as an ant. You know how big Earth is compared to you and your perspective.
You made a big assumption there. You sound like tiny as an ant. Now you've got another assumption that you're going to bring to the table, that I'm as tiny as an ant. Well, what do you got for that for evidence?
The planet Earth. That's the evidence.
Planet Earth.
Yeah, man, I live on Earth, man. How do I know I'm as tiny as an ant? What is the ant standing on, may I ask you?
On flat and stationary Earth.
No. If I'm as tiny as an ant, what is the ant standing on exactly? Is it standing on what kind of surface is the ant standing on? Please tell me.
You jump from the topic, but anyways.
No, it's the same topic. You brought it up, man. I didn't bring this up. You guys catch that one? Anybody back me up on this, man? If I'm off, let me know. But he said, you're as tiny as an ant. On what surface? What is the shape of the surface? How big is it? What is it? If I'm just an ant, what am I standing on?
If you go to the Eiffel Tower, how big are you compared to the Eiffel Tower?
I don't know, man. You just told me I was an ant. If I'm an ant.
Yeah, you're an ant compared to the Eiffel Tower. That's my point.
Okay, that's an interesting comparison.
I think he's a human compared to the Eiffel Tower, isn't he? Or is the Eiffel
but
Tower
he's
grown?
much smaller. He's much smaller. So now imagine how big North America is. Imagine how big Earth is. So how do you expect to see the curvature? Come on, you can't even see it from up high in an
You don't
airplane.
need to imagine how big Earth is because they gave us some
No. We don't have
silly measurements that don't work.
Exactly, Timbo. We don't have to imagine anything because
Sure, then go ahead and measure it yourself. Then measure it yourself.
We're here, man. That's why we're here, bro. That's what we're doing, man.
What have you measured so far?
I've measured 100-mile observation.
All right, but have you measured the dimensions of North America, for example, by yourself?
It doesn't matter. We're living on a ball. I measured 100-mile observation from left to right on the ocean. Okay. I saw an island to my left that was 50 miles away. And I saw an island on my right that was 50 miles away. And I saw an island right in front of me that was 26 miles away. And I looked left and I looked right and I saw zero curvature. Zero.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it, man. I'm not like hiding what I saw. I can, at that point, make an intelligent decision on my own observation that we live on something that's relatively flat. Period.
All right.
Because there should have been 7,000-foot hump of water in front of me. There wasn't. It's totally flat, man. It's ridiculous.
Then I guess it's flat after all.
Yeah, it is. It's 100% flat. Otherwise, show me the curvature and we'll be done here, man. How high up do I have to go to see this beautiful curvature of yours?
3,000 miles.
What?
Yeah. You have to go 3,000 miles up.
Dude, the ISS is only 250 miles up. They got all kinds of curvature over there, man.
No, I'm not talking about the curvature, a specific curvature. I'm talking about the whole planet Earth. If you go up 3,000 miles, you could see the entire planet. So you're going to see all the curvature you want.
Far out, man. So I'm going to go up 3,000 miles. You guys got that? Everybody got that?
How do you see the whole...
Dude, wait a minute. I was in here the other night. Somebody said it was 1,400 miles. Somebody said it was 1,400 miles up. You start to see the curve. And then now we're up to 3,000. We've doubled, like more than doubled overnight.
Did you hear what I said? We didn't double. I said for the best case scenario, so you should shut up finally and see the entire planet at the same time. So you could take a photograph of it. I'm not talking about a specific point of curvature. I'm talking about the entire thing.
Oh, okay.
How do you see an entire sphere from one side?
You go far up.
Here from one side, Timbo. That's ridiculous.
See it, mate.
You're not going to see the entire side of the thing, obviously, but you're going to see the curve.
It just looks like the moon, then. That's what you're saying.
When are we going to do this?
Yeah, exactly. Flat Earth, dude. Exactly.
But when are we going to do this?
We're going to send something up. Timbo, we're gonna start a GoFundMe. Hold on.
We're gonna send Bad Boy up in a rocket.
We're gonna send Bad Boy's camera up because we can't afford to send him up there, man.
We've already done it. What's your question? Like, you should look at.
We're gonna do it, man. Not you, me, Timbo, a few other people.
No, but have you seen Earthrise photo from the moon?
I've seen images on my screen on my computer and some printed books. Got some books here.
Earthrise photo. They changed the
images. I've never seen
all the settings, and it's been photoshopped. There's a big square right in the middle of the page.
No, that's false.
As soon as you hey, Gabe, Bad. You're gonna make me get another beer. Hold on, man. Then you're gonna hear it. You think you've heard an earful now? Wait a minute, man. Hold on a second. I'll tell you what, young man. I like you, and you're going to be an amazing Earth observer, and we're going to do stuff together and observe stuff through our own vision, and we can determine what is actually happening with our senses, man. We can do this. It's not complicated. I've done it hundreds of times now, and if you want to deny objective reality, man, it's cool.
No. I want to focus on objective reality. I really want to.
I got this place right next to my house, man. I'll take you there.
But you have to be honest with me, okay?
Yeah, dude, I'll take you to Disneyland, man. I could show you some stuff, man. Make your head spin.
Just tell me when are you going to be able to answer one of my questions seriously? Like, no jokes, no sarcasm. Just answer it straight up.
It'll be tomorrow morning around... it'll be about
just for one question.
Oh 9 hours from now, I'll answer it seriously. Right now, not going to happen. I promise you. So
then, how can we have a discussion in that case?
I guess maybe not. Maybe we'll just move on. We got a few other people that has joined us, and if they want to speak up and ask some stuff, that'd be cool. Yeah. So we got Space Crabs joining us. We've got another, just a VC verified.
Just answer this question, okay?
Answer a question.
Yeah, hear me out, okay?
Go ahead.
It's a hypothetical question.
Okay.
All right, great. So let's say you were the one who is in position and capability of going to the moon, okay? And let's say you are on the moon right now, and you take a picture of the moon, okay? Of Earth, sorry. So that's the only thing you do, and you take some rocks with you, whatever. Right. Then you go back here, and you've known for a fact that you've been to the moon, right? And you know for a fact that you've seen Earth as they presented us to be, right? Yep. So when you come back here with only these evidence you got from there, like the photograph, the rocks, whatever you want, how are you going to convince anyone that you've actually been there? Because people are going to say the exact same thing you're saying is just a photograph, blah, blah, blah. So what would you do in that case scenario?
I got a great answer to that. Is that I would come back to Earth and say, hey, everybody, the Earth is a ball, and you're spinning on a ball, and you are definitely on a ball, 100%. And I would say, I went to the moon and I loved it. And Joey, and with his trajectory telemetry, was amazing. Thank you, Joey. And I would say, you guys, you got to check out this video I got from my iPhone. I was taking video the whole time, and I was just like, I did a couple of time lapses and shit. It was cool, man. Anyway, it's a ball, 100%. I checked it out, and you guys have a great life. Go Patriots! Yay!
People are still gonna disprove you on this one,
I would totally own it, man. I'd be like, hey, dude, man, that guy, Billy in mathematics, that guy was the best mathematician I've ever worked with. Thank you, Billy. Susie over there watching our oxygen levels. Thank you. That was great, man. Susie, oh man, thank you for keeping us, up to date on our oxygen levels. And oh, hey, by the way, Karen in accounting, I did get my check. Thank you. It would be all over the place, man. Like, I would have been so happy. I'd be like totally thanking everybody for their contributions, man. Hey, way to go, Billy, up there in the oxygen filling tank, man. Good job, bro. That was awesome, bro. You hooked us up, man. Had that extra.
Nobody's
oxygen.
gonna believe you anyway.
Well, I would be thanking everybody that got me there and back, and nobody that came back from the moon ever thanked like one person in the control room and said, "Hey, man, I really appreciate you hooking me up with that data when I needed it because I was a little strapped at the time." They never ever even acknowledged that like mission control was there, other than Houston, we got a problem. It's like, okay, what about hey, you're gonna run out of gas in that electric vehicle you're driving around on the moon pretty soon. You should probably get back to the LEM. Yeah, that's a good one. Driving dune buggies on the moon. Really? That's pro. That's what I would do. Yeah, I'd be doing that, man. Hollywood. Woo. Hollywood. You make me look at so Hollywood. So yeah, man, it would be a different experience if I was the guy that went to the moon. That's all. It would have been a different. Would have been a different press conference. It would have been different.
I just posted some images in live stream voice text, and Good Boy said, "What's wrong with these pictures?" Let's have a look at it.
Go ahead.
So in the live stream voice text, we have the official imagery of Earth from space, man. Are you down with that? You like those? Those are official photos, man. We're not pulling your leg here. We're not trying.
Sure. What's the problem with them? Go ahead.
All right. Well, you got to click on.
Let's take them on face value at the start, and then we'll go through it. Does the Earth change color?
They did change color. There's some size changes, man. 2012, United States, really big, man.
It's like 1/3 of the globe.
It's one the globe in 2012, right? That's a good one. But if you look at 1997 right above it, not so much.
Yeah. And then, so over the whole of North and South America, there's only like 4 clouds?
Yes, 1997. No clouds that year.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but what's the problem with them anyways?
So different size land. How do you have different size land?
Easy.
Different size continents.
Very easy.
Oh, he's got the easy answer. I want to hear this. Go ahead.
Explain.
I'm all ears. Go ahead. Where's my cricket? I need my cricket.
Well, they're composites, or whatever it's spelled, right? Nobody denied this.
No.
If you care to think on why that is, you're gonna understand the reason behind it. And about the blue marble when continents are different, it's just a perspective thing,
Hold the fucking phone.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
Hold the phone. Why in the world would a Hollywood production company like NASA have to produce different composites, Photoshop composites of Earth? If they're shooting, dude, they've been shooting all kinds of cameras out into space, man, since the 70s, man. Bro, I don't know where you've been, but we've gotten the blue marble. We got the blue dot. We got the pale blue dot. The pale blue dot? Wasn't that? Anyway, we've gotten pictures from space, man, for the last, 50 years, right? But it changes. Why would you need to change anything if it was just a picture? You know what I'm saying? Why would you have to composite anything about where we live? If you could just go out there and just take a picture, bro, and you can come up with all kinds of explanations why they wouldn't do it or why they shouldn't do it or it costs too much or it's too far away or whatever. But the reality is, man, they sold these as real images to the masses. And they said, hey, man, these are pictures from space. And that's what they sold. It's not, and we just didn't buy it, man. We said, wait a minute, man. Why is North America so big here and not so big here? And then we got clouds here and we don't have. I get it, man. Why don't they just go out there and take a picture, man? Just take the fucking picture already, and we'll be done here, man. We could close the server down. We're good. But they got to come up with Hollywood images to say, hey, man, this is.
There is a picture. What are you talking about?
These aren't pictures, man. You just said it were composites. Are you trying
You're cherry picking. Like I said, if you go to NASA's website, you go to the search engine, you go to advanced settings, you can actually choose what type of photos you want to find, right? So if you want to get the original one, just go and see Earth's rise from the moon, and there you go. A photo of Earth.
Another photo, man. Your photo versus my photo, and your photo.
You got some major cog dish,
my
man.
book is better than your book, and your book is better than my book. And I get the flip flop back and forth, man. But
but it's not a composite, right?
Objective reality, man, rules the day, and truth rules the day because we can go out and test this stuff out in reality, man. We can see too far. This ain't a spinning globe shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. And I just hate to break it to you, bro, but big boy, man, you got to step up and be a big boy, man. I want to name you Big Boy from here on out because you're going to realize one day, man, you were lied to about where you live. And, these Mongos out there that did it to you, man, I don't know why they did it. They're just control freak psychopaths, as far as I can tell. But you and I, we have logical minds. We can think for ourselves. We can go out and look at reality and say, hey, man, it looks flat, bro. Yeah, what do you think? Yeah, look. Well, shit, let's get a string and look. Shit,
I think I'm agreeing with you on this one, but you have to explain me that photograph first with some logical explanation.
Have you got a real photo? What are you talking about?
Exactly.
I'm talking about Timbo. I'm talking about Earthrise.
Well, show me a picture, man. Show us a video.
I did. Nobody responded. One second. I'm gonna post it again.
Post it again.
And how are you going to show us a picture from a second law of thermodynamics violation?
Second law of thermodynamics. It's
it's funny. But for you to believe in this Earthrise photo, you've got to believe that we went to the moon. That's fucking crazy.
Well, that's the second law of thermodynamics.
There you go. I posted in the VC chat.
Dude, we went through this with you last week, Mr. Hey, listen, big boy.
So you're saying that those photos can't be doctored? Is that what you're saying? Look at those.
No, I'm asking you the question. So you respond to it. Let me know what's your reasoning behind it. How do you explain this photograph?
You explain it. How about that, man? How do you?
Why? I provided you a photo. You have to explain me why it's wrong. I have to.
Wait, God damn it! You provided the photo. Why don't you explain it and say, "Hey, man, this was taken from this date on this mission," and you just read the whole thing out loud, and that's your, this is what they said.
So the first one you're saying is the actual photo, and the second one is the edited image to give out to publications, correct?
I think the second image, the new one, is 4K or something like this. Yeah.
The new one, it's exactly the same as the first one. So how do you get a 4K image from a shit image? How do you do that? You have to. You have
Are
to
you
add
serious
things
with
in,
this
don't you?
question? Are you serious?
That's
So
called CGI, man. It's called CGI, bro.
No, it's not CGI. It's
It has to
artificial
be.
intelligence. That's how we call it these days.
Hey, big boy, you ever been in a photography darkroom?
No.
No, he's never.
Okay, well, if you ever step foot in one, you could knock something like that out in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, easily, man. You just overlay a couple of them, draw some, darker areas or lighter areas. And yeah, man, you can do it, man, real quick. I mean, I by hand with film and.
But this doesn't make any sense, okay? Because the rest of the photographs from NASA, they should be, there shouldn't be any composites, but there should be all these same type of photos, right?
Hey, big boy, man. Hey, I watched a movie from 1900. It was one of the first motion pictures ever made, man. It's called A Trip to the Moon, of course. And they showed like a moon landing on this movie from 1900, bro. They showed it. I believed it. I'm like, my God, they shot a bullet to the moon in 1900. It's called A Trip to the Moon. It's in French, subtitles. You can find it. The very first movie ever produced, motion picture, was called A Trip to the Moon. And they had really good graphics, man. 1900, bro. Way before NASA, man. They could, yeah. Anyway, have a laugh. Watch the movie. Believe you're going to the moon. Believe you're going to outer space. That's cool, man. There you go.
And you'll find if you start examining the archive, half the stuff, well, every day it seems like they change it from NASA photograph to NASA image.
Yeah, they took a lot
They're not even claiming a lot of these are photographs anymore.
Man, they took a lot of images on the moon, man.
They waste their time just to fool you guys, right?
No,
logical.
No, wait, dude, that's a bigger brush, man. Hang on. We're still on the moon. Hold on. So they went to the moon. They took almost 6,000 photographs. And they were there for I think a total of, I don't know how many hours. It's like 36 or something hours, right? So in 36 hours, man, it took like 6,000 photographs. And it was like somebody added up the time of how many. It was almost the same time they were on the moon that they took pictures of the moon. Man, they took 6,000 photographs, and it worked out, man. This was film, man. They had to change the cartridges. You gotta put the cartridge away. You gotta put a new one in. I mean, it was a tremendous amount of photographs from the moon. Tremendous. I mean, it's almost 6,000 pictures. Are you kidding me? And they just went, bananas with taking pictures, bro. They made the selfie people look like fucking Mongos, man. I mean, they wasn't even close, man. I mean, if you were going to take as many pictures as you could on the moon, man, it was just thousands. It was thousands, man. Thousands.
Yeah, and their ability to frame everything up without looking through the viewfinder is
amazing,
impressive.
Dude. The Hasselblad cameras, bro. I'm telling you, man. You got to get a Hasselblad camera.
They had this thing strapped to his chest, but man, this guy might as well be Henri Cartier-Bresson.
So we took 6,000 pictures on the moon, man, and all of them are like amazing, man. It's amazing. Mm-hmm. I mean, those selfie people these days, man, they don't have a chance against those NASA astronauts on the moon, man.
Yeah, I know. Perfectly focused with a manual focus on your chest. How good is that?
With the big gloves on and everything, yeah.
Let's jump on next topic.
Let's jump to the next topic,
all
yes.
Right.
Because you ain't got fuck all for that one. I get it.
Of course, yeah, of course.
You ain't got shit.
Yeah, so let's jump to the next topic, and this is why would they lie? Do you know how enormous effort would that take in order to fool you just for the shape of the earth? Perhaps you're gonna say more land hiding God. This is bullshit, you know? Like, nobody's gonna do that amount of effort, waste their time into doing that. So give me another reason for the motive.
Wow, man.
Feel the incredulity.
He went with the big brush. First of all, I want to point out, and he went with the big brush.
But here's the thing: he asked, "Do you know how hard it would be to fool you?" And I'm like, "They didn't."
Why not?
I'm not fooled.
Magic.
It didn't work. Yeah, so I don't know. It doesn't matter how hard it would be to fool me. It didn't work. They didn't do it.
Yeah, but they fool 99% of people.
Yep.
I guess that was easy.
That was easy. Have you ever been to a magic show?
Of course.
And we've seen some things that, wow, that was pretty slick, man. It was slick. And we were like, okay. I had a magician stay with me for a weekend, and he had this couple of different tricks, right? And we were hanging out, we were going places, and the waitress would come by and go, "Hey man, do that trick on her, man." You know, and I do where you turn the ones into the fives. Yeah, show her. Yeah, and yeah, it was just a blast, man. But I knew it was a trick, man, the whole time. But I didn't want to know how it was done, man. I was kind of just more having fun. It's like, my bro can do some serious magic, bro. Make your head spin. You're like, oh shit. And it was just fun weekend, watching people get fooled, man. And it was just really enjoyable. And there are people out there that love to fool people, man. It's an amazing, psychological deep dive, man. Yeah, that might take a couple of decades to figure that one out, but there are people out there that just love to fool people, man. That's my conclusion, and they get a kick out of it.
What's the motive?
Well, certainly if you have your own island and you got your own jet airplane and you can go fly anywhere and you can show up anytime, anywhere, and people treat you and kiss your ass like gold, like kings, like pharaohs. You are the shit, man. When you show up, man, they just kiss your ass, man. That's good enough motive. A lot of people would love that, man. Hey, where are we going tonight? Oh, we're going to Paris for lunch. Okay, cool, man. We're taking the jet. All right, man. We'll call. Oh, here we go. We're gonna stop at our island. Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, that sounds cool. Stop at our island. Maybe sail it for a couple of days. Go surfing, and then we'll go to Paris, and then we'll have lunch, and then we'll meet up with so and so over there in Italy, and then. Okay, we're gonna go back to New York. Yeah, fuck off. Why would they lie? That's all these Mongos want, man. That's all these Mongos
I've got a
want.
question. Why do people lie? What have you lied before? You ever lied before?
This is not the question. I mean, this is wrong analogy. Everybody lies, but what's the motive? Okay.
Yeah. So why do people lie? Why do people lie?
In order to gain benefit out of something.
Exactly.
Of course.
Yeah, and that's what I asked.
Why do you have to know what the benefit is when you know that why people lie is to benefit them?
Right.
Why
so do you need...
Okay, listen, I'm going to give you another analogy. If somebody is a murderer, they don't only want to prosecute him, they also want to know the motive behind it, right?
Yeah, but can you prosecute them without the motive?
Yeah, but sometimes you need the motive.
So what are you talking about then?
Sometimes we need a motive. Oh, wait. This was highly discussed in here this afternoon. We were doing a little research on that, exactly that same phenomenon, that if you walk into a murder scene, man, and you see dead bodies and you got knives and bullet holes or whatever, you don't go, hey, man, why would they do this, man? I mean, I don't get it. Why would they do No, you start like measuring the bullet holes, figuring out where the blood is, if there's a footprint. So, you're looking for evidence, man. You're not looking for motive yet. We don't give a fuck about motive. We want to know that somebody came in here with a 357 Magnum and shot everybody and used a knife on this chick or whatever. You're going to look at all the evidence first before you even think about a motive, man.
Right? Just deny that he did it because you can't think of a reason why he did it.
How logical of you, my friend.
Asking liars why they lie is sort of a dead end.
Dead end, man. It's not going to go anywhere.
Maybe they'll tell you the truth about why they lied.
Yeah, exactly, man. So there's been many cases. We could go back and through history and look at different interviews after the murder or before the murder or whatever, whatever. And they're just stories that people want to know why. I don't think they want to know why. They want to know who did it, how they do it, what they do it with. We're going to ask those things way before why they did it. And there's always that open-end question, why would they lie? Why would that guy murder his wife and his kids? And then he pushed him over the river and I don't know, man. Why the fuck? It doesn't matter. He did it. We're just looking at the evidence why, how it happened. How did we observe this level flat plane that we live on? Oh my goodness. That's just a weird phenomenon that came out of nowhere. We just observed that it's flat and stationary. Oh my goodness. Oh, how dare you? You're such a bad person. How dare you? What's your motive?
Hey, Flatter dude, you like lasers, right? You guys like to use lasers, right?
Well, we like to use observable phenomenon that we can test for ourselves. Yes.
And sometimes you guys say that you can't see further. For example, you can't see China from North America, right? Because of the atmosphere, right?
Dude, it's raining today. How far can you see when it's raining?
Okay, it doesn't matter. But are you aware that there are pretty strong lasers out there that can break into the atmosphere?
Nah, ain't gonna break that far, man. Well,
It will.
Well, okay, can you get a hold of one of those, man, and bring it over to my house? And
I've seen them in. I think I saw those lasers in Superman. I think he uses them. They come out of his eyes and they dissipate the clouds.
I truly want to see a laser just pierce through this atmosphere.
Me too, man.
And the other reason you can't see China is because of perspective, mate.
Magic lasers. I gotta get
It's not just because of the atmosphere. It's because of you just can't see that far. Would you expect to be able to see forever? Are your eyes that good?
Don't be ridiculous. Upside down, man.
You don't need to see that far. You just need to have a strong enough laser to pierce through the atmosphere and have one of your bodies at the other end, right?
Wait a minute. Wait. It compares to like.
Are we able to verify this?
We can't verify that. Yeah, well, that's my point, man.
I'm gonna try to find the link.
All right, you try to find that, man. I love guys that come in here and try to figure it out on the fly. And bad boy, I'm calling you bad boy because you're gonna be a bad boy once you come to the realization that you've been hoodwinked, man. You've been 23 skadooted. You've been jazz handed a bunch of fucking hooey, and you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna hold on to this hooey until I
were too. So I give.
Yeah, I was too, man. Exactly. I'm not gonna. I'm throwing myself under the bus, Derek.
Sure.
I'm throwing you.
Cool.
Timbo, you're going second. Julius, anyway. Yeah, we've all got thrown under the bus, man. It's cool, man. We survived. Couple of wounds here and there. We're okay. But we came to the realization, man, there's no factual way to prove that you're spinning and shooting around the sun at some crazy miles an hour, man. There's just no way. I mean, you can glorify it through Hollywood and go out there and test it with Hollywood all you want. And you're just going to come up empty-handed. It's okay. We're trying to give you a little shortcut here. Step up into reality, accept it, enjoy it, embrace it. Be kind with it. Hand it out nicely, and you'll be good, man. You'll be a good you will be a good boy at the end of the day. All right, carry on, my wayward son. My wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done, man. There'll be peace. Lay your weary head to rest.
Hey,
Don't you
guys.
no more. Don't you cry no more, T-Wad. Ah, shit. It's fun to have fun. Take a laugh at it all. We live in an amazing place that we can all check out, man. Yeah, even if you live in some shitty desert, shithole, whatever, you can go check it out, man. It's pretty cool. The lights in the sky go across your head, and you can, kind of gauge.
Has any of you guys checked out that that test that AI was talking about with the military in conjunction with some meteorologists?
Nah,
I think they did a 150 mile laser test.
Wow. No.
I think it was like that. Yeah, I just heard you talking about it, and I thought, well, yeah, there is. There's claimed to be a test of that magnitude. Yeah, and apparently the results didn't really match up with what they expected, according to the Globe. I haven't looked into it myself. I'm just going off what I've heard AI talk about. But yeah, something to look into. Maybe when he's around, if Bad Boy's interested in it, he could ask AI about that. AI Overlord.
All right. AI is a regular here.
I'm sorry I couldn't hear what you said.
There's a guy in here named AI. Starts with AI. And he has a laser test of like 150 miles. And you talk with him about it. That's all we know at this point. We'll get to the bottom of it maybe this weekend or something, but we'll just leave it at that. So, good enough? Good enough. Thank you. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. There's been... I can't see the chat, man, in YouTube, but did we go down? Is that what happened? What the hell happened?
That lake.
Wow.
Might need a refresh, or have you got that option where it says live or filtered?
Yeah, isn't that something, man? They just came up with that bullshit, man. What the fuck? All right, we're live over here. Here we go.
Live or
yep. All right, we got Tominoid, man. What's up, Tominoid, brother? He's upside down too, man. Timbo. T1. He's upside down. Tominoid. I'm pretty sure he's upside down. You upside down, Tominoid? Stupidity Trail. We got Shadow.
Not upside down, for goodness sake.
Well, according to the Globe model, he's upside down.
According to the belief, yeah, I get it.
According to the upside down believers. Tominoid's he's an OG. Oh, dude, man, it goes way back, bro. Way back. Yeah. He's hanging in there for dear life, he said. Oh, shit. All right. Oh, we got Honky Donkey, man. I don't know what that's all about. Hey, shout out to teen girls on Flat Earth. Just click here. How dare you?
Shut up. Oh, and of course I do. No.
We get spammed with the most ridiculous shit, right? I just made that shit up off the fly, but yeah, we get spammed. Yeah, it happens, man. It's funny. I always shout them out though. Just click here the hottest teen girls in the world. Just click it. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, well, Dave Weiss needs competition, doesn't he?
All right. Shadow's laughing. Stupidity Trail, man. I gotta love that name, man. Yeah, I love that name, man. Stupidity Trail. Total flat earther, man. 100%. Trails. She's giving it a go, man. Thank you, girl. I really appreciate it.
Look at that.
I gotta shout you out, man. I gotta give some love to Trail because she's stauncher, man. She's staunch, dug in. She's in for the fight, man. She's in here for the fight, and it's good. It's good to have you like that energy of a fight. You know, it's good. Keeps it lets you know you're alive, man. I get it, and it's okay, man. It's okay, girl. You got this. No, you're strong as a rock, man. So you keep rocking it, Trill. Okay? Thank you. Don't give it up, man. Don't give up. You got this. You got this curvature spin thing, man, down to a science. 100%. In your mind, through Hollywood indoctrination and educational indoctrination. Oh, my goodness. And hey, how about social engineering, man? Nobody's ever social engineered anything ever, like totally never happened. Oh my God, how dare you think that people social engineered people? How dare you? Now it's out there, man. They did it. There's lots of evidence to say, hey, man, those motherfuckers social engineered the globe, music, everything, man. The way you live, car you drive. Yeah. These Mongols are tight, man. They're good. These Mongols are good. Damn.
Yeah, they figured out social engineering to the point that the majority of the social engineers don't even know they're social engineering.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about it, right? I mean, yeah, they trained the little minions to go out there and do their work for them.
God bless them. They think they're doing good.
Yeah. And yeah, they think they're doing great. Good luck with that, man. It's not gonna, yeah. At some point, man, the system, what do you call it? Breaks down.
House of cards.
But they plan for the breakdown system, man. We all went through it here, man. 2.5, almost 3 years ago. The system breakdown, man, begun back with the cocoa. And good luck, AI, trying to figure out what I'm talking about. Because
you just have me wanting to listen to Tom Petty now.
There you go. Damn. Yeah. Yeah, these Mongols, man, they figured out a lot of cool stuff. They did it. And dude, they're using it to their advantage. I get it. But they're also using it to their own disadvantage because they have to expose themselves in order to kind of continue. And they've been exposing themselves. Oh my goodness. It's like a dude in a trench coat on a train. I mean, it's like, oh my God, he's exposing himself to me. Oh my God. And yeah, they have to expose themselves in their own beliefs, I guess, man, in their own rituals. They kind of have to put it out there, man. Otherwise it doesn't work for them or something. I don't know. That's what I've heard. Prove me wrong. I'm probably wrong. But
no, that seems to be a pretty consistent thread. The showing their hand and their little clever ways.
Yeah, it's been a very, very consistent observation we made through predictive programming, all that they come out and say, hey, man, It's this way, man. You definitely live on the ball, and you're spinning through space. Yeah, they sell it. They sell the shit out of it, and they oversell it. But in the middle of it, they're like, well, if you go outside, it looks flat and stationary. Of course. Duh. But, you're shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Okay, man. Far out, man. That sounds cool, man. I'm going to go with that, man. We're shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. That sounds cool, man. I'm going to go with that. I'll take door number 2, man, Alex, for 300. Yeah. Where does the ridiculousness? But they throw it out there. They have to throw out. Hey, man, of course you'd feel like you're stationary because you're shooting through space. Okay. Hey, of course it looks so fake. It's because it's real. If it was CGI, man, we'd have much better graphics than that, man. Come on. Way better. Yeah, we'd have way better graphics if it was fake, man. Come on. That's another tell. Those Mongos threw that in our face, man. They threw it. And most people, they just laughed it off. Thought it was funny. Hey, it's Elon Musk. He's like a Hollywood Iron Man. He's like Iron Man. He's amazing. That Elon Musk. He's amazing. He's like Iron Man. He just does things and goes to space and does all this cool cars and shit. It's cool, man. Elon Musk is totally cool. Because he bought Twitter. Oh, my God. He bought Twitter? What? So, we're living...
I honestly don't trust him for 2 seconds. As much as I like the guy, I really do.
We're living in a fucking comic book fucking mystery fucking nightmare. I mean, where the hell is this story going? I don't know, man. But
well, at least we have this place where we can speak some honesty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here, man. 100% is to speak about it, talk about it, laugh about it, cry about it, whatever we got to do, man, to get down to it. This place is like no other. And I've heard at least 5 people come here in the last week and say, no, I love this place. Even though they're like a total staunch Glober. They're like, no, this place is cool. I love the way it's handled. I love the way that everybody gets a voice.
And how everybody gets censored, just like myself.
Censored, good bad boy. I'm going to call you big boy because you're going to be a big time realist at some point, man. You're going to step out of your Hollywood fantasy. You're going to step out into reality and go, you know what? That flat earth dude was right, man.
No, it's going to be the exact way around. One day they're going to put something on the moon and you're going to be like, fuck, they did that?
I'm going to tell you what here, big boy. Until they put me on the moon, I'm going to be fuck off, okay?
This is in denial of reality in that case.
I'm not denying reality, man. I am accepting reality. The reality is that you and I have never been to the moon. And if you want to accept that they've been to the moon, you have to accept that, man. If you think that some dude measured some sunlight distance to some well in the desert, you can accept that, bro. Or you can, question it. I'm not saying you have to deny it. You can just question it. Do you agree that we should be able to question everything that we experience? Can we question it? Yes or no?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Then you're in the right place, man. And you're going to get along just fine around here. As long as you accept that, man. Can we accept things?
Would you be able to accept if they've drawn something on the moon, or built something big enough so you can see it?
I believe in all that.
I saw a movie called Gravity. Did you ever see the movie called Gravity?
Can you just answer the question?
I'm going to ask you a question. and with the question that you asked me is that, can you be tricked in the cinematic production of an event? Can you be manipulated into believing or feeling like you're actually there? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. That answers everything, man. If you can be tricked, you can be tricked. And we got tricked. And some of us said, hey, man, we got tricked. This is how they tricked us. And we can just point out how they tricked us. And that's what we do, man, here. We do not accept, Hollywood feelings or emotions to get involved. We accept what we can test for ourselves, man. We accept that, man. And if you're not there yet, that's okay. It's okay,
Imagine
man.
what we could do with $50 million a day. Eh?
I was like, dude, we're like, we got a couple.
Oh my goodness!
With change,
and they want 50. They're getting like $74 million a day. I'm like, what? Oh fuck! Wait a minute, man. Something's wrong here. Yeah, we got zero budget. They got 500 year head start on us, minimum. I think it might be more.
I just posted something in the live stream voice text, which Dave Weiss did with a minimum budget, and it fooled somebody.
Yep.
You want to watch that?
Oh, I remember that one. Oh, I love that one. Yeah, where he's like live streaming with those guys. Did you see the look on their faces where they were like, you saw the guy so I don't know, he got dismissed. You could see his shoulders slump. He was like, and his head hang. Yeah, that one was great, man. Thank you, Dave. Yeah. So yeah, you can get tricked, man. You can get magic. Is something that's been around a long time. Magic tricks. We would all agree on that, man. Tricks and magic tricks have been around a very, very long time. And how can we trick the most people with the most outrageous Hollywood productions? How can we trick them?
Someone shows me a picture of something, and they say, "This is Earth from a long way away." I'm going to say, "How do you know that?"
How do you know that? How do you know that? That is the question. How do you know that, man? And I love to bring things back to objective reality and say, hey, man, how do you know that? You say the water bends around a ball, man. How do you know that? Can you show that to me here on my bench? Well, unless it's frozen, no, I really can't. Okay. Show me gas pressure without a container. Well, no, I can't really do that right now, man. I'm busy. Okay, get back to me. That's some pretty ass big potatoes there, man. Hoss, come on. Get the hell out of here. Hoss, I'm gonna eat.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Dude. I'm looking at those potatoes. I'm like, damn, boy. I could feed my whole family a month on one of those bad boys. That's huge, man. How do you cook a potato that big is my question. You gotta have some big hardware.
You have to chop it up, that's for sure.
You're gonna have to have some big fire, man. Big. Hey, there's lots of woods behind there you can cut down. And yeah, you could cook a potato that big. Yeah, you could. I have no doubt. You could. Hey, good boy. Do you think you could cook a potato that big? I think.
Hey, Globe Earther dude, just check this photo out. What do you think? Do you enjoy it? Isn't it beautiful?
Well, I see a lot of curvature in that picture. I see a lot.
It's just a beautiful photograph.
It is. It is a beautiful. I love the green. Kind
Very
of
pretty.
The glistering light off the water droplets. Beautiful, man. I love. Yeah, it is. I mean, you could print that out and probably sell that at an art gallery and say, "Hey, man, it's just a picture of a leaf." Yeah. And you're like, "Oh my God, I gotta have that." Yeah, if you could have like a 7-8 foot, yeah, it'd be good. Hey, I'm an artist. I love art. I love people that do out.
Hey, you could actually measure the curvature of that droplet.
You could, and it's within millimeters, right? Go millimeters. You want to go nanometers. Nanometers is a bitch, man. Nanometers is hard. Fuck. It's a lot. It's a lot of zeros, man. Nanometers. Damn. Hey, bad boy. How many nanometers in a millimeter? Do you know?
No, I have better things to do.
You don't know how many nanometers are in a millimeter? You don't know that?
No. Do you know how many zeros have 1 terabyte?
Well, if you care to learn, I'm sure he would tell you. You don't need to be so snippy.
Right. You don't have to be such a hard ass. I can't think of a better term, but you could say, "Hey, man, I don't know, Mr. Dude, how many nanometers are in a millimeter? Please tell me, enlighten me, tell me something that's going to help me tomorrow." And there's 1 million nanometers in 1 millimeter. 1 million. And it's no different than how many terabytes are in a gigabyte or how many gigabytes are in a terabyte, whatever. I get it, man. Can you hand me 1 terabytes of information and put it in my hand?
I would probably put it in your brain.
No, fuck that, man. I want it in my hand because I'm a physical person. I deal with physical things every day. I have to watch out for that saw blade so I don't cut my fingers off, right?
Are you talking on a cell phone or from the computer?
I am on a computer.
And the computer is a physical thing, right? Or is it not?
I'll agree. It's a physical thing, no doubt about it. No doubt. But
so how is it communicating with me right now?
I hand you a beer, you'll say, "Hey, man," and you'll grab the beer. But if I hand you a terabyte, fuck off, man. You're not going to hand me a terabyte, bro. It's not going to happen. You follow me? There's a difference between reality and something that's maybe mechanical or electrical that's happening on a different level than me handing you a beer. There's 2 different mediums here, right? You got me?
Yeah.
Exactly. So reality versus something that it is reality.
Are you gonna hand me that beer already or what?
Dude, I love my iPhone. I love my iPhone. And I can communicate with it. However, if I say, "Hey, man, hand me a text," nobody's going to hand me a text. I have to look on my device, figure it out. I believe in what they call the Industrial Revolution, and all the things that actually made it work were innovations of technology, which is totally different than something we can observe as far as like water level or air pressure, something we can get our hands on. It's different, man. I love Discord. I love that we can connect, thousands of miles away. We're thousands of miles away and we're hanging out and talking about Earth. I love that, man. That's the greatest place I could ever want to be. Say, "Hey, I'm hanging out with a bunch of guys tonight, man. We're talking about Earth. What's up?" My buddies would be like, why don't we talk about the New England Patriots and they only scored 4 touchdowns in the last 3 games and divided by the score of the soccer's goals and I'd rather talk about the Hollywood.
Hey, Mr. Dude, how are eclipses happening on a flat Earth?
Oh my God, we got the coolest thing happening here on the East Coast of the United States here in a few days, man. It's gonna happen, man. It's called a selenilian eclipse, man.
May I ask him one question real fast? It's like, who taught you to treat celestial events as terrestrial?
Higher authority.
Higher
authority. Oh, isn't that
yes,
just rich?
Dude, that's
I appeal to authority each and every day, and I believe their lies, and I enjoy my globe. I cannot get rid of it, you know.
We got rid of it, and we grew up under it more than you. So what are you talking about?
I can't get rid of it. I'm just in love with the idea.
You can't get rid of it. What is preventing you precisely?
Well, if you show me flag, then I'll agree with you.
Dude, it's an observation. Like, it doesn't even really require thought.
Yes, yeah. I know what you mean, but I want to observe it from up high.
He's trying to trigger us.
I want to observe it from up high.
He's trying to trigger us. I believe in my globe, and I want to believe in my globe, and I'm a glober, blah, blah. He just laid it all out for us right there, boys and girls. Maybe you missed it, but you can rewind the tape and say, hey, man, that guy just said, hey, man, I'm going to love my globe to my death.
Yes. Because Earth is flat, and I deny that reality. Right. You have me on tape, ladies and gentlemen.
Got him on tape. All right. Everybody got this?
What about this?
Can we move on now? We got
what about this hypothetical? What if it's bigger than what they've told us, right? And you go up to where you think you're 3,000 miles. Oh, I still can't see the whole thing. And you have to keep going. Oh, I still can't see the thing. 10,000 miles. Oh, I still can't see the whole thing.
Then that's going to be interesting.
How do you know?
Yeah, that's for sure. That's interesting. But we have to go up and see it, right?
No, I don't. I don't have to. I don't see what it's like. If that's your standard of evidence, then that's your journey, man. But yeah, we can test it. We can test it from where we live with directly. Like someone was saying earlier about the ruler, holding the ruler to something, or walk away and then hold the ruler up at arm's length and from a distance from the table and measure it that way. No, you walk up to the table and you put the ruler on the table and you measure it that way. It's like those fucking goddamn clothes you buy from China on Wish, man. Do not get the medium if you're a medium. Go 3 sizes higher.
I got this whole thing figured out. Right? So we go outside and we look and we stand there and look at the horizon and the celestial bodies at the same time, okay? And once we see that the horizon and the celestial bodies move in a certain direction, we can predict exactly where we live. This is it. And it's pretty complicated because you have to go out and do it, observe this horizon and celestial bodies at the same time. It's amazing, I'll tell you.
Are you happy with knowing the truth about Earth, flat Earth, dude?
Well, I'm very interested in objective reality, and I still have all 10 of my, I got 9 fingers and 2 thumbs, or 8 fingers, 2 thumbs. Yeah, I got, what is it? Yeah, anyway, I can look at my hands. I still have them. I trust my senses. I trust what I'm seeing. And that's it, man. If you don't want to trust what you're seeing.
Oh, we have you on tape. You said you're trusting what you're seeing. So you believe the magic tricks, right?
No.
You believe optical illusions. We have you on tape.
Oh, you got me on tape. I'm busted. Damn. You guys. I want you guys to clip that one, man. Make sure you guys got that, because that's cool. I've never said that before. Oh my goodness. Hey, if I went out and observed the sky and the horizon together, oh my goodness, I'm a criminal. I'm totally wrong about where we live, and yeah, I want you guys to correct me, man. Make sure that I'm not falling off the edge of the earth or something. Oh my goodness. How dare you?
You're going so far off. No, I'm just kidding.
I might have been trailing a little bit.
Hey, Dr. Dude, too bad you discovered this. You were kind of late, right? So it took you a lot of time to understand that you're living on a flat and stationary Earth. That must feel bad, right?
It's great, man. I'll tell you. Me and Matthew McConaughey, do you know who that guy is?
Yeah, the actor, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Him and I came to the same conclusion that the sky and the earth meet each other at the horizon. Oh my goodness. It's amazing. And it's just a great place to be. Even he admitted it, man, dude. It's like I can see everything clearly now. Once the sky meets the horizon, duh. It's where everything meets in the middle. And
but you don't have $57 million a day, right?
Well, it's actually $128 million a day. It's a lot bigger number than you thought it was. Inflation and everything. We're up to $128 million a day for space, baby.
Well, it's like
so that's the way to go. You should go work there.
Goodbye. Wait. No, they get their regular salary, and then they get surplus funds for what they do, like consecutively. Like it's just a ridiculous amount. It's way more than like $15 million a day.
Well, it's all that money, and they're still drinking the most disgusting coffee known to mankind.
Yeah, the ones at the bottom are getting ripped off.
Chugga coffee, and I am. If you guys want a pound or two, man, let me know. Hit me up, DM me. I can hook you up, man. I know a guy that can get you some of that chugga coffee. Yeah, I know a guy, and I'm not kidding. I know a guy.
No, good boy. You were about to say something. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Derek, I don't know. It was like about four years ago, man. I was looking into some different, like GoFundMe and kind of things that was going on, man. And there was this guy who was like, "Hey, man, I'm gonna shoot this coffee out to space, and I'm gonna bring it back." I am not kidding you, man. This was
I
like
believe you. Yeah.
I am not. It was an article I read. This guy was going to shoot the coffee out into space and bring it back and say, "This coffee's from outer space," and he was going to charge you $100 a pound for coffee.
Special coffee,
into space, bro. You can start. What do they call it? Kickstart. It was a Kickstarter, I think it was, and you guys can start a Kickstarter and have like coffee that went to space, and you can pay $100 a pound for it, man.
Oh, goodness.
I am not kidding you. Go on Kickstarter, look it up, man. It's like coffee from space or something like that.
Yeah, I'll take a glass of Folgers instead. Thanks.
I want to say this thing so bad. Anyway, it gives away my age. Damn it. I can't say it.
Oh, dude, I seriously, like, first time I ever talked to you, I thought you were around my age. You do sound like it.
Yeah, well, I try to stay with it. I grew up with a lot of really cool people, man. That helped me
I
just
appreciate that because it's
reality
cool for me.
And I'm just fortunate. One of those guys that want to stay young and like laugh at all this crazy kooky shit that we're all going through.
Well, I'm 38 myself. I was born in 1984.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was graduating high school, yeah, right? And you're like just born.
Yeah.
And I got friends, man, when I was born, man, they were graduating high school. So, yeah, it works both ways.
Yeah, you were graduating when I was born.
Yeah, I got guys that were graduating when I was born that I hang out with still to this day. And
whoa.
It's all good, man. It's funny, man, because we can all share our perspective on how we observed where we live and what was perpetrated on us through, Tavistock, social engineering, education system. You pick your fucking poison. Television, Hollywood. Yeah. We got perpetrated through this system of manipulation of thought processes and the way we can interpret what we're actually seeing in reality versus on Hollywood television screens or whatever. And we can we got pushed through that system, man. We all did, man. It's like nobody escapes that system, bro. These Mongos went on their way to make sure that they had every basis covered, and they did a good job, man. I'll hand it to them, man. They really, it all came to fruition during the Coco lockdowns of 2020. And it was like, oh my goodness, everybody's going along with the Mongo shit, man. I'm like, why is that person wearing a diaper? Oh my God, why do they have a diaper on their face? And we all got shoved through that whole entire awakening of so many people have come in this server and said, hey man, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for those events that we all lived through recently. They're like, well, this is a bunch of hockey shit. And what else is hockey shit? And like, oh my goodness, the globe is hockey shit. Oh my God. And yeah, there was a mild awakening. But for the most part, man, we all know a bunch of people that went along with this Coco cuckoo shit, man. And we're all like, hey, man.
Well, at the same rate, it's like we're not allowed to talk our entire thought on it.
I mean, I can't. I have to code it.
I will say this is bullshit.
Yeah, we got thrown through the bullshit cuckoo Coco. And that's fine, man. But it was a super awakening for us flat earthers, man. Like, oh my God, everybody's asleep. Like, that sucks, man. Oh, that kind of sucks.
Like, the Earth is a globe, therefore everything the mainstream says is also true about everything else. Like, no. Hold up.
Nope.
Right. So that's kind of what we're
How
fighting
dare you?
against.
How dare you? So yeah, we've been psychologically manipulated through our educational, television, Hollywood systems that, it's all been set up, man. These Mongos have had control over this stuff for a long time, man, and they really put it to use, whether it was film or television or radio.
I mean, do you remember the days during your science classes, perhaps, where they said, "Oh yeah, we'll still allow God in the school, but we still want to be able to teach things like the Big Bang."
Well, see, isn't that something, Derek? That, I mean, you can go to any 100 Christian churches this weekend, man.
I've never actually been in.
You could go.
I went to nothing but public schools.
Do you believe in the Big Bang, man?
And no way.
And I know you.
Crap.
If you went to like a Christian church down the street from you, say, hey, man, you guys buying into the Big Bang thing, man? I'd say, man, like most of them are going to say yes. It'd be hard to find a church, Christian church, that said, hey, man, we don't believe in the Big Bang, man. We think it's false. And it's weird, man. It's like, why you guys are buying into the Big Bang, but if you read the scripture, man, there's no Big Bang, nothing in there,
Nope.
right? So where is the consistency is what I'm looking for. And that's cool, man. I mean, I get it, man. Manipulations. My goodness, we go back to, did people get manipulated? Yes. Anybody disagree with that?
100%.
I don't think so. The mass media manipulates shit. Anybody got a problem with that? I don't think so.
Like, you really think we evolved from some type of different?
Yeah, you guys want to buy into the?
Really?
You guys were like fungi and pond scum. Okay, we came from pond scum. Okay, I'm down with that. Totally, I'm good. What? No. I think my mom fucked my dad, and here I am. Okay.
Humans evolved, but the rest of apes didn't, because that makes so much
Pretty sure that's how I got here, man. My mom fucked my dad. My dad fucked my mom. Yeah, here I am. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Anybody got any problem with that, man? Is anybody here that's ever been born deny that your dad fucked your mom? Does anybody want to deny that? Anybody?
No.
I don't think there's not one person that's going to go with that, man. Unless, you might have been a test tube baby. You might have been. I remember the test tube babies. Test tube babies. They had that shit in the 70s. Test tube babies. That's what they called it, test tube babies. It was basically, some doctor shooting some cum into into some lady through a syringe. Yeah, it wasn't complicated, man. It's not. Test tube baby. You're a test tube baby? That means you were conceived through a syringe, not a penis, okay? That's it. That's your evidence for your test tube babies. Those guys are geniuses. They figured out how to take semen and inject it into a vagina. Oh my God. We're scientists. We're scientists. We know what we're doing. Somebody save me, man, before I fall off the edge of the earth.
I'm looking at electricity's comment. Why does the sun go down at different times throughout the year? He's not a glober, but isn't the explanation because of the tilt of Earth? No, it's because the moon is actually, or the sun is actually moving faster in a different trajectory
Well,
throughout the year.
Here's I was thinking about this the other day. Let me expand on it. Is that in the northern hemisphere in the summertime, the sun is closer, right? So if the sun is closer to you, it's going to leave a circle around above our heads, the circle above our heads, a much tighter, and we're going to see a lot more light during the summer. Well, this is what we observe.
I really do. I'm
Right?
Yeah.
Now, in the winter,
Yeah.
Where-
when it comes winter, like the sun is already starting to.
it's way, way farther away,
Yeah.
man. We're not going to see as much light. It doesn't move at a different. It doesn't slow down or speed up. It's just that it's much closer when it's like right over our heads in the summertime versus in the wintertime where it's way low on the horizon. So we're going to experience a much shorter day, daylight day, right? And that makes sense. It doesn't speed up or slow down. I remember getting hammered with this question years ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
You know what? Yeah, I'm not sure if it does speed up or slow down. I just can't
Speed up or slow down.
That's all.
Somebody said, "Hey, man, that means it's going to speed up or slow down." I go, "No, it's just getting closer to us." So the same circular motion that it makes, we're going to have much more light because it's closer. That's it. If it's farther away, it still makes the same circle. Now, over where upside down people live, like, that T-Wad dude, right now, man, he's experiencing a much longer daylight because it's closer to him. That's it, man. It's just closer to him right now. And when it's closer to us in the northern hemisphere, hey, guess what, man? We can see the sun much longer because it's closer. So the sun gets closer and it gets farther away. And that's hard for a lot of these educated young physicists and scientists to comprehend, man.
Your work has to be peer reviewed by other heliocentrists, okay?
Hey, without a peer review, man, you ain't shit, man. You ain't shit.
All right.
Without your fucking, you gotta have me your fucking peer reviewed, babe. There's a few peer reviewed guys that have come through, man. So we have a PhD anthropologist named Rodrigo Nunez. And he just points out the human activity of space travel and the ridiculousness of what it actually is. And I would always recommend a PhD anthropologist to say, hey, man, what are they showing us here on about space and the globe and Star Wars and whatever it is, man? They show you this Hollywood production of your reality, man. And that sucks, man, when you realize your reality is just a Hollywood show, man. What you believe in your own head is a Hollywood show, man. Step outside, take a look at Earth, measure it, observe it, watch the stars, the sun, the moon. Dude, we got the coolest eclipse coming up here in not too long.
Like 3 or 4 days or so.
Yeah, it's really quick, man. It's going to be quick. And we're going to be able to observe the sun and the moon both on the horizon, above the horizon. Yeah. How about
But
that?
you know how that's explainable by refraction, right? No,
Well, I think it's called bendy light.
right.
Actually, yeah.
God. Like, even though it works in concept and in theory, it's not actually applicable in an actual real life demonstration. But that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah, I've had this discussion.
That's what Globers are saying.
Yeah, I know what they say. I do. I've heard them say it to my face, and it's like, wow, man. Okay, but in your model, it's not working out so well, man.
No, it's not. No, I mean they can't even demonstrate their model.
Your model gets kind of crushed with the selenium eclipse, man. It just gets crushed, man. And
It's not physically possible, even with refraction, even to an 18 degree. It's just not there.
But it's coming up here on the east coast of the United States. Not where I'm at, but I know some of you Mongos out there, man. The next eclipse, man, is the selenium, man. Get yourself some camera, iPhone, whatever you got to do, man. You're going to see the sun and the moon above the horizon on an eclipse. That one's really hard to explain, boys and girls. Really hard, man. And I want you guys to think about that. I've seen it on video where you can pan left and pan right. And there's the sun and there's the moon during a full lunar eclipse. Like, oh my God, that's a problem. Totally. It's a problem. Anyway, I just put that in the bag of preponderance. The bag of preponderance. The preponderance of evidence against the globe versus the globe. It becomes a argument that obviously we're all still here arguing about it, but for us to know, like, it's like, hey man, we're not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, man. Oh my goodness. Please. What evidence do you have that we're shooting through space at millions of miles an hour?
They have none.
You got nothing. You got stories. You got books. You got measurements. You got calculations. You ain't got.
Is there any like flat Earth geodetic surveys?
Yeah, I think there is a couple. Yeah.
Because we need them to take us through the. That's their profession, is to measure large distances. So we need them to come in here or do something, put a video up to say this is the process, this is what we do, and all the rest.
I think Jay Tolan, he's a engineer, put together some geodetic surveys and put out the data, what he was observing. But I do not have the links as of right now, but Jay Tolan Media, yeah, he went out and did some geodetic surveying. Yes, he did.
Yeah, because that's their profession. Like, I feel like that's the first go-to people we should try and get with the whole curvature argument.
There's been no less than at least 3 surveyors that have been a part of this Discord over the years, that have come in with their measurements and flat, and they've done it, man. I mean, I wish they were still here. Some people come and go, man. This is an old server, man. It's been around, I don't know, at least 5 years minimum. And
if anyone knows, post a link in the chat to a video or something.
Yeah. But we've had surveyors in here, man, saying, "Hey, man, yeah, we did the measurements, and here's what we came up with." But yeah, all those links might be lost. But this is a deep server here, man. If you go down, if you scroll down into, there might even be a surveying section.
Yeah, I've been around for a while on this server.
It might be in there, man. I don't know.
So did you like ignore everything that you've ever heard or something on the server? There have been tons of literal surveyors on the server, and
we've had.
Hear any of them?
So yeah, we're familiar with the surveying equipment. We're familiar with the measurements that they've taken.
But I guess there's like two types of surveyors. You got the normal surveyors who does buildings and houses, and then geodetic surveyors.
Yeah, we've had both in here over the years, and that's cool, man. They're always welcome if they've got something that says, "Hey, man, we can measure so many miles or drop or whatever." That's cool.
Like if there actually is a drop or something like that, we would truly want to learn about it 100%.
Well, that's it, man. That's why we're here, is to look at where we live, measure where we live. How do we measure it? Lasers,
how do we come to our conclusions? You know, how can we?
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Can I drive across the southwest of America and see 100 miles? And literally, there's no. Yeah.
Like all it really truly is at the end of the day is if we can come to the truth and agree upon something.
You agree on flat and stationary. That's all.
Yeah, because that's all I ever observed and experienced. I don't observe.
Well, that's what reality is. Flat and stationary.
That's it. Hey,
I hear that, right? So,
hey, welcome to Flat Earth, good boy, baby. Woo.
Thank you, Globe, dude.
Welcome, brother. You got it. Reality is flat and stationary. You got it, man.
Correct.
Damn, I'm so proud of you, bro. Couldn't be more proud, man. I took good boy all the way up to big boy, baby. Big boy.
Sometimes I even get a hard-on boy, so.
Well, let's not make it sexual.
Gay. That's a little gay, man. Don't go there.
No homo, man.
That's a little.
Of course.
That's a little. Dude, that's a little creepy. But I'll say that.
No, yeah, Earth is stationary. We don't move at all unless I guess like an earthquake or isolated events with floods. No, Earth doesn't move.
Yeah, we're not moving.
Yeah, screw that Coriolis effect, right?
Well, you want to talk about Coriolis effect, man. That's a whole...
No, it's made up. I know. I already know.
Yeah, well, you've seen the data on the Coriolis, man. And that's cool, man. If Coriolis was a real thing, man, I would lift my helicopter off the ground and fly to Hawaii. No problem.
Well, it's like with airline pilots, they always, train them to treat the Earth as,
oh my God,
flat and non-rotating.
Derek, how dare you?
This is taken out of context. If you actually read what the article, what the document says,
they would have
you're going to understand better.
Too, that's all.
No, wait. You're talking every single 37 documents that I have state that you must treat the Earth as a stationary, flat, level plane. We're talking NASA documents, Boeing, Airbus. We got 38 documents there that said, hey.
You can't just pick up anything you like. You either disagree or agree with everything they say.
Well, that's the same as Hollywood, man.
Well, why are they training their pilots that way?
Hey, and do you agree that Maverick shot down level 5 fighter jets versus an F-16 1982? Yeah. Okay.
I like the second part better.
Yeah. Okay. So 1982 fighter jet versus 2022.
It had better CGI for sure.
Had better CGI today, yeah, right? Better CGI. Yeah, way better. Yeah, it was good. It was a good movie, right? It's good. Did you see the original? I was there when it came out.
Of course.
Yeah, so CGI is kick-ass. Just like the movie Gravity, man. CGI is kick-ass. Yeah, it kicked ass. It looked like the space station got blown up, dude. Blown up. Without any sound. Had no sound because nobody could hear what was going on. Because
what happens?
There's no air. You can't.
The space station blew up.
Mm-hmm.
What did you say? The space station blew up.
In the movie Gravity, yes. In the movie.
Hold on a second. Wait. Electricity. You're asking for, but can't both flattened globe models both explain the sun's path in the sky? Okay. No.
Yeah, but they both have an explanation.
Flat Earth dude is going to become Glober dude one
the
day.
day you have an explanation is the day you can just take a piece of complete rock and have it hover over another, spheroid surface. Can you do that?
I don't understand the correlation.
The correlation is that you're promoting a belief versus something that you can demonstrate, which you can't. And you're acting like your belief is supposed to be taken as demonstration when you can't do it. That's not science, dude. That's not fact. It's sheer belief.
Did you read the first bit? I'm not a glober.
The first bit of what? I'm sorry?
Do you think I'm a glober?
No, I don't. No, I do not. I can tell, man. Straight away, man.
It's all I'm saying is, I guess both explanations.
I'll back up. That's fine.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's just, both explanations. It's just two explanations, the same thing. Just with the stars, is the stars moving and Earth stationary, or is the Earth moving and stars stationary?
Well, that takes an assumption that Earth is moving. There's no real experiment that Earth is actually moving. Not real life.
Have you tested the Coriolis effect yourself?
Yeah, I did. I jumped up. I didn't move. How about that? I tested it. I did.
It's not a very good way of testing it. You know it, and I know it.
Oh, wait. I've been on a helicopter, and we took off.
Airplane, helicopter is the same thing at the end of the day, right?
The Earth did not spin. Of course.
Do you know how tiny the effect is? You can't detect it.
It's so small, you can't detect the curvature because boats go over the curve, but you can't see the curve from 180,000 feet. No, and everything is relative because you can't see it and observe it. It's not magical thinking. It's a total possibility that maybe you might think that this thing is possibly a potentially observable thing that was within the realm of the magical green fairies that produce the gravity. Okay.
I guess, yeah, there's like two explanations, but I guess, yeah, the default stance should be, you know, we observe the sky moving. So
right,
I think that's the default.
Default. That's where I'm going. I was like, yeah, I love default, man. I'm a default. Damn, I should change my name to Default Dude.
The moment you were born, default was flat and stationary, right?
Guaranteed, 100% flat stationary when I was born. Yep. What's your point? I definitely observe flat and stationary. What's your point? Carry on.
Well, what do you think of schizophrenics, flat Earth?
Schizophrenics rule the world, man. How about that? And
yeah, but they observe ghosts and other stuff, right?
Yeah, maybe. But I am an objective reality person, man. And, you know, prove me wrong through objective reality, man. I'll be down. Fire's hot. Ice is cold.
But you could have schizophrenia if you went and checked it out.
Shit, what do you say after that? Fire's hot. Ice is cold. Water's level. Prove me wrong, man. Yeah. If you got something to the contrary, man, that'd be good. We're here 24/7, 365 days a year, man. So come on in with your logical fallacies or whatever. Fire's hot. Ice is cold. And we ain't moving. Prove me wrong. Thank you. Water doesn't bend. Water bends? Wait a minute. Show me your bendy water. Show me. If you got some bendy water, we'll be happy to give you $100 for some bendy water. Hey, that would be a lake or ocean, swimming pool, whatever you got. Show me that the water bends around the globe. Show me. Show it to me, man, with my own two eyes. If it was true, man, out here in America, man, we got this beautiful desert called the Mojave. Hundreds and hundreds of miles of earth, and there would be a place that we could see the curvature. If we went up on this mountain, we could see a line that was built by man that showed the curvature of the earth. But they don't have that, man. There's no place on earth you can go say, hey, man, I went up to this mountain, man. I saw the curvature, because they put the markers right there. You could see it. You could see the markers across that flat plane that shows the curvature. Oh, okay. Across the flat plane that shows the curvature. Well, that's kind of contradictory statement you said there, dude. Come on, man. Where is it, man? Where is this beautiful, elusive curvature that we all should be able to see from, you know, the ocean or mountain or airplane, wherever? Where is it? We can't see it from a high altitude balloon at 129,000 feet. No,
it's in the movies, man. In Hollywood, that's where the curvature is.
It's in the school books. It's in the movies. It's in your consciousness every day, everywhere you go, man. You'll see it. You start looking for it, man. You'll see the globe. They always talk about global economy and global everything, global globe, 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 globe. Yeah, they globe it up, man. And it's fine once you realize what you're seeing. Like, oh shit, these are used globe salesmen selling the globe. Used globe salesman. That's a tag here.
So selling the globe brings you money, and selling flat Earth doesn't bring you any money. So that's where I'll go.
Do you have? I think you should be given the tag, good boy, of used globe salesman.
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Maybe used glober.
I think that's a thing with a lot of us. We grew up believing the so-called experts, and that there's people out there really smart and figured it out and all that. So, and all the universities and so many professors. Like, it's a massive, massive deception, and people just can't, see through it. It's kind of hard to break through it.
Well, once you've seen that you've been giving a lot of information that potentially could be false, once you see that, it's like, oh my goodness, damn, I have to question my own heart. I got to question my own heart and mind at the same time. Say, hey man, can I prove that this is a globe? Really? Can I do that? Damn. You get pushed into a corner once you realize you have to prove the globe. And we see these guys get pushed into these corners, and they come up with defenses that are so crazily ridiculous, and we're like, oh my god, that's really okay. Go with that, man. Go with that. Well, I went through the mathematics of the equation divided by the times of the Venus and the stars that produce the light, and it's a billion.
Hey, dude. Can I interrupt for a sec?
Yeah.
If you guys know the truth, why do you keep arguing with globers? Why don't you just try to discover another truth, or actually do something relevant, like
you want to
exploring?
You want to throw a big giant brush into why don't we do this or why don't we do that? That's fine. I'm okay with that. Why don't we do that? Well, how do you know we're not doing that already?
By listening so far, nobody has done it in my presence.
Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't mean it hasn't been done, does it?
Yeah, but still, you could just give me a straight up answer without twisting it up.
I'm just saying, man, it might have been done. It might not have been done.
Why do you not do it? Why personally you are not doing it?
Why don't you go out and measure the radius of this beautiful ball that you live on? Why don't
because it's already been done. Why should I reinvent the wheel?
Whoa. You measured the globe? Oh my God. Here we go.
Well, first question is by who? What method did they use? What instrument?
Satellites. It's the most accurate one. Fuck Aristotle's.
Which satellite?
I don't know. You ask them. Do I look like I'm employed by NASA?
Yep, you do. You are employed by NASA. You don't even know it. You've been trained.
Where's the money? I don't have the money.
Well, they don't give the little guys the money, man. Only the big guys get the money, man. Come on.
I would like to apply for that big job.
You want to be a sucky cock fucking sellout piece of shit?
I want to be from the elite.
Oh, well, there's some honesty. I love that, man. I love honesty. You want to be the guy that eats the fucking scum of the earth and produces nothing and just makes up theoretical stuff that produces nothing, that really it's only Hollywood. I want to be that cuck fucking piece of shit that produces nothing, that really doesn't do anything other than computer generated images on a screen that produce the reality of everybody's thinking. Yeah, I want to be that fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. Just checking, because you want to be the fucking piece of shit, then you have to step up, man.
Spill it out. Go ahead.
Your game is a little short, man. You're a little bit short on your rhetoric, man, because we've been down this road. We've checked it out. We've looked at your numbers. We produced your little mathematics, and we come up with cuckery after cuckery, and all we come up with is a cuck fucking world spinning around a sun that's shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, and it doesn't add up, man.
Yeah, absolutely. But you're on the small percentage group. As long as we control the rest of the people, that's fine by us. You know what I mean?
There you go, man. He's a full-on Freemason, cuck fucking piece of shit that wants to come in here and tell you that you just live on a spinning ball and fuck off, you pieces of shit, scum fucking bags. I'm gonna rip.
All right, settle down.
Fucking piece of shit, come in here and say, "Oh, of course we're winning because we've cucked the fucking world into believing that this is real and that is real, and you're gonna just suck it up and suck my dick, you little piece of shit, fucking cock."
Okay, change of topic. It's getting too intense.
Yeah, I took it to the next level, man. It's called the next level. I'll apologize. I'll back down now, man, because
I got his temper.
You got it, You were the one that brought it up, man. You were the one that brought it up. Said, "Hey, this is what we're doing," and you said what you're doing, and I'm calling you out for what you're doing, and that's a problem. Because
you have pretty big bad energy. I can feel it.
Yeah,
I just like to ask, good boy, like, what are your top reasons it's a globe?
I don't have none.
Yeah, exactly. It just has myths and mythology and books and potentially maybe somebody that measures
higher authority, right?
Higher authority. Yeah, that's all you got, man. I just want you to step out of your shell, man. Step out of your.
Don't you want to know, like, truth from lies? Like,
right. Exactly.
Why don't you want to know the truth?
No, I don't think he does want to know the truth. I really don't. Not yet. Maybe 10 years down the road, he'll want to know it. He'll want it. He's young. Very young, man. He's still in his baby infinite stage, man. It's fine. It's all right, man.
What do you mean, baby infinite stage? How old are you? Are you a grandpa?
Yes, I am.
I think the most difficulty with people coming into this is, like, you don't have to accept flat Earth, but you have to at least consider it.
You don't consider the globe, so why do I have to consider the flat?
No, wait. That's all we've been doing here for the last 8 years. It's considering the globe. That was the first thing that I did. I have to admit to myself that I've been taught that we live on a globe. And I went out and checked it and said, hey, man, well, there's no parallax in the stars, man. What's up with that? Why is no... Well, the globe model says that we're shooting around the sun.
At least there's a globe model. You don't have one.
Well, there is no globe model, man. That's a fallacy.
There is.
100%. It's a fallacy, man. You've came up. Where is the parallax in the stars if we're on a globe shooting through space at fucking 1.3 million miles an hour, man? There's no differentiation between the star distances. That's it, man. Between the stars, they're always the same.
How big is Earth? Can you measure it? Or you're just forbidden to go south from Antarctica, right?
They reset. Stars reset every year. There's no parallax. Period. That's it. Once you got that, you got it, man. You got it. You know you're not on a spinning ball shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. You know that those lights above your skull are traveling above your head. And once you got that, man, you got it, man. Have a nice day. Have a nice life. Enjoy your beautiful existence here on this plane that we find ourselves, man. If you want to live out in outer space, man, go ahead.
How big is your plane?
Thousands of miles, man. It's thousands.
How much exactly? Can you measure it?
Well, I went out, I checked it. The measurement I came up with was like 20 million, trillion, billion, quadrillion miles. Okay?
Sounds good. Maybe that's a good childish story to tell to your kids, right? Maybe they'll buy your story.
And what about your story, man? The closest light in the sky besides...
Hey, do you have kids? Do you have kids?
The closest light in the sky, the closest star from Earth is how many miles away?
93 million.
Besides the sun and the moon, which one's the closest star? How far?
I don't know. You tell me. You're more familiar with the globe model than I am.
You bet your ass I am. Because that's
for sure. Because I don't give a fuck about it, right?
Well, of course you don't. You've been exposing your own self to be a person who will deny anything that's reality.
Tell me, do you have kids?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter. Answer the question, please.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Let me tell you, man.
Just answer the question. What's the problem?
I have 172 cousins. Okay, 172.
Just tell me if you have kids, and if your kids ask you the question, what the shape of the Earth is. What are you gonna tell to your kids? Are you gonna tell them it's flat and stationary?
What if I said I had 27 nieces and nephews? 27. I have 27 nieces and nephews.
Okay, you're dodging the question again. That's the only thing you can do. Dodge question, change subject, repeat. That's it.
You're a genius, man. You've cracked the code. That's all we do here, man.
It's easy. No, not everybody of you, just you, because
just me, man. Of course.
Yeah.
It's just, I dodge questions and obscure different algorithms that do not compute with your perception.
And you just proved it one more time. Yeah. By dodging the question.
Yeah. Exactly.
If you're man enough, you're going to respond to that question the same way I responded to your ridiculous ones.
I ask you, man, did you take a shit today?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That's an honest answer to a simple question, right?
Yeah, something which you can't do, right?
The question was, do I have children?
Yeah, and what are you going to tell to your children if they ask you whether the Earth is a globe or whether the Earth is flat and stationary? That's my question to you. How do you respond to that question to them?
Well, I would ask them to observe their objective reality in which they can verify for themselves. Do not believe anything I tell you. Trust your own objective reality.
Yeah, but what if they ask, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I'm not gonna answer that because.
What if they ask you, do they teach us the right stuff about our planet? And you're gonna say, no, don't believe your teachers. Tell them to fuck off. Is that what you're saying? Through the educational system?
There's 5,000 different cosmologies out there. 5,000. And if you want to believe any one of them, that's cool, man. Go for it. If you want to deny your objective reality, that's up to you, man. I'm not going to push you. I'm not going to.
So you're not going to be honest with them. Is that correct?
I'm being more than honest with them because I want them to trust their own senses and say, hey, man, what do you observe? Do not trust what I observe. Trust what you observe. And that's a simplistic approach to saying, hey, man, look at what you can see, not what I can see. And if you see something different, let me know. And it's very simplistic, man. I don't have to complicate this stuff. I really don't. I hate to complicate it because complication just leads to more obfuscation. Keep it down to reality, boys and girls. Keep it real. And if you see something, say something. Hey, man, that was a slogan here in Southern California for a long time, man. If you see something, say something. And I think it had to do with crime, but, it's a different story completely. If you see something, say something. You guys can look it up on Google. Anyway, Google it, man. Search it up. Google it. Don't believe me, man. Do not believe anything the dude's telling you. Do not do that. Step outside your objective reality. How dare you? Keep it real. Look outside. See the water's level. You're shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, right? You guys got this. Millions of miles an hour. Millions of miles. Wait a minute, man. I'm shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. How do I test that, bro? How do I figure that one out? How can I possibly discern I'm shooting through space at millions of miles an hour? Wow, man, it feels like you're not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. So how dare you question, how dare you question the fact that you're shooting through space at millions of miles an hour and, rotating and you guys know all the physics that we've discussed. You guys know. And if you're shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, then you know for sure you're shooting. Well, you wouldn't notice it because if it was real, if it was fake, we would have much better CGI, man. If it was, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, right? You guys know this argument. If it was real, if it was fake, it would look much more real. Yeah. Okay. What? How dare you bring that up? If you brought up the fact that you go through life and say, hey, man, Elon Musk said if it was fake, it would look so much more real. If it was fake, I mean, come on.
You know he's gay because he looks so straight. You know what I mean? If he was straight, he wouldn't have so much painted fingernails. You know what I mean?
That's my saint coming to the fucking chill.
Santos Bonacci. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, you and I have hung out together in person, and
Hey, we were hanging out together in person, lurking like we were searching for urchins.
There you go. there's something about hanging out with somebody that knows the absolute truth about where we live, man. And it's like I don't know, it's an energetic kind of vibe, man. Better than I can't explain it really, man. It's a great vibe, man. Hanging out with people that's like, oh shit, man, the Masonics are here over there, and they did a ceremony over there. Oh shit, man. Yeah, it's like
I could be tour guide for San Barbara.
Yeah, you're like a tour guide, and it's like, oh shit, man, these Mongos are seriously for real, man. How did we get fucked into this fucking globe Earth situation, man?
Right.
About 27,000 different, things that we could put together and say, hey, man,
right.
This is why you got sucked into the globe, man, for the last 100 years, right? And yeah, it's pretty easy to point out, man, if you want to really look into it, man.
You have you ever heard of Lady Gaga, bro?
Well, yeah, of course I've heard Lady Gaga.
I know it's just kind of like a rhetorical, sarcastic question, but okay. So this is my little joke. I just made it up right now on the spot. So it goes: the same way that they invented the game Poker after Lady Gaga came out with that hit song Poker Face is the same way they invented the world spinning globe after that show as the world turn comes out.
That's it, dude. You so nailed it, bro. You so nailed. As the world turns, bro. That was a soap opera here in America for what? Like,
dude, my grandma used to watch that show 5 days a week religiously. And once VCRs came out, she started recording it every day. She had stacks of fucking As the World Turned episodes, and when it wasn't playing on national TV, she'd watch reruns, dude. She'd cry and she'd know all their characters' names and everything. She tried to get me to watch it. She was way into that shit, dude. Way into it.
It's called a soap opera for a reason.
Yeah.
Man.
Well,
and once you Mongos, man, they're on the fence, and I know for a fact that my good old boy is on the fence, man. He's doing everything he can to justify his globe, man. I get it, bro. I did too, man. We all did. We just said, hey, man, objective reality will produce your consciousness. And if you want to step out to objective reality, man, that's cool. You can stay in the Hollywood thing, man. Go for it, man. Go.
Right.
Your heels into your Hollywood fantasy, bro.
The bloody shoes, huh? The Red Shoe Club?
Yeah, dig in. And that's cool, man. It's a cool place to be. I know you feel comfortable there. You're looking at
all I know is that while they're trying to save Ryan's privates, I'll just be saving Private Ryan. He's flattered. I'm going to.
You're a man.
I got a little bit blunted, bro.
Yeah, I got you. That's okay, man. You're like T-Wad.
That's right.
He lives on the upside down world of Globe.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay, man. He's okay. How dare you? How dare you? Live upside down on a globe. How dare you? But
so think about this for a Dare commercial. You'd be like, "How dare you? Drug abuse, resistance, education. Yeah." Remember that too? Drug abuse, resistance, education. Dare to keep kids off drugs.
Yeah, dude, Dare was everywhere, man. Dare was everywhere, man. And
if you weren't part of Dare, dude, you weren't shit on Earth, bro.
Exactly. So it was a psychological operation. It was perpetrated. I know. Just like the Beatles was a psychological operation.
Yeah, because I remember dude, when I saw the fake drugs in my dare class when the cop came in, it sparked my curiosity. I'm like, dude, what the hell is that? Like, dude, I need to fuck with that. Like, where do I get that? And like years later, I found out, and they had already planted the product placement in my mind years earlier. You know?
There's
Fucking
a product
good, huh?
in your mind, exactly. Same thing happened to me.
Cocaine was into my nose before I even saw the bag, bro.
Same fucking thing happened to me. I was like, they brought in all these drugs. Like, oh, this is cocaine.
Yeah.
This is weed.
Yeah.
This is acid. And I'm like, oh shit, I want to try that. And it was a reverse psychological operation, man. Reverse psych. They put it out there like, this is bad. You got to keep an eye out for this. And all of us that were like curious minded, like, hey man, what's up with the acid, man? What's up with the shroom?
Dude, did they have a questionnaire box in your classroom?
What?
Did they have a questionnaire like in our classroom? The dare officer came once a week, but there was like a box with a lock on it with a slit, like a ballot box in the classroom. And so kids are anonymously supposed to put in questions or tell on somebody if they see something weird, right? Well, a couple kids thought it would be funny to roll up some oregano and some like paper, and then other kids put like bags of like powder sugar. And when the cop like opened the thing, because they don't check it first, they open it and answer questions, all that stuff fell out. And the cop like, yeah, and then the cop like fully made it seem like possibly one of these kids is gonna get arrested unless somebody starts talking. Dude, I was like, what the fuck is this shit? We're like in third grade, bro. Fuckers, man.
Well, I watched a really cool video last night, man, that kind of red pilled me, but yeah, I was like, okay, I already knew a lot of this shit, but it's a reinforcement that the social engineering of our society has been absolutely confirmed. 100%. There's no doubt about it that the engineering of our society has been socially engineered. And
bro, everything is planned. You know what I mean? Everything's coordinated. Like,
yeah,
every dude. You know what I mean? There's no like, or let's put it this way: there's no organic words spoken on the news.
No,
it's close.
The Beatles.
You guys don't want that, but don't believe it.
The Beatles were not organic, 100%. Man. There was 400 people that helped the Beatles produce.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
100%.
I mean, they kill anything that's organic, bro. Anything that comes up naturally on its own. God forbid, even if somebody had a camera and they were shooting people in a school, pictures or something. If that was organic, God bless them, bro. But there's none of it. You'll not see nothing organic like that. All that shit's planned, bro. Mm-hmm.
Yes, the manipulation of our consciousness through mass media has been confirmed, man. Has anybody got any evidence to the contrary?
Give me a good old fashioned, actual, real organic drive by in my neighborhood. You know what I mean? It just don't happen. It's orchestrated, huh?
Old drive-by shooting. It's not
Seriously,
organic.
Yeah, bro. You mean? Shit, dude. It's crazy because, dude, this whole generation. Dude, I gotta show you this sign. It was posted in the high school bathroom where my homeboy, who's a flat earther, Josh, his sons are flat earthers now, and they're in high school, right? Dude, I'm gonna post this picture that was the staff put it up. Like the people who work at the school put this fucking sign in the bathroom. You're not gonna believe this shit, dude. Hold on. Oh my god, dude! I was like, are you kidding me?
All right, check it out.
Dude, okay, where is this sign? Find me.
I was just on the subject of social engineering, and we can decipher between social engineering and reality, you know. And you guys are so good at it, man. You guys are
so good. You're so good, but you're so bad.
You guys are so good. Hey, I gotta go to bed, but
you gotta see this. Fuck, I'm trying to find it. I have it on my thing. Are you gonna crash out then, bro?
I'll give you.
I'll find the sign. Give me just like 1 minute.
5 minutes. I'll give you.
All right.
So,
okay.
If you guys don't think you can be social engineered into a space paradigm, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour and spinning globe, and if you don't think you can be socially engineered into that, then yeah, I got some air in a cup I want to sell you, man. An air in a cup. I can sell you guys some cup of air really cheap right now, man. Cup of air. And if I sell you guys some cup of air, I want you guys to take that cup of air and carry it through your just carry it to the next person that needs a cup of air.
In San Quentin, when you go from the yard, or I mean, you go from the cells to the yard, the buses are right there waiting for you. So they cuff you right there, and you get on the bus. But there's like urinals to take a piss before you get on the bus. It's gonna be a long bus ride, right? So I go to the urinal to take a piss. And I look up, and there's a freaking like a giant clear condom dispenser where you can just reach in and grab as many condoms as you want. I was like, dude, this is where Johnny Cash played. Dude. Yeah, condom dispensers, bro. I was like, oh man. You know what I mean? But check this out. This is the sign in the bathroom at Dos Pueblos High School in Goleta or Santa Barbara, California, in the boys' bathroom. Freaking 10th graders are reading this crap. Can you believe it?
And instead of smoking a cigarette, I want you guys to jack off, okay? I want you guys to jack off.
It's so weird, dude. In the bathroom.
That is pretty creepy, dude.
You know
That's super creepy, man.
About masturbating in the bathroom by little kids, which is a big trend of posters all over the school that can actually commit suicide.
I don't believe that's true. Yeah.
Hey, Saints, man, real quick, man, before I gotta go, man.
Yeah.
I was listening earlier today, man. Your buddy got kicked out of his apartment, whatever.
Oh yeah.
With the studio gear.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, how can you resolve that?
Well, man. I talked to him tonight, and he said that he what was it, babe? In 15, or he'd be able to go get his stuff back after he went to court. Something like they'd give him like an hour or two to go to get his stuff back. Once he has to, so he has court on Friday. Yeah. So he has court Friday. The thing is, he missed one of his court dates, and that's why the sheriffs went over there to evict him. Because he kept pushing it back, and then he had his girlfriend, like, you know, if they come over and you're not on the your girlfriend's not on the eviction notice, then she can stay when they evict you. Or if your name's spelled wrong, right, they can't evict you. So he got lucky like 3 times. They spelled his name wrong. Chick had mail in her name, and she wasn't on the eviction. They milked it since like July, dude. So anyway, what do you call it? The sheriffs evicted him, but only because he missed a freaking court date. They came over 3 hours later after he didn't go to the court date for it. And he was the one that set the court date. You know what I mean? I'm talking about truck, but yeah.
All right, work it out, man. Work it out.
For sure, bro.
I gotta go to bed.
All right, bro.
Hey, good boy, bad boy, big boy. You're gonna be fine, man. You're gonna be fine. Trust me, you're gonna be fine.
I'll control power before you go.
Yeah.
All right, I just put it in the. He put it in the voice text. Dun dun.
Well, keep it real, Mongos. Fuck, you guys got this. You guys got this, man.
Well, I hope so.
Realities is it sucks for some, and it's really good for others, man. I think it's really good for us, man. Reality is fun.
It sucks for some people and it blows for others. You know what I mean?
There you go. Hey, that's thermodynamics, right? Sucking and blowing.
Hey, bro, am I coming or going? I could barely decide. I just drank a cup of level water. Dare me to drive? As a child, the horizon was too hard to hide.
Drink a cup of level of water. The horizon's too hard to hide, man.
Right.
Oh, smoke that, Mongos. Smoke that.
Right.
The horizon's too level to hide, bro.
Put that in your little pipe and pipe down.
That, Mongos. The horizon's too level to hide. I love that. All right, keep it up.
All right.
I
posted that song right there.
I love it. Check it out.
I'm loving it. Babe, if I gave you the microphone and the laptop, my MacBook Pro, would you set up so I could do some music style stuff? I'm just a kid with the big jump.
What's up, everyone? It's Jaronism again, back with another video, short one for you. And first thing I wanted to say, thanks to everyone for spreading the truth out there. Just keep doing it. Don't let the science preachers change your mind. Use your brain and your eyes and decide for yourselves. So I did want to tell NASA and SpaceX and ESA that it's time to give us our $1 trillion back. And I think Alex Jones sums it up best, my feelings about NASA.
I mean, it's just like scum, Nazi filth, trash, garbage, maggots.
So first things first is I get a lot of questions about GPS. What about GPS? How does GPS work if we're not on a globe? And I need to explain to them that GPS means Global Positioning System. It does not mean Reality Positioning System. It means your Global Positioning System. Where are you if you were on a globe? So that's how it works. If it were a Reality Positioning System, it would say flat. You're on the flat Earth. So second thing is, again, I always want to bring this up because I think it's one of the best evidences for you to think about. Water will always find its flatness. It is always flat. It can't be curved. It can't have a hump in it. Scientists and these science preachers will tell you that it can because of gravity. But all you need to think about is that from California to Hawaii is almost 2,500 miles. And if you believe in that, which I do, then you must believe that there is a 770-mile high hump of water if you believe in the globe. And if you believe in that, then you believe in make-believe and pretend. And I think you should start believing in reality. Joseph Jastrow in 1935 said, "Create a belief in the theory and the facts will create themselves." So if you think about that, you can start to see the deception that they're playing on us. Take a look at gravity and just think to yourself that all it is a construction of mathematical equations that don't jive with reality. And there's a lot of these equations. They're all over the place, and they don't make any sense. Another example of no sense-making science is relativity. And tell me how smart you have to be to get this one. The theory of relativity says in its equation form that r to the little pw minus half of r to the g pw plus lambda times g to the pw equals, of course, 8 times pi to the g n to the t pw. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Right. Who is this really? What's going on? How come you want me to do all these weird things?
The person who wants you to do all these weird things is people like Neil Tyson deGrasse, who's quoted here as saying, "The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it." So that's fantastic advice, Neil. Thanks very much. I don't believe in it, so if you want to say it's true, that's up to you. Basically, guys, they have every base covered. They have done the work they need to do to make sure that all their math works, and the only tool we have to combat them is our brain and our eyes. So I suggest you try it out. Next, we've got 1984. If you have never read it, if you were like me, which was supposed to read it in high school, and I think I probably got an A on whatever test I was supposed to take, but I never actually read the book until just this week. And if you read it, I think you'll be very, very shocked at some of the info that you'll get out of it. The book was written by George Orwell. It was written in the late 40s. He died about a year or two after he wrote it, and you'll probably see why here in a second. I took about 8 or 10 different parts of the book to read to you right now, just so you can get an idea of why it's important for you to read it. Don't watch the movies. The movies are different. They take out the parts that I'm going to tell you about. The slogan of the Big Brother, or the political party, the party in the book, is "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength." So here's some quotes from the book. "It isn't very important about the top hats," said Winston patiently. "The point is, these capitalists, they and a few lawyers and priests and so forth who lived on them, were the lords of the earth. Everything existed for their benefit. You, the ordinary people, the workers, were their slaves. They could do what they liked with you. They could ship you off to Canada like cattle. They could sleep with your daughters if they chose. The heresy of heresies was common sense, and what was terrifying was not that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. For, after all, how do we know that 2 + 2 make 4, or that the force of gravity works, or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? By making him suffer, obedience is not enough. Unless he is suffering, how can you be sure that he is obeying your will and not his own? Power is in inflicting pain and humiliation. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Do you begin to see, then, what kind of world we are creating? It is the exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias that the old reformers imagined. A world of fear and treachery and torment, a world of trampling and being trampled upon, a world which will not grow less but more merciless as it refines itself. Progress in our world will be progress towards more pain. Alone, free, the human being is always defeated. It must be so, because every human being is doomed to die, which is the greatest of all failures. But if he can make complete, utter submission, if he can escape from his identity, if he can merge himself into the party, so that he is the party, then he is all-powerful and immortal. The second thing for you to realize is that power is power over human beings, over the body, but above all over the mind. Power over matter, external reality, as you would call it, is not important. Already our control over matter is absolute. The next few portions are in the book a conversation, so I'll try and change my voice a little bit so you can follow along, but very interesting and telling information here. But how can you control matter? He burst out. You don't even control the climate or the law of gravity, and there is disease, pain, and death. O'Brien silenced him with a movement of his hand. We control matter because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull. You will learn by degrees, Winston. There is nothing that we could not do. Invisibility, levitation, anything. I could float off this floor like a soap bubble if I wish to. I do not wish to because the party does not wish to. You must get rid of those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature. We make the laws of nature. But you do not. You're not even masters of this planet. What about Eurasia and East Asia? You have not conquered them yet. Unimportant. We shall conquer them when it suits us. And if we did not, what difference would it make? We can shut them out by existence. Oceania is the world. But the world itself is only a speck of dust, and man is tiny, helpless. How long has he been in existence? For millions of years, the earth was uninhabited. Nonsense. The earth is as old as we are, no older. How could it be any older? Nothing exists except through human consciousness. But the rocks are full of bones of extinct animals, mammoths and mastodons and enormous reptiles which lived here long before man was ever even heard of. Have you seen those bones, Winston? Of course not. 19th century biologists invented them. Before man there was nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside of man's existence, there is nothing. But the whole universe is outside of us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1,000,000 light years away. They are out of reach forever. What are the stars? Said O'Brien indifferently. They are bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. For certain purposes, of course, that is not true. When we navigate the ocean or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the earth goes round the sun and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? The old civilizations claim that they were founded on love or justice. Ours is founded upon hatred. In our world there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else we shall destroy. Everything. Already we are breaking down the habits of thought which have survived from before the revolution. We have cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer. But in the future, there will be no wives and no friends. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen.
The earthly paradise had been discredited at exactly the moment when it became realizable. Every new political theory, by whatever name it's called itself, led back to the hierarchy and regimentation, and in the general hardening of outlook that set in round about 1930, practices which had been long abandoned, in some cases for hundreds of years, imprisonment without trial, the use of war prisoners as slaves, public executions, torture to extract confessions, the use of hostages, and the deportation of whole populations, not only become common again, but were tolerated and even defended by people who considered themselves enlightened and progressive. And remember that this is forever. The face will always be there to be stamped on. The heretic, the enemy of society, will always be there so that he can be defeated and humiliated over and over again. Everything that you have undergone since you have been in our hands, all of this will continue, and worse. The espionage, the betrayals, the arrests, the tortures, the executions, the disappearances will never cease. It will be a world of terror as much as a world of triumph. The more the party is powerful, the less it will be tolerant. The weaker the opposition, the tighter the despotism. Those are very few of the amazing quotes in this book. I recommend you read it today, tomorrow, this week. You can go online and just search for it. It is in the public domain, so Project Gutenberg and other places like that. You can get the free ebook. Check it out. I think that George Orwell knew a lot, knew more than a lot of people at that time, and he paid for it with his life. He only lived to be 47 years old. He also wrote Animal Farm, which is another great book. If you have never read that, I recommend it. Basically, the book teaches us that exactly what's going on now, exactly what the government's doing, exactly what the Masons are doing. They have taken us over from the inside, meaning they have gotten in our heads. They have taught us all in schools exactly the world that they want us to live in, a world with 1 million planets and 1 million stars, and we were created from stardust, and we will all live and die, and our existence is unimportant. And if you're following along with my channel and others like it, you'll realize now that that is the biggest lie in the history of the world.
You were talking the other day saying, that you don't necessarily believe the earth is flat. You want to stay away from the term flat earther. I embrace it because it's the most offensive term out there.
I embrace it for that. Ironically, I embrace it for that reason. Like, I'll call myself a flat earther just because it offends people, and I think that's ridiculous. But if I was just being more precise with my speech, I would just say realm earther or globe denier, or, because there's valleys and mountains, and I don't know what the whole thing is. Like, that's what I say is globe denier is the best, because we don't know what this is. And flat earth is not a description. It's a description of level and horizontal. Okay. Yeah. So that's it. So we're all we're on the same page there. But one thing that you said, and it kind of helps me be a little nicer to people that don't get it, is like, hey, if you don't believe in the flat earth, that's fine. We could still be friends. And yes, we can. It's just, I have a little issue with people that can't do it, people that can't see it. Hey, listen, you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But if you want to talk about it and you don't know what you're talking about, that's where I get a little crazy.
What's ironic is we have a vernacular term that we have all used all our lives, which basically means flat earth, sea level. Yeah, we've been using it. It's one day I was sitting there doing something. I realized words have meaning. What's sea level? It describes this realm, is what it does. And probably the people who invented the term or they knew what they were describing. And by the way, I still don't know to this day how people who are so well educated and logically minded can get by the water. It's not level, it's curving.
Yeah, curving water. Yeah, and another thing is just how many flat earth maps there are at the UN and places like that. Yeah. I don't know if they're pokes in the eye or if it's like their inner knowing just trying to scream out subconsciously. I don't know because I don't always know. I'm starting to not think that these people are aware or conscious enough to be funny. I don't know, but who knows? Maybe they do just know. But they have like perfect flat earths everywhere in the UN. It's like they even have one that shows outer lands that looks kind of like the moon, and that's hanging on the wall at the United Nations.
Wait a minute, hold on. We were looking for evidence that one that you saw is actually on the wall, and we just hear a claim. There's no proof that it's on the wall, but that's a new map. It was created on some YouTube channel, and we have no evidence that it's in the UN. The one that just came out recently, like in the last couple of weeks, right?
Oh yeah, well, somebody told me that I trusted, so that's just
yeah. So
the UN logo is a flat Earth map.
Absolutely,
so that's why
100%.
That's why I didn't feel weird. I felt like that checked out because literally the UN map is actually a flat Earth map with a ring around it. So that's why I'm like, oh yeah,
with 33 divisions. Wouldn't it be ironic if that little map shows a third of our realm?
Yeah. Well, the Prague map is
the clock.
Yeah, that's an interesting map, or that clock in Prague. And I used to live in the Czech Republic. I don't remember the clock. I've looked at the clock, but I didn't look at it with knowing what I know now.
Well, it's been redone. Dave, do you know all about the Prague clock?
I do know about it, and I know that they changed the graphic behind it.
Right. It was burned or refurbished more than once. But I think what I suspect is true, and this is my gut and a little bit of research, but not enough to call it a fact. It's not a fact. I suspect that Game of Thrones dealt with what the Prague clock is showing us when they kept saying, hey man, winter is coming. We don't know when it's going to get here, and we don't know how long it's been. There was one winter that was hundreds of years long, and our ancestors say there was a winter that was thousands of years long. Yeah. So what the Prague clock does is in the small center offset circle where the hands of the clock came out is the realm we know. What I suspect is that is the path of the spiraling sun of moon as it goes through the larger realm, which is the larger circle, which would mean if there's only one sun and moon, that as it moves, whatever's left behind freezes and regenerates as it thaws other places as it goes around. But just the lunar information that was built into the original clock shows how much further along in natural law they were than we are now.
Yeah, I think that's what happens because people talk about the Ice Age, and they'll do the globe and make it just look like ice just, covered the realm and no one knows why, or, blah, blah, blah. I absolutely think that it's a circle of life and sun and moon that just keep moving around, and wherever it is not at is where it freezes, and there's like miles of glacier ice,
Well, theoretically, an ice age would mean that water is very scarce, right? Because most of it would be bound up in ice.
Yeah.
Which is the opposite of what's going on now. They want you to buy global warming, which means there's less ice, which means there's more available water.
And if that is how the world works, you don't have to worry about getting through thousands of years of an ice age. You just migrate with the pond. You migrate with the pond all the way around. Your ancestors just migrate around.
I think it moves. I mean, if it moves like a clock moves or like natural thing moves, it's probably moving right now. It just keeps moving.
Well, it would have to just gradually, but that what could be, we're not allowed to reach the outer edges. We're blocked by treaties and warships and this Antarctic idea. If you could get to those ideas, conceivably, you would either be able to see thawing that wasn't there or freezing that wasn't there if you could get to the edge. Probably in the east, you would see the freezing. Probably in the west, you would see the thawing, if I had to venture a guess, and that's a total guess.
And I just released it was from another channel. I just had it on the app. It was somebody was using the maritime ship tracking system, and they found several ships deep inside the ice of Antarctica where it's supposedly land. Like, well, why are those ships there? And they had lots of information about it. Like, we don't even know if Antarctica is frozen like they told us. I mean, we know right off of Santiago, Chile, those islands there, Rothschild Island and the rest of them, that's where people go and visit. Well, that's a little island. That's like pulling up to Long Island and going, oh, yeah, I see California.
Yeah, totally.
It's like you don't see anything. You don't know anything.
What do you think's there?
What do I think is?
Like down past the area that we're allowed to go in Antarctica.
My guess, and again, anything beyond the shoreline of Antarctica is pure speculation. I think that there's more lands, more continents. I think that there's more worlds with other
So do
suns.
I.
That's something that I like to entertain, and I want the right to go explore there. I want the ability to get airships again and go explore there. That's the easiest, simplest way to do it. But they've demonized airships, with the Hindenburg, and NASA's taking control of all the helium, and and they don't allow you to go there for I don't know. We can't disturb the penguins and the ice.
Well, the penguin story has changed. When I was young, the only place you could go for certain penguins was Antarctica, and then they were caught migrating, as they do every year, up on some of the subtropical islands. So they changed the narrative around that. But Fortune was telling me about I'm not going to be able to, is it Challenger? The Challenger expedition. Does that sound right, Dave? Down to that part of the world?
Go ahead.
Well, he was saying that they claimed it took so many hundreds and hundreds of days to circumnavigate a certain area, which proved that it was well beyond. But we already know there's plenty of accounts of ships. The further south they go, the less the navigation we've been handed works. Ships get lost all the time from having gone too far south and not realizing that your latitude or your longitude lines spread out wider the further south you go. And so they switch over to sextants and things like that. And they say, hey, man, I should have went this many miles, but I'm still not there. But what Fortune was saying is it took, I forget what he said, over 1,000 days, the coastline they went around down there. I think it's the Challenger expedition.
Yeah, it's, Josh R just said, yes, Challenger looks right. People are saying yes.
Crow, to your comment about the penguins, they say that these penguins they can travel like up to, I think it's 600 miles or something like that. So if you look at Antarctica to the tip of Santiago, well, that's where the penguins are, and that is within their swimming range. But they're also found in South Africa, and they're also found in New Zealand or in Australia. And if you look at this flat Earth map, those are all within range of the Antarctic islands or Antarctic shoreline. So another thing, that's how far they go. Well, on a globe map, those South Africa and Australia are too far away for the penguins to travel, but they're there.
So the real problem is the idea of what's around us. And what I suspect is true is that Antarctica is ice and hard to get into. We know the weather gets worse, and at least in parts of the year, the further south you go, which makes it difficult. But if the Prague clock supposition is correct, then what that means is that the outer rim in any direction should be frozen because the sun is not heating it.
Yeah,
unless, of course, there's another sun that we're unaware of. Years ago, I saw some webcam images of Antarctica, and who knows what we're seeing. But it looked like another sun or another planet, which was in Antarctica. So, maybe these ponds are super close together. And again, we're just spitballing here. We're trying to figure it out. But here's the thing. Whatever layout we're talking about, the flat Earth, multiple ponds, more continents, whatever, that's all scientifically, physically possible versus the impossibleness of being a rock surrounded by water, surrounded by air, adjacent to a void, flying through infinite space. That doesn't work. Scientifically impossible.
Well, you see, nature ends at space, right? Because nature abhors a vacuum.
Right.
I like to collect propaganda because they always make the biggest mistakes ever when it first happens. And this is a Life magazine that someone sent me on August 22nd, 1969. Talk about synchronicity. It came on August 22nd. And I was reading the exact, it's what Neil Armstrong said the month after. The moon had been waiting for us, and then Buzz Aldrin, lunar dust smelled like gunpowder. How could you possibly smell in a vacuum? Michael Collins, I rattled around in my mini cathedral. And one thing that they talked about was when they were playing catch, it was slow and it was like being in molasses, like being underwater. Whereas in a vacuum, like if you're playing baseball in Denver, you can hit more home runs because there's less atmosphere. And if you're 1/6 gravity and you have no atmosphere, the ball would actually fly for miles as fast as you could possibly, like way faster and way less slow than on the Earth. So they were describing being underwater, and those type of things all get scrubbed. But that's why I like to collect these awful magazines from right when it happened, because they make their biggest mistakes, and then they weasel them down over time.
And sell them with a mini skirt. I got to ask you, Dave, how many continents are pictured in that image?
I didn't count. I'll guess 33.
I was going to say, I found in an old Buddhist scripture long before I was in the public eye, the claim that there was an original Buddhist map, and it claimed that there were 33 continents. And if that were true, then it would start to echo with the divisions in the UN map, 33 divisions.
Hey, Weiss, Sherlock Bear says, why is it impossible for us to be on a ball flying through space? You want to tackle that one?
Yeah, because, so think about this. You're on a round rock, a lumpy rock, and it's surrounded with flat water. We don't want to worry about that. And that's surrounded by air, pressure. You can't have air pressure without a barrier adjacent to a vacuum. And the only arguments the globe, occultists have is it's a pressure gradient. It gets thinner and thinner and thinner until there's nothing, which is ridiculous. Okay, you in a tank of propane or a tank of oxygen or whatever, it's thicker on the bottom. It's liquid on the bottom, and it gets thinner and thinner and thinner to the top. That pressure is all contained. Okay, so on a rock adjacent to a vacuum, the gravity holds the air down, which means that I can't drink with a straw. Because the weak low pressure of my mouth and lungs can pull water and air up and away from Earth. But the Tor 17 vacuum of space, which we can't even recreate here, can't pull the air away because gravity is holding it down. That's retarded. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the more you look at it, the more retarded it is.
Gravity, just to be clear, gravity is a theory based on a theory that has never been proven. And I made up a law for myself, which is about theories. You can see that if you're interested with the work I've done. And basically what my law that I use for myself to help me think is that a theory that lasts a long time becomes less valuable every day and then tends to be used as propaganda in support of scientism, because a theory should only be in place long enough to either be proven or discarded or found usable in some respect.
That's true. Yeah, gravity can't be measured, experimented with. And some people will just immediately say, oh, you're so stupid for not believing in gravity. Don't you know? Aren't you educated? It's like, yeah, they haven't actually applied the scientific method to it at all.
It's a theory based on a theory. Actually.
Yeah, and it's just based on observations. They're like, well, then I'll throw you out of a plane and then we'll see who fucking believes in gravity. And I'm just trying to accept that there's people that just aren't thinking the way I do, and that's okay. And when things hit the fan, I will decide if I'm going to give them goat milk.
You can have an express line for flat earthers for your goat milk, right? They get to cut the line.
Yeah, just anybody that didn't just call me stupid for pointing out obvious shit. Those are the people that are going to be at the back of the goat milk line.
Hey,
greatest of all time milk.
When they make fun of flat earthers for not believing in gravity, gravity is a theory. The high priest of scientism, Neil deGrasse Tyson, says he doesn't know what it is. They have to make up 96% of it, saying it's dark matter, dark energy, right? And they say that the electrostatic force is 10 to the 20th power, which is a number that doesn't even exist. It's like so many times stronger than gravity. So let's pretend gravity is real. I drop something, okay? Right? It goes down because of buoyancy and density. But the thing that's telling me it's down, is it the weak force of gravity, or is it the proven stronger force of electrostatics? Right? I mean,
yeah.
And we can prove these things. With MIT came out with an airplane that is just doesn't have any moving parts. It just uses electrostatics. Now, is this thing defying gravity? Or is it just using the electrostatic force, which is way stronger than gravity? Claiming that gravity made Neil's microphone drop to the ground is complete and total delusional.
Well, I mean, I used to be in the religion of science without realizing it because I didn't know it was a religion. Did you know that I had a physics? You should go back and re-listen to this stuff. It was called Surely You're Joking. and it was a physics podcast at Caltech with, nuclear physicist PhDs. And I interviewed the guy who did the quote unquote Mars lander and all this stuff. And I had the biggest epiphany. And I believed all these guys. I interviewed Kip Thorne and all these guys that are getting Nobel Prizes for gravitational wave theory and all this. And I was more like the funny Paul Abdul character in the interview. Not Paul Abdul at the time. I was the one that was just making the lighthearted joke about it, and they were getting into the nitty gritty. But looking back, I'm more intelligent than they are because they don't apply science to anything they're saying. But the big moment for me that started the ball rolling, that allowed me to even see flat Earth or any of this stuff, was when they were trying to explain to me dark matter and dark energy, and their reasoning was, so I'm like, so where is dark matter? I was fascinated by it. They're like, the universe is 85-90% matter that you cannot measure or see or feel, but it is there all around us. And I'm having all these theories, and I'm like, man, if only we could see this dark matter. And I go, so how do you know it's there if you can't measure it? Quote unquote. They go, because if it wasn't, we'd be wrong. And I'm like,
there it is.
I'm like,
Science.
Wait, what? Yeah.
Science says you have a theory, and if it's proven wrong, if you prove it wrong, throw it out and start getting another theory. But now science just goes, oh no, we'll just make up 96% shit to throw it in there and then say it's right.
And don't question it.
Only evidence of dark matter is that they're on the presupposition that their theory has to be right, because the ramifications of that in science would be so catastrophic. So they've come up with an idea that 96% of the known universe is something you can't measure, see, feel, or touch, because if it wasn't there, they'd be wrong, and they know they're not wrong.
You know what dark matter actually is? I'll tell you what it is right now. It's ether. It is the idea of ether, the permeating idea that connects, and however you want it,